an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Today, the stakes are greater than ever. Every match offers teams a chance to qualify for playoffs, a chance to play in front of the French fans. But failure will be punished. A loss today means no place on the main stage, no club championship points, and no EWC trophy. Every round matters. The pressure is on. This is where legends are forged.
Hello everyone, welcome to day number 5 here at the Esports World Cup 2026 Valorant. Yesterday and the day before we had qualification and elimination matches, but for the next 2 days we have our qualifier matches. 4 more teams will join the 4 qualified on into the playoffs and have the right to rise above here in Paris in front of the live crowd. Welcome everyone, I'm Daniel Deacon Gonzalez. Joining me is my fantastic desk of Kakuka and Big Time, and now we have our final 8 teams qualifying for those 4 spots.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to heat up now. This is the real crunch time of that group stage. Win and you're in, lose and you go home. You don't get a chance at playoffs. You don't get a chance on that big stage. Really now, pressure is mounting, backs against the wall. It's all about who's going to show up today and deliver that top level of Valorant.
And we've already had some surprises, some regions not doing as well as others in EMEA. Things are looking good. It's not directed at you, but we could have the full 5 EMEA teams making it just today. That is the biggest storyline for me coming into this first day. We also have tomorrow with the last 2 matches left, so we have our playoffs ready. So Let's get going, huh?
I mean, it was kind of directed at our Pacific representative big time here, as we started the tournament with 16 teams in GSL group stages of 4, and then 2 qualify on in from each group. So we had the top winners already qualify in the day before and yesterday. But now today, we've already said goodbye to 4 of those teams on the bottom of each group. 2 more will go home or tonight, and 2 more will qualify on in. We'll do the same thing tomorrow. We'll have our top 8.
And most exciting is also for the teams that made it with a clean slate. Now they're enjoying Paris a little bit. They have time to practice. They have time also to adapt to everything that all the teams are changing for this event. For example, EDG showing 2 different comps in one singular map, taking this event very seriously.
Yeah, but then you have the flip side of it. We also got to see those teams that played 2 matches and went home incredibly early. Unfortunately, a lot of those from Pacific. Where
it's okay, you technically are from EMEA.
Look, it's hard for me to talk on it too much without getting emotional, but we did have to send home RRQ, Paper Rex going home as well, Nongshim fighting to stay alive, but GE also didn't make it out of there, so it's been a rocky group stage, but that's the nature of this GSL style format. You have to heat up fast or you will be going home.
Yeah, and if you win now, you earn your spot in the playoffs and a large chunk of that $2 million prize pool up from last year. 600,000 going to the winning team, cascading down from there. And as you said, Pacific 1 and 7 do not have a team qualified for the playoffs yet. Nongshim will have to wait until tomorrow for their opportunity to do so. They were the only team to win a series against anybody. It was against G2, who won yesterday.
Yeah, it's starting to sound personal. I don't mean to add any fuel. I don't mean to add any fuel, but
no, it's okay.
He went to 1-7, the only team that is able to win a series. But then Gentlemates comes out on top.
Yeah, and you know what? No worries, everyone. Big Time does have a couple of players that he's coached in these matches later on, so he can take credit for those.
Exactly.
What region do they play for?
It doesn't matter. Let's move past that one. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that they're fantastic players.
All right, so that prize pool was there. And again, the teams were playing for that. As we take a look at yesterday's action, it started off with America's winner here from MIBR Los up against the returning title defenders in Team Heretics. And Los Niños got pushed in this one, but they came out on top.
Absolutely. I think that the surprises came mostly in that second match. The first one starting up as an absolute brawl. Could have gone either of the ways. Do not get me wrong with MIBR and the double duelists that they have in their lineup. It was not an easy job at all for Heretics to manage to close their map pick. As I said, the surprise came in the second one. The last time that we saw Team Heretics playing on that Ascent, that Phoenix did not look well. It did not look well drilled. And probably NRG thought the same thing. Identified a weakness that was not real in the end. Incredibly dominant comebacks from Koshmaras and especially Wood carrying their team onto playoffs.
I mean, Wood was insane in this map too. I was so disappointed by MIBR. I really thought that they would have a little bit more punch from what we saw from them in their opener.
Absolutely.
But Heretics managed to shut them down concretely. So I'm very, very impressed by this Heretics squad. You know, there was talk of their form coming into this tournament. They qualified well, but London was bad. Now they're back at a tournament where they did manage to lift that trophy last time. So maybe it's that little hometown advantage and they're feeling good here at the EWC.
They were also honest, speaking about, hey, maybe for London, we focused on the wrong things. It did not give us what we expected, right? We put the work where we shouldn't have, and now things have changed. For the side of MIBR, though, I do still think that things are going to look good for them. They still have another chance of qualifying.
Yeah, then we take a look at the second game here. G2 with a fantastic win there. Our old colleague, Baby Bay, managing to light up the server a little bit. XLG, though, didn't really feel like they were able to get into this series too much.
No, I mean, we did enjoy what we could from XLG. I do think that at the end of the day, G2 are good at like making it out of groups and whatnot. They also have to bounce back from their performances. More specifically, the one that they had against XLG, because they chose them thinking that they were the easiest opponent coming out of London, but that was not the case. They do manage, however, to get their revenge. And us, well, we had to say goodbye to XLG.
Yeah, again, just one of those things where it's well noted that G2 have had struggles at international events. They've been dominant in Americas in recent history. And XLG, part of that history because of London, as you said, to get that victory over them, who knows how far that might take them, that mental roadblock now being removed.
But I also think that the feeling from those two teams that we had yesterday are different. I still think that G2 need to master and make some decisions, especially on this map that we're seeing right here with Breeze. We were hearing how Baby Bay was speaking about Jogimo, enabling him and facilitating most of those skills. But it still looks like a weakness if the teams know how to read into that. Nonchim was brilliant at it.
Yeah, I think they got the job done, but it was a little bit closer than I would have liked, and I don't think the quality was quite there for G2. If they want to progress to those playoffs, and if we do see them on that big stage, I think people will target this map. So, yeah, I totally agree, Kukuka. I want to see them clean it up.
Because if not, and if, you know, the teams were to have the chance of choosing, which I tell you they can't, maybe they would be the ones being picked out first, being like, oh, I see weakness here and there, and then it would be a very weird timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, just great to see G2 getting the job done here if you're an Americas fan for XLG. Something to build upon after this international excursion that they've had, including London, as they go back to VCT China. But that does set up the bracket here for Group C, as G2 will play against the team that defeated them earlier in match number 1. Nongshim Red Forest, as Nongshim weren't quite able to get over the hump against Gentlemates despite having an insane 12-2 comeback victory in map number 1. You're thinking, okay, there's no way Gentlemates pull themselves back together, but the French outfit get it done. They will be playing in front of the fans here in Paris.
And it was outrageous, by the way, especially if you're an EMEA fan. Seeing Gentlemates reach 12 and not being able to close the map, it's literal PTSD from last year. It happened over and over again. And honestly, coming into this tournament and looking at this Group C, it was going to be incredibly difficult for Gentlemates to be the ones making it out. And they make it out as the first seed. We were speaking about BBL and the surprises, one of the first teams that we're going to have today. But as I'm saying, their capability of bouncing back and actually getting that first slot, I hope that progresses throughout the tournament.
And here's the Group D bracket. We showed you the match earlier with MIBR falling short against Team Heretics, as they are already now solidified as the 1 seed from Group D. And that leaves us MIBR and AGAL, who AGAL looked fantastic against Team Heretics, whereas Global Esports didn't really put up a fight much against MIBR. So we're kind of not exactly sure how things are going to stack up between these two squads.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing for me. I think this all-gamers roster is incredibly interesting. After that first game against Heretics, I was high on this team. I was feeling like, wow, they're going to run it. And then even after it, they had a 2-0 win against Global Esports. But now I'm doubting myself even more. I feel like they didn't play that well in that series. Yes, they got the job done. That's the most important thing. But I think we were closer to their ceiling in that Heretics game. So I want to see that opening version of them, even though that was the one where they lost.
Yeah, so that was Group C and Group D, but then that leads us to today's action. It is the elimination matches here for Group A and Group B. As today's schedule up there for you, it is the Turkish outfit BBL up against Edward Gaming, the pride of VCT China. It is a rematch of the very first series here at EWC. And after that series is done, we'll have the reigning world champions NRG against the pride of France. The blue wall awaits Karmine Corp if they can get it done.
They already surprised us getting that win against PaperX. What a way to celebrate. What a way to live the game. Karmine Corp showed up here the other day. Really praying for them, because as I said, the only thing that will make me happier than seeing the performances that we're getting from the French squads, all 3 of them, would actually be to have all 5 EMEA teams making it to playoffs.
And I think if you're going to do the hard part, if you're going to do the David Goliath story and knock out PaperX, don't go out in the next round. That just ruins all the street cred you just earned by knocking out the big dogs. But we do know that they're capable. 2 banger games today, so not something you're going to want to miss.
Again, the teams that Casey have had to face, their qualification match into EWC proper, the final match of the EMEA qualifiers was against Fnatic. Then congratulations, your reward is to play Vitality, the super team, and then PaperX, and 2 out of those 3 wins. That's pretty good, and now they'll have to do 1 more of those big ones here. But now let's turn our focus to that first series, Group A here, as it is BBL versus EDG. And again, this was a rematch of that opening matchup here, 2-1, a very close series that went to overtime, and then we're thinking, okay, that's it, it's over. No, this is when we got into the meta of, stealing other people's map picks, because both teams were able to do it against each other.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. I think for BBL, I'm not surprised if we're going to see a Lotus, and then if we're going to see an overtime on it once again. Seems to be their thing at the moment. But yeah, I mean, I love that this is a rematch, and I also love that EDG grew and learned from that original match. You know, they are filling in with an assistant coach here. That's always going to be a difficult thing to manage, but we originally saw Signed playing the Phoenix, playing these more aggressive roles, but since then, when he's played over cross on the B stream there, it slowed down. He's on the Omen. He's playing much more supportive, and Jenny is the one who's taking over those roles, which is a change that I really do like. So I do feel like EDG are going to feel like they have a great chance heading into the rematch.
And then BBL have the absolute final boss of Turkey that appears to be LaRock. After the performances that he's given us in both of the matches that he's played, but especially in the last one, despite the loss, with amazing numbers. Those are the two highlights for today. EDG changing things, adapting mid-tournament, getting things ready for the rest of the year, and practicing them here right from the beginning. If you need to change something, then for the next one will be. It doesn't matter that we're with an assistant coach. We are going to give our absolute 100%.
As you can see, the players were getting ready on the stage, so let's dive into the matchup. It is EDG here. They have had so many different bumps along the road. It had been such a long time since their ascendancy to the top of Chinese Valorant, but after 432 days, they got themselves the split victory leading into Masters London. And now, despite having a roster change here, they still are very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I think this is the thing for me. On this Edward Gaming roster, it's Kang who's the star. It's him that, you know, has the most followers. His name is the one in the lights, but really, I think everyone on this team can pull their weight, including Signed, who's coming in as an assistant coach. We saw maps where this guy popped off, and I kind of felt like, whoa, is Smoggy scared? Is Smoggy scared sat at home thinking he's going to be replaced? Like, this is a roster stacked full of firepower, and they are really getting stronger and stronger from a macro perspective. I do feel like they're learning, growing as a team still, and the more they do that, just the scarier they become.
It's EDG. It's impossible not to cheer for them. They made us dream. They were the first Chinese team that you were like, yeah, I am on this boat. This is who I want to be supporting. Kankan is a superstar. I mean, if you have any sort of memory here in Valorant, and if you have any interest in Chinese Valorant, of course, EDG is the team to follow and is the most with the most history. So, of course, if with XLG out, knowing that they had one less slot, I would like to have some Chinese representation, and EDG would be an absolute banger, especially with a sub.
All right, well, we have more videos here on EDG and their road to EWC right now.
We really appreciate about this event because it's very huge event and we can compete with really like great opponent in the world. We will do our best, but one of our main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So I'm not sure we can be really good. We will do our best.
ओ भाई इनका जो मेन प्लेयर है वही नहीं खेल रहा आज इनके
不
साथ
是很坏吧，但还没有达到我们预想的成绩。圣地亚哥的话，其实就是输掉了嘛。然后伦敦的话，其实我们本来有非常大的信心去拿下冠军的，那最后可惜就是自己没有把握住嘛，没有达到最好吧，但也还可以接受。我觉得当时是奥特曼来到之后，在磨合，我们在适应教练的风格吧。教练组的分工其实也比较不明确，就大家团队那边都比较混乱。 感觉最后还是差一点吧，尤其是打 Leviathan， 就是第3张图的时候，指挥的时候我没有扛住，我觉得可能会有点难，但我相信我们可以做到。
The third place finishers from Masters London looking to build upon it now here against BBL, their opponents, the Turkish outfit that were able to defeat them in that first round, who have a ton of firepower in LaRock, Lovers Rock, and Rose. Everyone else has been fantastic here, so you're hoping to see the same type of firepower performance out of them.
Yeah, I don't think that we are going to get a LaRock that is not given 100% today. He's been doing it throughout the rest of the tournament. But to me, the question still stands. It was the same that it was for EMEA Stage 1. Lovis Rock, are you comfortable, uncomfortable? How much do we have to do for you to be in the peak form that we saw at the beginning of the year? Because the worst thing that we would like to think is that, oh, that was because of the agent that you were playing, that is not so strong right now and things are swapping around. But for this team, resilience has always been key. They battle all the way through Ascension and into EWC and into VCT and their Tier 1 dream. Now here at EWC, their second global event in the first year in Tier 1 and one match away from making it to playoffs.
I mean, it's such an amazing story for this young team, playing through that Ascension, getting into VCT, and then just doing so well there at the start. It's slowed down since. That's the only thing. We see the meta changes. We see the lack of Yoru begin to hurt this team, but we know that they can't be kept down for long. This is a team stacked full of promise and potential. Can they realize it here, make it out of the groups, and go deep at EWC?
One of the things that characterized BBL at the beginning of the year is doing a lot with very simple compositions.
Yeah.
Cypher, Soba, Omen, a couple of duelists across all of the maps, I would say. But now that the meta has evolved, we have maps coming in and out. We are seeing the variety, and they are paying the price for it.
Yeah, hopefully that the price is that they're learning and able to go ahead and build upon it, and then they start cashing in on it. And as you've said, there's no better place to do that here at EWC, where you're getting to battle some of the best in the world, despite the fact that, as you said, Big Time started off with the kickoff win and then slowly started going down from Santiago, and then after that in stage 1, not so good.
I think the thing for me is this is a team that's categorized by their aggression. When we used to watch them play at their peak, they would take map control everywhere. They're the only team on attack where you see them hit both sides
at
simultaneously.
the same time. Yeah.
What am I watching? This is new Valorant that's never been played. They were creative, they were innovative, and they played in a way that was built around them. I want to see them recapture that magic here today.
Let's see the maps. Fracture's gone, Haven's gone. Thank you very much, EDG, for removing Haven from the pool.
Lotus
is going to be the first one, so we will be going overtime, everybody.
A long OT, what we saw last time between those two teams. So it's all about who's done the learning and the homework there.
Who can have the small edge against BBL? Will there be another sneaky defuse? And Breeze is going to be the second map. This is exactly when you were saying about them pushing both extremities at the same time. I was thinking of Breeze because to me they were the best team on Breeze with that very simple composition, even keeping credit on the Cypher. Okay, as the final one. Wait, was Sunset?
It was.
Okay,
Surprising.
in case you didn't watch, 13-3, I'm going to say. 3, the same kills that I believe Chicho got in that entire match.
It was brutal.
We were so excited to see. I think it was the first time also that we saw the map here. We were like, oh, we were expecting a little bit more than 16 rounds. Yeah, that is what happened. That is what happened. So hopefully we do get to see that Sunset, because as we are saying, EDG have adapted, gone back into some of the compositions that make things a little bit more difficult for them. So I wonder if we are going to go to that Sunset, how deep has the bot review gone?
Yeah, I mean, has to go pretty deep to flip the script on
literally the same opponent, so...
exactly. It's going to be tough if it does go that map 3 for EDG. I think I do like that they picked Breeze. We saw them play Breeze against RRQ, and that's what we were talking about with those compositional swaps. Signs playing that Harbor, about as supportive as you can be, just enabling the high-powered fraggers on their team. So EDG mixed up the veto from last time a little bit, but ultimately 2 of the 3 same maps, so I think BBL will be feeling great about this.
Yeah, again, didn't see a lot of Harbor in some of the other compositions from other teams, so we'll be excited to watch how that open map comes. And also, that felt like everyone was just hitting one site. It was just, all right, we're just making the map small, hitting one site.
Don't get me started on Breeze, man. Don't get me started on Breeze.
There is a structural problem
Same thing with Lotus. Lotus was like, all right, we're just going C. C every time. We'll meet you there. We're going to blaze it up with the guns. That's what it felt like a lot of the meta had turned into, especially later on in rounds where people had been playing for a little while. Maybe you're a little tired and calling. We're like, we know they're going to be there. You know we're going to be there. We just know what it is.
Honestly, for the teams that are struggling on Breeze, watch Vitality on EMEA, because they were struggling a lot and then they learned how to flood and they stopped struggling. So if you want to take a couple of notes, especially on the sites that are more complicated, just go and watch, because Scott did a good job there. Yeah,
I mean, they learn hard. You can't hold the A side. Stop dying there. I mean, look, how about that conversation?
Sign Dirke, that also works.
Yeah, I mean, that's that'll help. I think a lot of teams could employ the Sign Dirke strat and feel good about it. So
no, but you don't. It doesn't have to be Dirke. It can be Kankang. It can be a Lover's Rock. It can be someone that is that comfortable with the operator that can mark the difference. And it's complicated because the executes are going to be so explosive onto you that you need to be more cerebral than just able to click.
I mean, I think you said it perfectly. Those two players head-to-head on that AWP, that's the matchup to look out for me.
Well, 13-5 was the record from EMEA last year. Will BBL continue to add to it and potentially get all 5 EMEA squads out of the group stage and into the playoffs? We'll find out. And for a little bit more on BBL, we have a piece of content for you. Let's take a listen.
Hello everybody and welcome. We have got Rose and Loita here for a little game. We are going to let them choose from a bunch of 10 sprays in their hands to respond to a bunch of prompts. If they both choose the same spray, they get a point and their synergy goes up. All right, boys, are you ready?
Yes.
Yep.
Fantastic. Let's get the first one done. How would you react if I told you you've got to be up tomorrow at 5 a.m.?
Okay, wait. Let me think.
And now look at each other's.
I was thinking maybe I should choose this one.
These are the two perfect answers for it.
Yeah.
You get to the venue. You're ready to start scrims. But hold on. One of the other players is missing. They overslept. They're still in bed.
Oh, okay. Okay, mine is ready.
Okay.
Mine is ready too.
Yours is ready too. All right, boys. Please show the camera what you've chosen. And now let's take a look at each other's. There's a first point on the board.
Our first point.
Yes.
How would you feel if you got here? You arrived to Paris, you're waiting at the luggage belt, and your bag never arrives.
Just think basic, Loita.
Oh, it's a very similar vibe. Take a look. It's a similar vibe.
Like, guys, I don't wanna like use bag for this game. I don't wanna choose this one every time, you know?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Loita, stop it.
Okay.
How did you feel when you first found out that Neon was going to be nerfed?
ओ भाई
I found it.
नियॉन को ना इतना मर्जी कर लो भाई कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता
Show the camera how you felt. And now take a look at each other. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, finally, Riot, finally. Oh.
How would you react if you asked somebody to drop you in a buy round? You want a Vandal, but they give you a Sheriff. Oh, take a look.
NT.
Sage comes in and revives you, but you're in the sight lines of 2 enemies. Lock it in, boys. Show the camera what you've chosen. And now show each other. Another on the board.
Brimstone is like me. This thing.
Yeah. You make it to a grand final of an international event, and you see your opponent is Paper X.
Okay, I'm ready.
Oh oh my god
No!
Oh.
He just had that. He just put it back.
No way.
All right, you're about to go into an official match, and then Riot drops a patch, a big patch, the night before your official game.
I think this one is obvious again. Of course it's that.
Ooh, take a look.
No way,
Rose.
bro.
I knew
No
Rose
way.
wasn't gonna like that. All right, boys, for the next one, you're in scrims.
Yes.
There's a quiet moment. Just outside your headset, you hear that one of your teammates just farted. How do you react?
You should know that, man.
Loita's picking the crying one again. And now show each other.
Yes,
Let's
absolutely.
go.
Finally.
You were doubting yourself.
Yes.
You're on the finish line. You're going to turn back, bro. How do you feel when you find out that next up, you've got a content piece with Janiro?
I'm ready.
Okay?
I'm ready too.
Boys, please show the camera.
This one.
And show each other. Well done.
Yes, half an hour. As I said, man,
Congratulations,
come on.
boys.
Great to see the personality of the boys of BBL as they sport the youngest roster out of everyone here at EWC. 3 of the youngest players out of the top 12 here. And it's just such a great experience for them to have here on LAN, in person, play up against a couple of champs that have won before.
It's okay. They're just bowl champs, as you're saying. You know, it's not no pressure. As I said, this is their first year in Tier 1 and they're already achieving all of these things. I do not expect any kind of fear, but let's just think about the match that we saw from them against 100 Thieves. Yeah. Yes, they go out with a loss, but in every single one of these matches that we're seeing, I'm getting a side of BBL that honestly, I did not expect we're ready for. A split, having the split that they had against 100 Thieves, knowing that it's a map that they struggled in, and same performance that they had on Sunset, on a map that we had not seen from them. Yes, they were good when they played it beforehand, but you never know how things are going to evolve with the changes that we've had, and obviously with an opponent that is very different than what you're used to.
For sure. I mean, look, look, that split was insane. Larocque was unbelievable that game, putting up numbers that we just don't see very often. And it just goes to show how talented this roster is. We know they can go toe-to-toe with pretty much everybody in the world right now, despite being so young, despite being so fresh on the scene. And what I love about these guys is that they're so unfazed by it all. They truly don't care who's on the other side. They're going to play their way. They're going to take that fight to you.
We're about to jump into Lotus, and as we jump into the agent select, remember all the aggression that was coming from the side of BBL, especially here on the defense, is something that now EDG is going to be waiting for.
Yeah, very much
जो भी देख रहे हैं,
so.
vote कर दो,
EDG know
stream को
what's
like
going to
कर
be
दो.
ahead of them. This is a match where they played an awful lot of rounds against each other here. So I think it's going to be very, very interesting. I want to see Lovers Rock really heat up because he slowed down in this Lotus when they played last.
Yeah, we see no changes in the
EDG.
compositions, even from the side of EDG we were speaking about. I mean, in an overtime, anything would have happened. Many crazy rounds, a sneaky defuse. To me, the operator, how fast this is going to come, and how fast is EDG also going to look to put Kankan in that situation. Jenny, I think it's been lovely, and especially on Lotus, the double kills that we've been getting with the Raze Souls, I think that at least minimum a couple a day.
And here we go. It is the rematch of the very opening kickoff of the Esports World Cup as a whole. EDG and BBL
Let's
do
go
battle
for
once
EDG.
again for a spot in the playoffs.
EDG
on
for the
call,
win.
it's Mitchman and Tom.
Well, there's been a lot of scores to be settled over the past couple of days, but this one piques my interest. Starting out on Lotus, you can see it as a decider. Last time, 18-16, a tight affair, a long affair. But feeling confident to start it out here. I think this is going to tell us everything we need to know.
स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं, चैनल पे नए हो तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब जरूर कर देना. EWC की वॉच पार्टी चलती रहेगी, सेक्सी पार्टी चलती रहेगी यहाँ पे, मौज मस्ती चलती रहेगी चैट में.
I think Kreven has moved off the Vice and gone to Cypher, so that's the one change that has been made going into this matchup, and an interesting one because we've seen Vice become incredibly popular.
And for him, being a very strong agent even on this map.
So I think it must just be based on what happened last time around, maybe going to try and, well, when you've got two players that can go over your utility, maybe you're going to try and switch things up, have some interesting trips, some reveals that might be able to help you catch on the way. Or it could just be the aggression on the defensive side. Like, you know your opponent's going to be pushing. You want to have a little bit more safety around. I don't mind the change. Of course, they've now lost this twice in a row in overtime. So maybe just thinking a small change, which I do think this will be, might help them out a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those things now, as you think about what Cypher's going to give you, it's going to give you this information throughout the round. That's a big advantage to have. As you look at EDG, for example, last time you go up to the Vice wall on B, they're bursting through. They're playing it quite aggressive, quite quick when they do take those hits. And sometimes BBL were a little bit caught off guard by those late round plays by lurkers. Now, Cypher camera going to be constantly there and much more intel with the 2 trips to play around. As you said, though, still a possibility for them to go up and over. But we've seen before, as you see here, some trips are going to be up in the air for that exact purpose. It's time to kick things off. BBL and EDG, barriers up on map number 1. BBL choosing to come back to a map that has seen losses for them recently, but they always put up a fight. This time, it'll have to be one step further. Well, EDG come back for revenge.
It's going to be an interesting one. Like, BBL have been picking this map time and time again while not getting the victories. Of course, they've been incredibly close, and I think you might look back to their game on this map versus EDG and consider it a choke. But then I look from the EDG side and go, okay, Signed has been getting more and more comfortable in their game versus RRQ. They moved him off some of more of the aggressive duelist style roles.
A side मिल जाएगी, A side planting के लिए A side मिलेगी आराम से.
So I think both teams, in essence, may come in a little bit stronger after building into the tournament for now.
A पे ही जाना पड़ेगा, कोई और ऑप्शन नहीं है.
Trade of health, but everybody's still standing. Gianni taking a lot of space, but it seems like BBL are more than happy to play retake in this scenario.
Certainly looks like it. Still waiting at the gates. Now the forces are all here.
बहुत low है, बहुत low है.
Very low. Con in the same boat.
बहुत low है, Omen बहुत low है.
Bring them back into this round, but they still have a lot of players to root from
अरे
position.
भाई.
Not so much anymore. Con left alone with a sliver of health. A monumental task in front of him. And no chance, says Kreven. 1-0 for BBL.
Yeah, I like that. A little bit more tempered from the defense. Like a lot of the time we have seen some all-in gambly plays from individuals. So the fact that early in this game, they're sitting back, playing the retake, forcing people out of angles, and also just working off some of the already confirmed damage. Of course, it is a pistol round. And I believe last time out, even with the OT defeat, they did still win both pistols. So it showed that at least in a lot of the buy rounds, EDG, in this map at least, were the better side. So I think still getting those strong starts is going to be important for BBL.
Yeah, without a doubt. Kraven on the swap over as well. As you said, I think that's going to be the most interesting part when you see those little changes for BBL. There's clearly seeing that Vice wasn't giving them something that Cypher is. I do imagine it's a lot of that punishability on the deep dives and the constant information. Lover's Rock's got all the intel he needs, gets out, taps a shot through and does some damage. But the pistols are at the gates. BBL rotating in, a third player now ready and waiting for this play. Seas goes in for Rose. Kraven's trying to find some space around, being quite cautious until the jump goes Gonna leave at least one rifle on the ground
3v3
for the time being, and with damage done by EDG, this is starting to get a little
उसने क्या support दिया?
IGL Rose, the top fragger of the last map, comes through for 3, but again, sporting bruises, nobody's got a chance. And even then, leaving 2 alive, that's a success for EDG, a great second round.
Yeah, that is genuinely a hell of a lot of damage in a round that was nothing invested.
There were 4 players from the defense there as well. Like I said, 3 because Rose, but the other player was in water rotating back, so it was essentially a 4-man hold against pistols, and they brought it to a 1v2. That's great.
Yeah, good work from them. Of course, you can still see that for the BBL side, they're happy with whatever round they can get over the line. They're not really too worried about the damage. I do feel like going back to even the last series when they played against 100 Thieves, they're very good with the pistols. That's normally where they actually build into things. So I still think they have to be a bit careful here. Gianni may have just learned that very early on in the last series of Lotus. He was fantastic playing this Raze. It definitely made it work on the duelist rather than on smokes in the latter couple of maps. And that's a change I'm hoping to see when going forward into the next one, him continuing to be on more aggressive roles. The question is, though, can those weaker weapons on the BBL side still do damage? Well, maybe they won't need to already. Lovers Rock second. Kreven lurking in the darkness has managed to add a third. This is a buy that had 2 Guardians and the rest were pistols, and they might just win it flawlessly. Only Karmine stands between BBL and a bonus round conversion. A costly last round, but they do have to be careful. They can't continue to give this man of any too many individual fights, and a third already added to the tally. Still, they know exactly where he is, but they have done for the previous 3. The last 2 of LaRock and Kreven are going to try and group up together. They're going to try and play this a little bit smarter because they've given him so many opportunities. And somehow he still finds one more. He goes all the way to the final. Karmine almost just pulled off the play of the tournament, but he was shut down at the last second.
क्या खेला बे.
What an attempt by Karmine.
Nice.
A reason to never give up hope shown plain and clear right there. This for BBL, I like the idea, punish the C aggression right away, leave the Cypher utility as the lighter side over on A so we can hopefully slow them down, and everything worked until Karmine stepped into the server, stepped into their sight lines. And yeah, listen, you're on your feet. This is the signature of BBL. They always do this. Even if they're 10-0 down, they'll stand up when they get one. But that round right there, although it's a big win for BBL, it was very nearly a lightning fast start for EDG. It's certainly given them some morale to play around. The Blades now a big threat considering what we saw just moments ago. Both traps have already been spotted. It really is on Karmine. Catching him. There is no remaining hope. 4-0 for BBL. A swift end to this round.
Timeout. Call for
I think it
timeout.
had to be a right-click usage of the knives. And then the weapon wasn't able to be found by Karmine. A much cleaner response. And I do look at this from Kreven, and even part of me goes, maybe it is just comfort. Like, if they're just getting past all of my utility, I'm going to just be fighting with nothing. So if I now switch up to a completely different agent with different utility that can give me opportunities, well, he's currently 7-1. So he's had a great start to the game on the C site, and he can just maneuver these trips every single time, although I believe that's the same as last round.
Well, last round towards the C side, indeed. one before it was swapped up to A. It's going to keep BBL guessing a little bit. And now he starts with the more aggressive trip up close. Has to take it back as the nade comes in, and now it is the same old setup right back before.
Oh,
But
bhai.
a bit of a
Oh,
difference in
bhai.
the rock. One away from a
वो लर्क कर रहा
showstopper,
है.
and he is pushing his way up behind, containing them now towards this site. Rotation from Rose coming through. Nightfall will be there. If EDG wait a little bit longer, BBL will have a lot more to play with, and already there is going to be a problem as they start, I think, almost trying to bait out a trip via the updraft dash backwards, but it wasn't caught. Now as they push deeper in, still that utility to deal with, and the Nightfall causing problems. They can't hear. Their HP low, and Kreven wrapping around, drops the spike. Now the wrap around all the way from
Oh,
B.
bhai.
But Larocque is barely needed. Kreven is off to a belter at the start of this map.
You are seeing the differences. Now, one of the major
भाई
problems
timeout
that you
तो लेना
have with
पड़ेगा अब
Vice
तो.
is first you can bait the wall.
Yep.
If it's up
They were
close.
last time.
And then
भाई
also,
BBL
if
क्या
you
ही
have a
खेलती
nade,
है.
you can destroy some of those vines immediately. So it puts you in a position where all of your utility's gone and, okay, you have a pop flash now.
ये किसका map
That's
pick
not
है वैसे?
ideal. In these
ये वाला?
circumstances, they're being
Chat में किसी को
delayed.
पता है तो बताओ.
He's even pulling back and putting back down utility, which you can't do otherwise, and basically making it very, very awkward for them on entry and surviving. 10-1. They've pushed his site in back-to-back rounds, and Kreven has not died. Kankan now going to be in with a hero rifle. Gianni with a showstopper. It's not been the hot start he would have wanted.
Oh,
That hero
bhai.
rifle
Oh,
is
आ गया.
already on the ground.
The slide in, pass signs. He thought he had them contained there, a chance to punish, but it's not going to land. Showstopper
Whoa.
either. For damage, sure. Lloyd is down to 17 HP, but still drawing breath. As now the flank, they'll become aware of it with the wall going up, but for EDG, they feel surrounded. The Seeker should give them direction to push towards spawn. They hope there's only one player there, but Rose is helping out alongside Larocque. Nade on the back of the C's, it'll get around the corner. That's a big problem for nobody. He won't be surviving that, and with the shot from Lover's Rock, now it's only two left. Now it's only one in the form of Jenny. He at least finds the first and has the nade. That could delay, buy him a little bit more time, but there's too many bodies. And Kreven keeps on hitting. 6-0 now for BBL, and well, the changes have clearly worked.
Yeah, even if it is just on an individual level for Kreven, I don't know what it is about locking in the Cypher, but he just is playing an unbelievable game. It must be infuriating in this one because there was a lot of maybe unconfirmed damage, at least initially, but two players that were desperately low that they weren't quite able to convert on. I think two players making sure that Signed couldn't get any further was a problem. Clearly a problem that EDG looked to try and deal with. A pause at 6-0 down. Now, I will say, normally at 6-0 down, I talk about death sentences. You're basically trying to recover the half. G2 yesterday made me start to question if it matters as much as I think it does, because they managed to bring a 6-0 deficit to a 7-5 defeat on the half. Yeah. Obviously, you can't get 7 if the others have got 6. But realistically, they then went on to win that map quite handedly. So a pause here could turn the tide, but I'm definitely feeling nervous for EDG.
Look back to yesterday in Gentlemates, Tom. We looked across at what was our B-Stream stage, our second stage, and we said, well, that one's going to be over pretty soon. Was it 12-1? Well, things turned around over in that game as well. There was always a way back in. So far for EDG, the problem, they're fighting shadows in the mist in the form of this utility. We saw 2 rounds ago, they throw the nade in towards C main to remove the trip. Kreven repositions it. Yeah. They updraft and dash backwards and attempt to bait out that first trip. It's not there. Already so much utility committed, and all the while, BBL are rotating in because it's becoming pretty clear that they want to take space there, or at least remove the util. Now that pause, I'm hopeful will change things. They've had trouble dealing with this setup so far, but now they've had time to think. And that's where EDG can be most dangerous. An op, though, in the hands of Lover's Rock, could unravel even the most well-laid plans, and it's not just him. BBL are looking to crunch towards A main. It seems like, again, the defense has the read, and the Cypher cam on C main, along with Kreven covering off B, is exactly why the Cypher is giving them all that intel that they wanted.
Ooh, they're putting the pressure on, though. Oh, Larocque! He was stuck in a corner. They knew he was there, but even still, no shot. He's TP'd up there. Okay, that's mental. Rose will immediately trade, however, and in fact, he'll get both. I guess it doesn't matter. And this is the scariest thing when you're up against BBL. Sometimes, when they're confident, they do ridiculous, overzealous things. And other times they do that and it works. That one didn't.
That was stupid. That's crazy to TP in there. What did he think? Okay, maybe I'm missing some piece of utility that was thrown in. No, there's a Prowler Saw guy there. What are we doing? He's a madman.
Maybe he thought Rose was a little bit further forward and that he could then immediately be traded. He wasn't, but...
Yeah, maybe he can't read the minimap. That's a good excuse. Lost in the moment.
Or maybe he was 2 and 3 and just went, I need to even up.
I need a kill, mate.
I need a kill.
LaRock's taking them all again. I got to get in there. Well, 7-0 start for EDG. Again, that read from BBL, the camera in C main, the player covering off B, and the slow approach of EDG, it dug their own grave. Now they're left on to pistols. And a 7-0 start, likely to turn into 8, but they've got a lot of pistols. They've got some ultimates to play with. In particular, if Sign can get into a good position, remove weapons on a retake, that could be huge. And they are moving towards the place where there's only one man holding. The problem is that one man is Lover's Rock. He'll get out quickly, and he's going back in for another. There goes that big
Oh भाई, इसकी ऑफ गिराओगे, इसकी ऑफ गिर गई.
Nice blast packs from Gianni. A decent position.
अरे
from
नहीं,
Chichu,
ये
but he's been
निकालना
shut
था
down.
ये.
Last time they played this map, he was an unstoppable force that they had to deal with, and as of right now, yet to really show up to the party. And
देख लिया उसने, देखा.
has been given an operator. The one glimmer of hope in this map so far was him in that 1v5, which almost got them their first round. This he's going to hope will be the case. A nice flash to set him up. They are putting all their eggs in one basket. Can win them the round? Well, his teammate and Nobody's already gone, but he still stands with the operator. And this shot lets them get a little bit closer, and in fact, with one bullet left, there is no chance he's able to correct. Kreven is 14-1. Still going, still only a singular death. And well, that is a reason why there is not a round on the board yet for EDG.
Yeah, Kreven is the star of the show right now. I thought the second they put an operator into the hands of Con, well, we have made a big mistake here. But they managed to recover. Kreven even manages to stare Medusa in the eyes and walk away unscathed. An unbelievable performance for him. One simple agent switch, and he is looking so bloody comfortable instead of having to watch it all be destroyed and dissipated. 8-0 as EDG come back in with another buy. Rifles there, the ult from Signed, and a much more direct approach. The slow play has left BBL with all the info to work with. And so instead, they're going to pick up the pace.
Yeah, the problem is this C site thus far has been a nightmare. The Rock actually taking a little bit of damage through the box. Instead, though, he peeks back and gets rid of Nobody. Cage is up. And this time, the weaponry is going to be removed. A faster pace take. Loiter was trying to escape with his ultimate. The showstopper on the other side as a transfer double, but it's only one. An advantage for the first time in a while. Kreven also down, but Rose already brings things back to even. Ults being popped on either side. Rose will deal with Karn, and Gianni now has to try and find one of them with the ult, and he won't manage to do so. Lover's Rock was already past it. The youngster needing a clutch operator shot, missed, but he will deal with Rose. And then around the corner comes Lover's Rock. It's a nice try from Gianni, but still, they can't find a round.
Excellent C's coming out of Rose. This looked like the round EDG would finally put on the board.
अरे भाई 3v2 था, उसमें भी निकाल गए वो.
Everything has worked for BBL. They've had the info. They've had the right people in the right place in almost every single round. This time it was different. EDG had the upper hand. They had the sight. Time ticking in their favor. But a few shots from BBL, and as I said, a very well-placed C's coming out of Rose as Con looked to take him down, to pressure that IGL. He ended up in an uncomfortable position and couldn't quite get back out.
करना पड़ेगा भाई.
Rose putting 9 on the board. BBL, this map we would have questioned why they chose it, considering what we saw last time. An incredibly long and labored series, or map rather.
Lost 2 times.
Indeed. They're up against EDG in this exact moment. And then since then, it didn't look like things had changed. We questioned why they choose it. And they've come in today with answers.
But EDG now running out of runway. Of course, they came into this tournament with one of their star players missing. It's no doubt that it was going to be difficult, but last time out, they showed that they could compete even with that stand-in. Today has looked different, though. Into the C site they go again, and into the hands of Krev and Rose. In fact, Rose is running forward. This is a slaughter. The last man standing will be signed. Another attempt at a 1v5. It's the closest rounds they've had so far. But with 5 HP behind, it is a few consolation frags and double digits hit before a singular round goes the other way.
You got to take your hat off the side there. What an attempt that was in the 3K.
Nice shots.
Again, it's the plan from BBL. We're back to the same old thing. The Cypher setup on site works. Cage up, leaves Jenny in a 1v1 while he's midair. Kreven takes that kill every day of the week. But more importantly, 3 players on site, 1 sitting outside B and 1 fully pushed up on A. Those were the positions when EDG pushed. They're being read. This attack side is predictable for BBL, or has been so far. And we've almost already ran out of time. 2 rounds left to play for. And Chichu gonna try to find the seam here and pull on the thread. He's gone for the TP towards the stairs. But nobody's home. BBL playing a bit more passive, falling back. Lloyd is going to be on that backside with plenty of support. And again, boots on the ground, but 4 players here for BBL. They are ready every single time, and this one will be no different. Chichu, though, a lifeline with that pick. They might even get the plant out of this.
He's tagged up low. Sign trying to bait them into a fight, and he's done so, but Kreven just isn't losing any fights today. He is the unkillable final boss of BBL. I think he's only had 2 deaths in the entirety of this map, and it's not like he's just been AFK hiding in a corner. I think that might have been his 16th kill of the game, maybe even more. I genuinely have lost count.
You know, sometimes we see Kreven have those slower starts, those shakier games, and then sometimes I'm reminded of the man I came up against in a DM and was certain was cheating. This makes complete sense. 17 and 3. Up against EDG as well. Considering how it went last time around for BBL, well, those OTs are looking very unlikely at this stage. It has been a dominant showing. Concon stepping up to the plate for 1, but only 1 as Loida shuts him down, and it's left assigned 1 against 3. Last time he was in a clutch, he got 3 before going down.
Doesn't have the spike.
That's a big problem.
All he can do is try and completely play with their heads. But just look at the position that Lovers Rock is locked into already. It's not like this is a ruse or something that can catch them off guard. It's such a locked-in angle for the spike to be that there's always going to be someone. The good thing is he's got an opportunity, but he'd have to be lightning fast to get anywhere near, and it is not to be the case. A 12-0 half for BBL. Whether you had questions about the stand-in or whether you question whether or not BBL could just come in and completely change how this map went last time around, I don't think there's anybody on Earth who thought this would be a 12-0 half.
No. You know, even with changes, with BBL picking it again, you want to think that they've got some solutions, but not that they've completely cracked the code. The most impressive part about this is even in the moments where EDG played fast, it felt like BBL were rotating ahead of them. I genuinely
13-0 हो जाएगा.
Off the top of my head,
लग तो रहा है 13-0 के लिए.
BBL didn't have at least 3 players
क्या
on the
चल
site
रहा
that was
है
being hit.
क्या चल रहा
If
है?
it's a cent, that's impressive. This map has 3 sites.
Yeah.
That's even more impressive.
I also
and usually there was one ready to crunch through on the other side as well.
I can't think of a moment where EDG stepped on the B side other than the 1 kill or 1 attempted kill from Chichu in an eco round.
There was a B side. Remember they used the nade last second from
भाई मुझे लग रहा है डिफरेंस उसी से बन रहा है. EDG का आज एक मेन प्लेयर नहीं है.
Single one, but I think that was also a fallback.
वो एक न्यू
for the
प्लेयर
A
के साथ
main,
खेल
if
रहे
I'm
हैं.
not mistaken. But it definitely did feel like for EDG, perhaps playing the default, perhaps exploring the map and removing some of that information was the way to go. They decided to play more direct, which also makes sense. They've got information, they're rotating ahead of us. Let's go more direct. Let's get ahead of those rotations.
क्या हो रहा है नेट को?
And yet they couldn't. And that's so impressive, but it also speaks to how BBL play this defensive side. Aggression right off the bat.
Oh,
players on the A side. This has been a tough play for EDG.
Well, and it's safe to say this tournament is starting to feel a little bit cursed for them in general. Last year in the group of death, only taking 2 defeats to Gen G, who went all the way to a top 4 finish. And then this year, coming in with a stand-in and facing off against a BBL that looked to be back in form, at least on an individual level. We saw them go missing in stage 1. A team with high expectations after a flawless run, kickoff regionally. And then EDG off the back of a very good finish at Masters London, unfortunately, are not able to show what we've come to expect of them. Sure, the excuses are there, but this is a completely different look for a team that has some incredibly good players.
Oh, EDG come in here, 4 pistols. It's a confident buy, and well, listen, if they're going to make 12 rounds in a row, they got to start it that way. For individuals to show up, that's all I want to see, because the comeback, although Gentlemates might let this one slip, I'm not sure about BBL, and they don't have that kind of history. It's a swing out on the back from Con. He's being spotted, he's being blinded, he's being naded, he's being shot, he is dead. And EDG end up in a 4 versus 4 with the plant coming through from BBL, and they're looking to fight. Of course they are. Most teams would sit back, but that is not BBL style. Trading blows, though. Sends BBL flee.
Swarm with Spike.
Yeah, they're going to take this to the C site, but that's if they can get past Jenny.
It seems like they know they've been boxed in. But Jenny definitely has a good idea, but they're not even going B. He's gone all the way around the other side of the map to the C site, but the defenders have also gone, well, okay, it's a little bit too quiet on this side. And because of that, the plant position is actually a bit of a problem. Back to the spawn, Rose needs to go. The flank is now being watched.
Didn't hear each other
they're ready for the move.
Oh, nice.
To be the shot coming out on the other side. A chance to stop the 13-0. And Loiter, who hasn't had to do a whole lot this game, with a chance to clutch.
Oh, surely not. You think the pistol round could at least be the safe haven, the safe protocol for this squad, but Loida, he's brought it to a 1v1, a single point of health for EDG to avoid the 13-0.
Oh, bhai, bacha liya.
They will do it. Chichu
He's laughing.
saves the round and
Bhai.
saves some face for EDG at least.
भाई 13-0 से हार जाते बच गए.
Lloyd to have a quiet game, but the fact he almost 1v3s to 13-0 is a crazy way that this game could have ended. Instead, they're not going to be joining the club. Sorry, Mixwell. I know you had that tweet locked and loaded and ready to go. Instead, we'll see them now. Come in with investment. Of course, it's going to be everything. They're not going to go for any pistols or anything at this point. They're looking to try and mirror the scoreboard of the last with 12 rounds in a row. And hey, it starts with 1.
That it does, and it usually ends with a much lower number than 14. They'll need to go there to OT. Con. It's a little bit shaky to start, but he's got him boxed in the corner. Okay, he'll deal. He'll deal with him eventually. Not before Lover's Rock is able to trade out. Now LaRock finds one on a Jenny, and now I start to get a little bit nervous about this. There's another weapon to be recovered. There's still a Marshall. Up close is nobody. It has been a tough game for nobody so far. And a flash through. Doesn't follow up on it. It's the players pushing B instead as he draws their eye. But now he's a little surrounded. I almost want to see him fall back with that paranoia. He has to. He ran forward. They paranoid now themselves. Chichu gets one. Many players close. But is he happy with that? Has he done enough? It's a 2v2.
His teammate's coming.
The wraparound is on the way. Nice work by Signed, and they will clean it up in the end. But danger averted, but only barely.
I'll be honest with you, like, at least some of the plays that Karm's making, I think he's just having fun with this. Yeah. I think they've looked at this and gone, yeah, 12 rounds in a row, probably not going to happen. I'm just going to go fight them in their spawn and see what will go through. I don't think that they were even considering the possibility of a 12-0 return on the other side. You can see it in their
Let's
faces.
go. Comeback हो
They're
सकता है,
having
हो
a good
सकता है, हो
time.
सकता है.
They know their map
Best
choices up
comeback of
next.
EWC 2026 देखने को मिल
The
सकता है.
BBL, they've just got to make sure they don't get too far ahead of themselves. Of course, EDG investing everything back into this round does mean that as quote-unquote bonuses go, this is a relatively strong one. A couple of rifles, a judge, and an SMG. But realistically, all BBL need is one.
Well, EDG this time, the ones with the read, you might think. It seems a lot of players outside the C site. The spike was here moments ago, but now it's shifting back in the other direction. As EDG stand with 3 players on the C site, 1 sitting outside B, and that will be the one to be challenged. You know, perhaps not. No, they're going all the way around. It's a very slow early round. It's very uncharacteristic for BBL to not even look for a scrap at this point of the game, but I think they want to close this out while it's still in dominant fashion and stop EDG from building up that little bit of momentum towards the end of the game. It will be nobody that's challenged. I said it had been a tough game for him, but that's a bloody nice shot.
Hey, still got it.
जल्दी आ जाओ उसके पास. अरे मार दिया उसे.
Loves Rock, quickly able to trade, and the rotation just isn't there. The position though of Gianni, he's got to get his gun out.
It's the worst gun for it.
The trip's offline, so he can actually catch them on the cross, but unlucky to not get Rose. 8 HP. TP past the wall. Sign left blinded. He's trying to deny them, but instead he ends up being caught. Him staying alive with the wall might have even been enough to potentially change the round. Instead, Chichu's going to try and maybe even run in and deny the plant, but he's too late. And LaRock's now caught him through the smoke. It's down to Khan again to keep them alive. And he's got rid of a showstopper at least. Rose is pretty low. He almost pulled off a 1v5 earlier in the day. This one doesn't seem so difficult, especially with Rose so desperately low. A chance to catch him through the wall. Just needs a singular bullet to connect, but Rose is now hiding behind the pillar, not wanting to give his opponent anything, just trying to work off the time. Doesn't even care about anything else. It's ring around to Rose. He's got all the way around behind him. He's just trying to wrap back around. Well,
nice.
It might be a little bit closer, but I think Khan
has got this one at least. अच्छा निकाला.
Yeah, BBL though, giving them a lot of respect. This isn't just a round gifted to EDG. For BBL, they played this incredibly slow. They tried to push and pull the map. That rotation, again, great work from Jenny. Considering he had the judge, I almost expected him to just stay tucked, but he almost gets away with a kill, and that HP definitely made a difference in that 1v1 in the end. So it was good work to at least get that damage, most importantly to get the information for those early rotates back. And yes, Sign might not have won the fight, but he kept him in position long enough Chichu could follow up.
Sometimes all you have to do is give Khan a chance. That's all you have to do.
Like, if he's on your team.
You give him a... Yeah. On the other team, do your best not to give him a chance, but that doesn't always work.
उसने बहुत अच्छा किया वो भाई, बहुत अच्छा किया उसने.
You know,
वो लो कर दिया था उसने जब से उसको.
Doesn't sound so bad.
मुझे लगा आगे सामने.
EDG finding the seam. They pull on the right thread. Maybe it all unravels for BBL, but seems like a tall tale for the time being. 9 in a row needed. Chichu down in a trade to start this.
Oh, nice.
Very
nice.
And Jenny as well. A 2
nice EDG, nice.
And 4 for EDG now, relatively clean as well. Only 1 player lost. As I said, for me, like 8 more rounds in a row. Too big of a task. It's possible, but unfeasible. But all we need to see is them pick up that momentum to start to feel like they're not just leagues below this squad.
I think like warming up into their own map choice is going to be very important. I think we've already seen that throughout this tournament so far with some pretty devastating defeats and then managing to turn it around. I think even look at
BBL ने ले लिया time out.
100 Thieves dominated map 2 still.
अब ये बहुत risky होने वाला है ये वाला round. बहुत risky होने वाला है.
But it does seem like the beasts from the east are now awake. And they're enjoying themselves while
बहुत
they do it.
risky हो जाएगा ये वाला तो अब उन्होंने वो ले लिया time out.
Nobody as well. Gianni waking up, and you could see from the BBL side that this is now not haha hee funny. They need to take a attack pause to make sure that this one doesn't get out of control. Maybe even learning from the mates yesterday that okay, we want to get ahead of this because the more EDG warm
अगर वो 12-0 कर सकते हैं ये भी तो कर सकते हैं ना भाई.
12 rounds in a row. Difficult to do, even just considering ult cycles. But if there was a team with the caliber of player that could do it, it is EDG.
And plenty more teams I'd put below that caliber have done it here at this event. So for EDG, give them a chance. They will, well, they'll do their best to claim it. BBL, though, I think from the point of 12-2, you've seen that they're playing a tight game. They don't want EDG to get back into this. They believe it's possible, as they should. Kreven with the work has caught nobody. That's a big gap. Showstopper put through. Jenny's caught his head on the door, and he's a little slow, and the follow-up Paranoia lands, but it's Concon. It's not just one man pushing. No, this is a strategy from EDG. They're putting the pressure on from both sides.
ना अबे क्यों इतना खुला जा रहे हो?
Concon falls.
3v2.
It's a 3 versus 2. Spike on its way to C, and well,
hello.
Yeah, well, you get the info at least.
But this
no
is the
early
thing.
flank.
Because Signed was spotted on the other side of the map, that was the immediate call from Loiter that, okay, I can now TP into the back of that site, past all of his utility. It's a gap that was exploited. And now the remaining 2 players of EDG look to fight for survival once again in map number 1. In the decider matchup, one team goes through to the playoffs, the other team will be eliminated. Signed maybe a little bit ahead of where BBL expected them to be. Good Paranoia, but the trade immediately.
नहीं गया round गया.
Media onto it, and a lot of damage being done, but it will not be enough. A stellar first half out of BBL, and an incredible turnaround after playing this map twice in the last few days, losing in overtime.
बहुत जल्दी खत्म कर दिया ये तो round इन्होंने.
They have come back versus one of those teams and had a 12-0 defensive half, and they managed to get the job done on attack. The man on your screen, Kreven, was one of the big parts of that. An incredible C-site hold with the swap to the Cypher. Of course, with EDG, it will be their map choice coming up next, and they need to bounce back.
I mean, Kreven was holding C and B practically every round. They came direct.
Oh my goodness.
Slow. They tried to push and pull, but nothing worked against BBL. The info game here on Lotus looking leagues better than before, and any past problems will be left there. Now, it's time to see if they can close the series or if EDG can dig deep and bounce back in the reverse sweep. Before that, though, back to the desk with Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch. And yes, EDG staving off being on the wrong side of history, but it's just a consolation prize to get those 4 rounds on attack or on defense to try and make the scoreline look competitive, because it was 12-0 and we were frantically looking up different stats, history, through lines to 13-0s in a competitive match, especially of one of this caliber. And it was tough to find any.
I didn't have my laptop, so I literally had to go on my phone being like, yeah, I'm going to scroll through every single result that EDG has ever had in history, and I could not find a single 13-0 that was not going their way. So yeah, 1 pistol away, and do not forget, Loita almost closes that out in their favor. Do you remember at the beginning of the map when I was like, oh, they play such simple compositions at the beginning of the year. They were so good at it with the Cypher, the Sova, whatnot. Kreven moves from the Viper to the Cypher. The trips that he had on C to control that Kankan and Jenny could not do whatever they wanted to. The impact in I mean, it was, let's be honest, I think we should treat this as a 13-0. It would be in my heart.
I mean, realistically, they were 1 left click away from him. It doesn't get any closer than that.
He's EMEA now. He's so EMEA now.
I might be after that game. They convinced me. They absolutely just destroyed them in that first half there. I feel like EDG, very grouped, mostly quite direct, which plays in so well into what BBL like to do. They restrict the map. They fast rotate across. And every time it felt like EDG are attacking into sides with 3 or even more people on them, and they just couldn't win out those duels.
It was a situation of pick your poison. You go C, there's Lover's Rock with an operator. You go B, there's Kreven, who is, I don't know, 15-1. Good luck going there. And and on A, you have the older Trident ready to take on the fight and already put in pressure. Incredibly quick in their reactions and their adaptations throughout the defense. In fact, the challenge for this entire map was to get an attacking round for any of the teams.
Yeah, LaRock yet again continuing his run of having plus 300 ACS. 349, the highest out of any map on the tournament so far. He has been the best player.
And you can say that all of the players from BBL stepped up to the challenge. There was a moment where they were 5-0 where we showed the player cams and I saw Rose screaming and like saying this. I'm like, there's no way you're mad at him. There is no way, like something, even on the smallest mistakes that they were making, the corrections were instant. Hey guys, there's a gap here. We cannot let this player do this. And time again, with that aggression, all of them, sometimes playing these rounds where they're just, in Spain, we used to call them hooligan rounds because they go all together and it's impossible because in every situation, they're going to have +1 player almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me is I'm so impressed by how they've managed to assess what happened against EDG last time. You know, that big overtime that they don't manage to close. They watch that game back and they figure out what EDG are doing to a T. They have literally every single answer here. So full credit to BBL and the staff behind them.
I think it goes back to what you guys said earlier on the C site, given the fact that we've seen throughout the tournament, that has just been the site to go to just to fight, to pick the Cypher, to shut that down, knowing you play on defense first. I think it was fascinating adaptation here, and it worked to the point where EDG's fast plays were not finding anything there.
It's also the fact that, you know, if you're going C and Loverstock is playing there with the operator, we were watching and we were seeing, it's like, oh, he gets one, he will repick. At some point, EDG was like, oh yeah, we can go with the Stinger and get the kill here. And it's like, it's BBL. Sometimes their biggest mistake is getting extra aggressive and just overheating during the rounds. This map, I think that it only happened a couple of times, and it never meant them losing the round. You remember we were seeing at the beginning of this replay, the Kankan almost 1v5. We would have had a very different map, I feel like, if that would have gone his way.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't help but feel for EDG. Like, the highlights of them are Kankang almost doing something cool, and then signed with the 3K, almost doing something cool. It's just not quite enough yet.
I think the additional one is Chichu stopping the 13-0 with just that pistol there in the pistol round, getting the big smile. They were able to put something together, but not quite enough given the deficit they were put in early on. And we're going to see what they have cooking up here for map number 2, because it's going to be whatever they came with map number 1. You don't want to miss it. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
जिनजियान का गाना नहीं है वो.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant, as we had one of the fastest map number ones here in the tournament in our decider match. It was BBL taking down EDG on the Lotus. 12-0 first half. Couple rounds back to make the scoreline look competitive by EDG, and we finished 13-4, and we turn our focus now to our second map. Kakuka here alongside Big Time, and y'all, how do you recover from something like that if you're EDG?
I think, yeah.
How do I recover? Please.
The good
it was
news
so difficult.
is I think this always looks like it's going to be harder to recover from than it is. I think it's harder to recover from close OTs where you feel like, oh, we should have won. If only I'd done this. Those kind of things can get in your head a bit more. I think a 13-0 is definitely a little bit more like, oh, like, there's kind of nothing we could do there. They were firing, our game plan was wrong, whatever it is. It's sort of one big mistake instead of 1,000 tiny mistakes. So I think in theory, it's not super hard for them to just slide this one to one side and go, okay, we had the wrong idea here. But now we're moving to our map pick. Now we're moving to Breeze where we've looked good. So I think they'll be okay. I just think it's all about that short-term memory. Ultimately, you have to just put that out of your minds, not care what happened. And, you know, it wasn't quite the 13-0. So I do think that helps a little bit. There isn't the shame of a Mixwell tweet being fired your way and knowing that it was ultimately as bad as it can get. But I think they'll be fine. EDG are a composed enough team also. We know that they've been to big stages. We know that they've lost map ones before. So I have full faith that they will be okay heading into this map too.
We've had already some very devastating results here in EWC. Sometimes it means that the second map is only going to be a repetition. But in most of the occasions, I say that teams are able, as you're saying, to bounce back mentally from that. Sometimes players go on the map and they're just literally unstoppable. The question is now, is BBL able to replicate that on Breeze? As I was saying at the beginning of the year, to me, it was all about their Breeze. It's very similar to what we just saw here on Lotus. Of course, it doesn't have 3 sides, but the feeling is the same. It's incredibly abrasive. And if I am then, I would be playing literally what they were playing at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I want to find where the star power is going to come from, not in terms of name, but in terms of performance to match Larock, who has been an MVP candidate despite not even making it to, we're not in playoffs yet, but the types of performances that he's been putting up have been insane.
Yeah, we have to have that conversation, especially when we, after these 2 days and after the daybreak that we have when we jump into playoffs, we need to start speaking about these real serious candidates. But Larock was amazing. And even though on that Lotus where, you know, some of these clutchy rounds that we were speaking, like the Kreven, the Loita, even if his name wasn't there, when you look at the scoreboard and you're like, overall on the impact that he had throughout the game, yes, it was still there. It was still leading the charts. For sure. And it's just incredibly reliable that I don't think that this happens. Like, yes, you can have a good tournament and it will be like, you know, in most of the matches you will have a good performance, but in all of them?
Yeah.
In all of them? Seriously?
It does start to get a little bit crazy for Larock with the numbers that he is putting up. I mean, it's hard for me to bet against them after map 1 like that, but I will say, cast your mind back to that split that they played in their previous series. It was a 13-3, even more dominant than this first map was on paper, and they still lost out that series. So want to see them have that composure, want to see them carry that momentum from map to map, because if they're able to heat up like they did there on Lotus, this Breeze will become enormously tricky for EDG.
Yeah, let's dive into Agent Select, as Breeze is EDG's map pick, and they're hoping it goes the same way that it did for BBL's own map pick, but they can get something going here.
Yeah, okay, so for EDG, this is more or less the same comp, but there is a little change here. When we saw EDG play against RRQ, Kang was on the Jet,
first map
now
pick
across onto the Neon. So I wonder, how do they feel like this is going to be able to stop BBL? Because I think Kang's Jet is fantastic.
I think it's more about creating the situations. We saw it from T2, we've seen it from other teams.
Changes देखने को तो मिलेंगे इस बार
Neon. You already have the
ये
Viper
EDG को निकालना पड़ेगा कैसे?
So you have so many walls to put up on your opponent's face, and of course the flashes to be comboing with that, and you have nobody on the Soba that also combos this perfectly. This is a perfect harmony of agents to be playing here on Breeze.
Yeah, no flashes on the side of BBL. We see this quite a bit on this map. from time to time, but it's going to be hard to break through all those walls that you're talking about.
Yes.
That, you know, it does feel like a very targeted change to put BBL on the back foot, especially when the EDG are coming in for the retakes with that harbor. That's what I want to see. No fighting on the side. Have some discipline and take it to BBL at the right time.
Will BBL qualify yet another EMEA squad into the playoffs, or can EDG force that final map number 3? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, my darling Degon.
EDG है defending पे और BBL है attacking पे.
I don't know what to expect. BBL came in on a belter. I haven't seen Krevin with that strong of a start, and he continued it in quite a while. And for EDG, the bounce back is what they're looking for here. That last map was tough, but the second half, they were competing in. They woke back up, and I think BBL's setup was really the crux of it. This wasn't the BBL or a better team, but they had the better approach. Now it's on to EDG's map pick, and it started out with Jenny's instant death.
Yeah, he was trying to walk up outside of B, and they were just ready and watching for it. It seems like the defenders had a goal to get aggressive, and their goal is currently, well, it's looking like an own goal at this stage. They have already been shut down early, the remaining 2 players having to just try and piece the puzzle back together, but well, it's looking like there's a big hole in the middle at this point.
Tom, when was the last time you saw BBL in absolutely any round with 5 players alive, sitting in their spawn with a minute left on the clock? I can't think of when that was. I'm not sure it's ever happened before.
यार ये तो निकाल सकता था.
On a level of locked in that you don't usually get to see. Because normally
निकाल
they want to
सकता
come
था वो
out and
तो.
disrespect at least to start. But we saw it at the end of Lotus. As I said, at 12-2, there's an immediate sign that these guys, they're playing like they can still lose this game.
Well, Chichu's having a good time. He's got his little gloves on, and he's punching the body of Rose, so still giving it, that's for sure. But LaRock has shut him down immediately. Another pistol round under the belts of BBL to start off this first half. And I kind of want to talk about these 2 teams on this map in general. Of course, I liked this map last time out versus RRQ for the side of EDG, because I feel like the roles made a little bit more sense. You had that sort of more passive harbor for Signed. They gave the KO to Gianni, moving him off of smokes and allowing him to be a little bit more proactive, more aggressive. And then on the other side of things, it does feel like this map is very hit and miss for BBL. Sometimes they look like they can utterly dominate a half, like versus Eternal Fire, where they just go 9-3 on the attack. And then the next time, sometimes players go missing and they can get bodied. So it is difficult to tell if this is going to end up being a good choice for them. Of course, right now, I feel like a lot of what they ended up doing in the last map was kind of back to basics, go to more of what was comfortable for them. And on this attack, almost moving as a bit of a death ball, even in just the first couple of rounds, that could be a pretty terrifying thing for EDG to have to react to.
We didn't know about the future of BBL after that first run. Their strengths were taken out of the game, were weakened at least a little bit, and we questioned, will we even see them at an international again? Certainly people out there did. BBL were aware of it.
Well, there were lots of rumors of even player changes, because it was like, okay, can Lovers Rock recover to the point where if he's not playing Yoru, he can actually play to a decent level? And I'll be honest, I think a lot of those were very, very harsh to saying that, oh, we're not going to give him any time to overcorrect. Oh, there you go.
अरे भाई.
No damage done. That is a strong round for BBL. And again, what has alarm bells ringing in my head? Look how slow they were on that take. They waited for the drone to go out. They pushed together. They were spamming the angles they hadn't cleared. They waited for the reveal deeper, even with the advantages. And BBL are normally a team. We've seen it many times, especially off the back of a dominant win, that will come in and make mistakes because they usually don't get punished. And they give you a chance to fight back. Right here, BBL are playing tight in the first 2, but that was just pistols for EDG.
Also,
this is the real round.
Look at the bonus.
Rifles are out, and hopefully more than 1 kill will be on the board by the end of it.
Yeah, but this bonus round is incredibly strong for BBL. They have come in with rifles on every single player. The weakest weapon, well, it's arguable, is either the Outlaw, which, okay, will only be 1 shot to 1 player, but normally you might see an SMG or 2. So they have got their credits in a very good spot. And for EDG, if the last map is anything to go by, it does feel imperative that they get on this board early. Start to put the pressure on to the Turkish Titans. Well, already, nobody is going to spot things out. Doesn't have a lot of immediate support, so he's going to have to do a lot of this on his own, but he has already picking off Larocque, but the trade is immediate onto his teammate. Still, he holds the backline, but only for a second.
Fishing for those kills has worked out so far, and now it looks to double down on the advantages. Weapons recovered, and from a strong bonus round to an unbreakable one with Jenny. Your last man standing, one under his belt, a solid start. Good flash out of the smoke. Spams might have gotten him, but Loida was there first, playing anti-flash behind the wall and finding 3-0. That round now gets me even more worried. BBL looked like they're having a lot of fun.
He wasn't happy with the quality of that fist bump. That's the biggest problem that BBL is having right now. Like, sorry, bro, you didn't fist bump me well enough at the end of the round. That was a bonus round. And again, definitely not a good sign. They seem like they are going back to, as said, a lot more basics. You're always going to have problems, I think, especially on the defensive side when you're a team in the standing, because you have to try and make sure you have that same sort of synergy you normally have while not having the same sort of synergy that you normally have. So if an opponent could just fast-paced take into sites, which BBL are excellent at, it becomes incredibly difficult for EDG to react in the same sort of way. 3-0. Similar start to what we saw in the previous map. Of course, it was a 12-0 defensive side half for BBL, which they eventually closed out 13-4. This round, not a whole lot invested. A Bucky, SMG, a few pistols, but expectations low.
Decent cove, but Lover's Rock was already ahead of it. The chance for the pistols to thrive normally in those choke points. Now it will have to be towards the site. The wall at least allows them close with a flash through, and that's a good pickup for Jenny. Concon's there as well, but the push is coming in on the other side of the map, and nobody's fallen without anything to say for it, anything to show for it.
3v3.
And a plant now for BBL puts them back into this 3v3. They're not happy though. No, this isn't the passive team that we've seen in those first three. It's aggression now out of Larocque. I think he's 5-0 at the moment, possibly even more.
They check.
And it was Loida, sorry. Rock's
check.
been slower, but of course he's delivering again in the corner. And perhaps we're seeing into the future, a fourth for him and a fifth on offer. He will find it clean as can be for Larocque. And BBL continue to streak rounds together in the early stages of this map.
Yeah, I will say, normally when they have a worse map of Breeze, it's because Larocque's not hitting. Like, him on the Jet has been the sort of, like, win factor. It's like, is he going to be the best player in the server, or are we going to lose? Like, that's kind of how this map has gone. There was once, I think, where Rose, like, clutched every round for, like, an entire map, but that... I'm not expecting that to happen again. And the fact that we currently have Loiter, Lover's Rock, and Larocque all on 5 kills, 2 deaths between the 3 of them. Now I want to see a response. Now I want to see something from EDG to make me believe this is going to be a close series in the early fight. It's shaky, and they're already gone. They're already dead and buried. Both Signed and Jenny gone. The lurk from Kreven almost feels like an afterthought because there's going to be nobody left to lurk on.
2v5. A Hunter's Fury available for the post plant for Rose, and he is back in main, holding the flank. Speaking of which, look where Kreven is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He is a defender and slowly boxing them in. There is nothing for EDG to do to win this round, short of spin botting, I think. And with Chichu left alone, the save has to be the call, even then. Look how quickly Rose moves. Back towards the spawn, players on doors. Chichu's going to have to fight to keep this rifle. And he's got a battle brewing on absolutely every side. Good work to find, too. Every kill here is an orb towards a Viper's Pit, and that will help massively in locking down these choke points. So even if he does go down here, considering they're not going to be in the best spot financially next round anyways, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But what may be is BBL show no signs of stopping.
No.
This is... the other concerning thing is on the way into those sites now, that's a number of times Signed has been completely caught off guard, and I expect a pause out of EDG now. They need to restructure this because the pace, and it's not even that strange of a pace. Look, a crossfire where one player has his wall out.
The problem, though, is that
disaster.
You say that, but they've done the same thing on both sides of the map, and it doesn't matter who's been there. They've done the same thing.
There was nobody getting caught by
the
EDG as well. Yeah.
This is what I mean. I think BBL have figured out the code of how to beat a team in the stand-in, which is just group up as 5 or 4 in this case, and just hit them. Just hit them at pace, because you can't react. Like, you basically have to be trading evenly with the stand-in. And if not, like you saw with nobody on the other side, he's gambling and they're putting players elsewhere to try and figure out a fix. And then if he dies, you've lost the site. That's the problem. It's very, very difficult to have, especially on the defense, that same synergy you normally would, the same reactions you normally would. And as of right now, BBL are just going 4-1 or 5-0. Let's just go into one site, hit it as hard as we can, and until they stop us doing this, let's just keep doing it. And wow, look at the current scoreline. They haven't been able to stop them doing it. So that's why the pause has been called. That's why a timeout has been taken, because this is now panic stations for EDG. If it keeps going in this form for BBL, they'll be the 4th EMEA team out of 5 to make it to playoffs. And EDG will be out.
Beating a team a second time, often the hardest, but for BBL, it seems
ये
like
तो
they've
EDG
stepped up
निकाल
in
लेगी
every
यार.
facet.
मुझे लगता है EDG निकाल लेगी.
As you said, call that timeout. 5-0 down, and they've been put under so much pressure early on in this defense. But BBL also changed their approach. This isn't going to be the push and pull. This isn't going to be the more direct plays. Instead, they're now going for a split. Mid is the space that's been left vastly open, looking to punish our EDG. When BBL fight early for bottom mid, instead they bypass it, go tunnel, and now put the pressure on both sides. Chichu going to be caught with his back turn.
Whoa.
He was worried about main, but not aware of the flank possibility. At least they know there's a kill on Opera up close, but Concon's punished immediately, and it's a bit shaky for Larocque. 10-1 though, as he finds that extra kill. I don't think Jenny's going to be pulled back into this round. No chance to res him on backside. Nobody's all alone. As if it's not bad enough to face against 4. Larocque with a Blade Storm should make that even more terrifying.
He popped the blades in a 4v1.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
I guess at this point, kind of do
भाई
it.
timeout के बाद भी नहीं निकल रहा हूँ.
Go for the style points.
It's not like credits are going to be a problem anytime soon.
No, they're getting very close to max on almost every single player. And well, there you go. The additional kill will go his way. That's 6-0. Another flying start for BBL. Of course, we've seen the pause a tiny bit earlier this time around, but looking very comfortable, controlled, and we should be seeing a heavier investment into this one. I'm hoping we maybe get to see the operator out from Karmine.
They definitely need something to be the difference maker. It doesn't look like that's going to be.
He doesn't play for their team.
Okay. EDG. Karmine himself under pressure. Good job he doesn't have the opposite. There's a lot of targets coming his way. Dodges the paranoia. Dodges the Hunter's Fury. But can't dodge the shots from Lover's Rock. And now it's Signed, who's been put under pressure every time. He's been caught off guard. He's been on the back foot. And indeed, he will backpedal to meet the rest of his team.
Mike isn't
Look
going this
at the
way.
position of Kreven. He has taken all of the B site. EDG massively rotating, and they're still caught off guard! Larocque walked up on nobody in his drone, and nobody was covering him! Larocque in for more! He'll finally be put to bed a second time. 13-2, and the reward you get is a 3v2 retake on the other side of the map.
Yeah, this is a save. That's what it feels like. You'd have to clear everything, with the time that's already gone. The opportunity for it is basically null and void. I love this from BBL. You have been doing the same thing again and again from 6 rounds. The 4-1, like just send everybody one way, send Kreven the other way, and after they get the opening pick, Kreven just goes, guys, there's nobody here, and I don't mean the player. It made it so easy to rotate back the other way, even having the TP out from Loiter, so you can just take the spike directly to the site, and then they leave another lurk in the form of your most aggressive player. Well, actually, him and Lover's Rock is kind of close, but one of your most aggressive players, and he just sits there and waits.
Him and Lover's Rock. You saw that Loiter TP earlier onto Rubble. I think we can put a few more names in the hat. That's insane. The fact that he's able to walk through like that. Keep in mind, he's not even on his own. Lover's Rock was there with him to give him that extra layer. It's why he can push site, not worry about that wraparound. But that's got to be a good blow for EDG. Nobody caught with 3 teammates around him in his drone. And still they're sold to fake all the while. Lover's Rock down to 30, down to 0, right off rip. Good damage from Karmine. The dash back, though, might make them think everybody's left. Now they know the spike is there. Kreven is being chased, but he's making it away, at least for now. Konkon won't let him go much further, but now there's backup, and a snake bite slows him. EDG, though, they're ahead of the play, but they're all here again. They've given up all the space, and BBL have shown that they are willing to fill it in when it's wide open.
ये round तो निकल सकता है.
They found that A site almost for free. Rose is
Not
very
again.
aggressive. He's going to
Not
try and get
again.
past the drone. He's going to catch him while stuck in it. It's been a nightmare for nobody. And Rose can look to try and hold on to this control. Good work, though, from the remaining players of EDG. A quick kill to clear him. Two desperately low on the other side. And Loiter, the one healthy man, Laroc's lurk has been spotted, and he's now down to just 13 health.
He's walked back into the space. The knife just cleared that. You have to be suspicious, but Jenny also has to move to the side. He's going to go and help his teammates. Kreven's now taken one down.
Nice.
Okay, it's left onto this man, and he's low. With a
Oh,
knife out. Konkon catches him, and finally, a round is on the board for EDG.
Yeah, it's safe to say that it's a mountain that needs to be climbed, but it's one of those ones where you look back to the first half of the last map of being a 12-0 and you go, okay, at least this time they're on the board a little bit early on. I think we're seeing some of what we expect to get from Konkon, him and Signed, bringing them a path back into the game after the aggressive positioning. But that has been the problem. There have been massive gaps throughout this defensive half. And of course, it's no surprise that there is plenty in terms of the credits. Lovers Rock buying into the operator on the attack. An investment that may just look to try and deny any of that defensive aggression, which is going to be coming.
Spike drop.
You reckon they check Chichu?
I don't think they do. It really depends on Jenny. And he's backed off the angle now. They start to think that this is a play elsewhere, that they have to cover off mid as the rotate comes in from nobody to go towards the A site, all thanks to the Viper wall. And now that means Chichu doesn't have backup. He doesn't have support. Even a flash can't make it through. He'll find one. Survives a full mount spray somehow. I mean, good work from Chichu. It looked like he should have gotten nothing.
Laroc also tagged low, so an advantage once again. Rose, though, instead has managed to kill off Konkon. The trades, again, though, are immediate. Lovers Rock with one more catching sign, and that gives them a path back towards the A site. In fact, they've left a player there once again. Lovers Rock will be able to get that planted position, but there is Laroc catching Gianni. It leaves nobody to try and clutch out, to stop this being a one and done, to stop this being an 8-1 scoreline. And both remaining attack players are sat passively. They're checking for the flank. Of course, with Laroc low, you kind of expect him to be the first to peek, but they are sitting passively enough that they just wait for this player to get a move. Stun out already. And the second player still hasn't given the game away just yet. It's the run across, and Laroc didn't even need to peek whatsoever.
That's a really tough situation now for EDG. That's a couple times, like, look at the rotate through mid. 2v3, Sign was completely caught off guard. And great start from Chichu. And the fact that they recovered it like that, but my guy's rotating through mid with his knife out. He's completely lost in the sauce. It's not like they had any reason to believe they couldn't be elbow. In fact, they had reason to believe they should be elbow. A small mistake, a big mistake to be honest, and a very big cost paid for it. This was EDG's chance to fight back in. My heart goes out to him as a stand-in, but he's looked uncomfortable so far. Things have to change. One round on the board, BBL could be right back to winning ways. And the outlaw buy here for Lovers Rock. Look how confident he is. He knows the buy that they're on. You can see the economy.
Of course. They win.
Double barrel operator now.
You win a round with not many surviving. Okay. Unchecked, there's nobody.
एक और निकालना था.
They're even once again. Konkon's going to try and be a little bit cheeky around the edge of that harbor utility. However, BBL are just patient. They're waiting it out. They know that the utility is probably the bigger risk in this one. Signed again. A 1-for-1 trade, and there's Konkon to react. But once more, it goes back and forth. The advantage, though, this time claimed by EDG. It's up to Loiter. Now, the other defender is very far away. In fact, though, as he just about rotates in, that's where Loiter makes his move. Already on 3 kills in this round, looking for the ace. But Chichu might be a little bit further ahead than what he's expecting. Never mind, he's going to go forward. Is he looking to go all the way around?
I think he's just cutting the rotation through mid. Like, that's not a position you're going to expect someone to be sat in this situation. It's usually like you've got players on site distracting, but instead he's tucked in. Luckily,
nice.
Jenny is clearing it. The mistake there could have been costly. Especially early on, considering that plant location, he'd have to move. If Jenny falls early, all advantages slip. But he does well. And I think a lot of that comes down to Chichu. He heard that TP be taken, so you know he's either spawn or making a play like that. Good rotation from EDG, good cautionary rotation from Chichu. He stayed towards that site for so long, knowing that TP was online.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, everybody finding their one, but then it's this kill. It's Gianni making sure that you don't end up losing that fight and then being very cautious on the rotation. It's a second round, but 8 is already pretty good on that attack side for BBL. And there's no guarantee that they're stopping at 8. Of course, buying back up once again, but this time the Viper's Pit is going to delay and deny a lot of that A control, but it's not going to deny them the Orb, which instead gets them a Hunter's Fury, and they have a Viper's Pit for a potential post-spawn. I am, however, looking at Gianni with that null command. If you can deny a lot of that utility, you could make things a little bit tougher.
Perhaps that will have to be for the retake. Pit and 3 players towards the A side. And a Hunter's Fury fired in by the attackers, trying to hunt down that kill. But
nice!
With a double. And the escape back.
Whoa!
He's back for more. 3 versus 2. Advantage claimed by Con. And the round could be closed by no.
इसे निकालना पड़ेगा इसको. इसे मारना पड़ेगा.
Nigh on perfect, and the fact that he didn't help with the mid fight makes you think that there's no way he'd be here. Striking at just the right time. And now Kreven is impressive as he's been the big clutch. I mean, he can cross with the orb. He can put the pit down. And then this becomes a difficult enough round.
Depends if he wants to use it. Maybe one more kill and he might. But he's not
nice,
get the opportunity.
nice.
Nobody makes sure of it.
Nice round.
Big round from Karn, a complete disruption of the attempted play by BBL. And again, seeing some of that individual flair we know he has in droves. 8-3 from what was a 7-1 scoreline. A pretty decent resurgence toward the end of the half. Of course, it's still going to be a mountain to climb in the second, but an 8-4 certainly looks better than where they would be at if not for some of these plays.
Well, yeah, every little is going to help. It's a damn sight better than it was last map. And I do think that for EDG, and you said this in the last map as well, it proved to be true here more so, that on the defense, you just struggle so much when you have a stand-in. Gaps, the rotations, everything suffers. For EDG, getting out 8-4 certainly makes it a lot more likely they're going to be able to trade blows in that next half and bring us all the way to sunset. For now, 5-man push towards this B site. Standing in their way. Chichu, who's been solid so far. And Jenny.
अगर एक यहाँ निकल गया इस साइड पे तो मजा देंगे.
The thing for BBL is that they're playing so uncharacteristically slow. And I thought they were going to go for that mid split, but it looks like the plan is just to test them in a straight up fight.
Oh, snake bite is going to leave some of them a little bit vulnerable. First player through though. Nobody's done well to disrupt. Trade back,
nice.
Nicely done by Chichu. And he's looking for a little bit more.
Man.
The sight hold of B is his domain in this round. And Rose is now the last man standing. There to finish him off. It took a little while for EDG to get going, but they've at least got themselves a minimum amount of rounds. And that early blitzing has turned into an 8-4.
That's all they needed to do. The course correction here is clear from EDG. They're back in the game. If they can take a pistol, that gap closes in massively. And on the attack side, comfort should be there in a way that it certainly wasn't in the first. BBL were able to put a lot of pressure onto this squad. Whether it was the mid splits, that especially worked wonders for them. But the lurks late with more direct A attacks, the amount of times we saw players caught off guard, and of course Signed is the one that comes to mind, but think of nobody. 2 rounds in a row, or at least in very quick succession, he is caught with a drone out. And it seemed like the game plan from EDG at the start required a couple of patches. But as we said, they got there in the end. In the second half, hopefully comfort's going to be there as well. We should see a real brawl from for BBL to try to deal with.
Yeah, I think it was much more difficult when you're going for those sort of death balls to really hold on to a lot of those early fights, and then the retakes weren't really working out either, especially with what BBL was doing of just late implants. Like, even if they sometimes had direct lurks in the form of Kreven, other times they would take a space, implant someone, and then leave. And that was definitely causing problems. On the defensive side, that's going to be quite a bit more difficult to do.
Yep.
And as said, like, you're going to have the same opportunity with Karmine leading the charge and potential for those executions. I'm also controlling the pace. I think that will help them out quite a bit, being able to have a focus on where you choose to fight. Of course, there's no doubt that the defensive side of BBL are also going to try and put the pressure on. They're going to try and take that space away from you, get up in your face, and I think it's going to be important that they do get a pistol, but also shut that down early. Make them doubt whether they can push middle or try and play for main, or have maybe even the operator controlling some ground. If you can do that, then maybe there's a way back into the match. But even at 8-4, even with those, 4 of the last 5 or 6 rounds going their way, it is still a hefty deficit. And without a pistol round, I still don't see a way back.
I agree with you. Yeah, the pistol, I'm almost putting into their hands already. For EDG's sake, I want to believe that they can find it, but the slope steepens if that's not acquired. Presence of the A site. All 5 here. Knife sees no one close, and it's time to pick up the pace. Karmine leading the charge, and Kreven on the other side giving up that space. They will play for the retake. But not that they have much of a choice.
Yeah, direct stuff. Not wasting any time for EDG. That was the expectation, but now BBL going to be patient themselves. I'm liking the position of Chichu. Maybe a chance to catch someone, but timing here is going to be everything. If he goes back through the door, even if he doesn't, it's given the game away to Larocque that somebody is going to be around this angle. He's waiting for his teammates to make a bit of a move to buy him some additional space, and the time is going to be worse for Chichu. Literally the second he stopped watching, and because of that, everything falls apart. Karmine is all that stands in their way from this second pistol round, but he's the man that may just be able to save them. Never mind. Loiter will find 3. And maybe a little bit wary about the time. He didn't want to give that diffuse over. There was plenty, but hey, better safe than sorry.
I think Larocque was saying.
Mid doors वाले को रोकना था यार. Mid doors को नहीं करना था ऐसे.
It's ticking so quick, bro. I couldn't hear it.
I need it for rotations.
But that play from Larocque to sit for that long, if he
literally the second he turns,
if he could see his opponent's screen, he wouldn't have timed that as well.
No,
that was pixel perfect.
Mid doors वाले की
वजह
से.
You'd go right after he turned.
Yeah,
that's when
you'd be looking at his screen. You'd have to turn back.
No, instead, this is while he's half turned. It's like there was never any way that Chichu could react to that.
And of all the times to get unlucky, 8-4 down in a pistol round, because that's what that is. The rest is not unlucky, but the first one most certainly was. EDG. Oh,
okay.
Oh, nice.
Rock, okay, an opportunity. Sign is the one to claim that scalp. And he goes pushing further. Up close to the wall. Spam's now going to come his way, and he will be taken down as a result. They still have that outlaw, though. Dangerous for so many of these players, and in the hands of Karmine, it's damn right deadly.
Yeah, Loiter's the only one who can survive a shot. Unfortunately, Kreven will land his first. Nobody's managed to pick it up, and now it's gone out of the round, and everything else is literally just down to Chichu. Very well dealt with by BBL. A conversion round that sees them take 4 rifles into the next round. They're making sure that this bonus is going to be a deadly one.
Double digits for BBL so early on. This is
Oh,
really
ये भी
surprised
गया.
me here today. And I'd like to look at it as the level of BBL has increased. I think they prepared extremely well for this game. Looking at the first map in particular, like that was...
The Cypher change worked wonders.
Genuinely, you'll never see a counter work that well. Like, at least 99% of the time, it's not as obvious that that was the counter and that was what changed it. But here, there was no way to argue it. But then coming into this map, I believed it would be a different story because it's not like we have that scenario to play out again. Yet EDG struggle. Now with the rifles in hand, this has to be where things take a turn for the better. And a turn for the worse for BBL. Otherwise, big trouble on the horizon. Paranoia. I don't think it caught contact.
अबे यार क्या cover दिया उसको.
Ready to defend his buddy, and now tucked in the corner. He'll strike from it alongside Rose. Shaky, but it gets there. In the end, Signed and Chichu surrounded, outnumbered. As that late play from Chichu comes in, he's got no one to meet back up with, and 4 opponents to take down, and no control of the spike.
Any positives?
Still got his orb. Walls in the right place. There's 2 for you.
He's alive.
Got a rifle. There's 3. It's a lot of good things going. And probably the biggest upside to having a rifle is that he can save it for the next round. Because if you throw yourself at this one at 10-4 down, we might as well just call it GG right there and then. You're not playing for the future rounds. You're playing to lose here and now. It's not that bad if he plays exits. Because again, look at the economy. It's not like this rifle could save the day. And maybe managing BBL a little bit if he gets all 4 kills, for example. Orbs towards his ult. And it will have an effect down the line on the comeback that EDG already need. But I don't want to see him running at the site. That would be a bit silly.
But no, it seems like the plan is most certainly to try and save the gun. Of course, for BBL, this is a wonderful opportunity just to try and upgrade everything as they go. Go from what was good rifles to the best we have to offer. Every single one of them with that upgrade. And, well, they are going to go walking towards Chichu. I don't know if he ended up surviving that round. I hope for his sake he did.
A lot of y'all are wondering, what are we going to do if he saves the rifle? I guess we'll never know. I think for EDG, at this point, rifle or not, the problems come down to something far greater than that. BBL are on form. And thank you very much to our producer. He did not survive the round, so the rifle will be removed in the end by that swing out from Rose. For BBL, 2 rounds is all they need to close this out. A 2-0 lights out series up against EDG. The comeback for the attackers, well, certainly running out of runway. A lot faster than a Furious movie. With the smoke down, a reveal behind it. Maybe a chance if that can catch a few players, but it's not caught anything.
Oh my!
In for the double. And LaRock follows through with the same. Again, Chichu's at the double doors late to the party, and it's already over.
I don't think I've ever seen someone defend the site the way Rose just did. He ran out into the open. Like that was genuinely like running into no man's land with a grenade. Just like, yeah, I'm going down, but someone's coming with me. I'm surprised he got away with as much, but it is literally just the surprise factor. Like, okay, at this point, let's just take risks. I've got 4 young superstars behind me that if I get nothing, it doesn't even matter that much. And it's safe to say they weren't looking anywhere else. 12-4.
I think our analyst desks had a heart attack. I can see Morgan sprinting over here to the desk. They didn't think this would be over this quickly. And I don't blame him.
No.
Especially not on this map. And if it was, I thought it'd be EDG dominantly winning. A great start for Chichu.
That's an important one. They've taken out Loiter as well. The wall has also blocked them from spotting the push-up. Karmine maybe further forward than expected, and definitely so. Kreven dealt with the operator now. Might even be worth just taking through into the next round. They do have plenty of credits to play with, but that doesn't mean you want to just hand it over to the other side. LaRock, however, may still feel like he can go for something here. They're looking to try and hunt down Lover's Rock. He's creating a little bit for himself, but LaRock has gone on the other side instead. And now it's just if he could hold the gun and he won't be able to. Great work from EDG.
एक आएगा time out.
Into an A hit, into an A hit, into an A hit, and finally
Time out
they
आएगा,
made
time
one
out.
of them work.
And I think realizing that BBL, if they are holding mid, it's from much deeper. That those rotations aren't necessarily the reason that Chichu's finding the free space in the late round, so he goes a little bit earlier. And this time it works wonders. Obviously, alongside the Reckoning, which is robbing any information out of those players on site, especially the one that gets dove onto with the drone. It's a good read. Chichu was late to the party a couple rounds in a row, so this time they send him early. And a round on the board as a result. Is it a flash in the pan at the beginning of something we'll remember for a long time to come? 7 in a row needed for EDG in a game that they have been shut out of. They found 9 rounds across both maps so far. Aggression from Con shuts down the quick rotation, but they haven't seen that in the corner was a little lurker. Kreven was waiting all the while, and now he strikes from the sidelines, leaving Con alone.
Oh, bye.
EDG with a trip home. BBL push through to playoffs.
Yeah, we saw the organization do the same thing last year, but for this squad coming into what was clearly a tough group on paper. Sure, it was a weakened EDG, but it was one that still had some bite left in them. But today, utterly dominant display from start to finish. A 12-0 start in that first half, and they look like they might do the same in this second map as well. They didn't let their foot off the gas throughout the entirety of it, and I'm sure for EDG it is the second time at EWC that they will go out in the group stage, but it is a wounded team that I'm sure later in the year will come back much stronger.
They came in here with a stand-in, and they did a decent job of it, but we could see the cracks there as expected. If EDG were on their full form, no doubt we would have gotten a closer matchup here today. But one thing is for sure, whatever power level EDG came in on, BBL have stepped up since the start of this tournament. They looked clean on Lotus, a map that had problems for them in every series so far. And now they've come through to prove that they didn't just patch it. Oh, they fixed it top to bottom. This ship has been rebuilt. Not even Theseus could tell the difference, and now a 2-0. That's got to be them stepping into playoffs with a lot of confidence.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure that anybody would like to be coming up against them, and they join the lone 100 Thieves alongside 4 EMEA teams. And do you know what? I know we always throw to Digon, but I'm excited what this man has to say. The EMEA traitor. How you doing, Morgan?
We'll hear from Big Time in just a little bit to talk about EMEA supremacy. Pacific not looking so great. The East not looking so great right now, as it is a dominant performance here. A 2-0 map victory, series victory in the decider match here for BBL. As Tom said, 4 out of the 5 EMEA squads qualified for playoffs here at EWC 2026 as we welcome back our desk. And that is the question, Big Time. How you feeling?
He calls me a traitor. He calls me a traitor. But was I ever a traitor? Was I not a true believer? Was I not just inspiring them, giving them courage to succeed and do better? I doubt in the spirit of success for EMEA, I only push them to be even better than they have already been, and they are living up to that here at EWC.
Do never believe someone then speaks to you like this. Never. That is my piece of advice. You're not going to guess. Where were you born in the UK?
I was born up north.
So, I don't know. It's just funny to see like a British boy just defending the east of the planet, and I'm sorry that it's just not working well.
I love Pacific.
You should have stayed.
I'll always have a deep love for Pacific.
You left because you thought that we were not going to be good, and Pacific was doing so good, and now look at us. Look at us.
Yeah, look. I mean, you can't get around it. The fact EMEA are looking fantastic here at EWC, and BBL are, of course, no exception. By far and away, their most dominant game so far.
Can we just give The Rock the MVP? Like, are we going to waste our times for the rest of the week? Is it normal what he has been doing?
Absolutely
All
not.
of those questions I have, Digon. Do you have an answer to any of them?
I don't. I just know that he is must-watch Valorant here at EWC. He has been by far the best player, by far the highest ACS per map, and continues that yet again. I don't think he's had a single map where he's had less than 300 ACS, because he's always dishing out the damage, winning at least one of those duels on the map. Started, what, 13-4 after the first half.
All of these maps that have long range have always been very Turkish-based, you know? Like, they love this just of go and shoot and to just come up on top, basically on that. But I will say, for BBL, they are the ones that, in all the breezes that we have had, I feel like them, and the later, like the second time the G2 played it, they're the ones that explored the most, as in working the map, setting up traps, and literally playing with your opponent's mind and not just doing the same hits time and time again, or just exploiting one singular weakness.
Yeah, I mean, I think their breeze is so solid, to be honest. But then on the flip side, I think for EDG, I still think they have a lot to figure out on this map. They're not managing to get the retakes with great success, even with this harbor. It does feel like a struggle. But for this event, they did have a stand-in. Yeah. So I do think expectations were lowered a little bit there, but ultimately BBL far and away deserved that spot in playoffs.
Let's look at it like this, right? EDG was going to have a complicated tournament playing with the sub-in. It doesn't matter if it was groups, if it was playoffs, it would be incredibly difficult, almost unheard of, for them to get super far in the tournament. Yeah. If them going out also means that BBL is going to come out of the groups in this form, with this type of confidence, maybe it was worth the sacrifice.
I find it very charitable of you to sacrifice a team from a different region so that your region
I know,
will
right?
have more spots.
You know, can you imagine how insufferable I am going to be if KC is to win against NRG?
Yeah.
You guys are not ready. And then after that, if Spain wins against Portugal today, you better just not come near me. It's not gonna be nice.
No. You're gonna be fantastic and lovely to be around, just like it is to be around with Janiro, who is standing by right now with LaRock of BBL. Let's send it on over there.
In the last games that we've seen you, what's going on? What are you having for breakfast?
I don't do breakfast too much. Because of that, I don't eat anything. And I eat enemy team, I guess.
You did eat them up pretty good today. You're sending EDG home, and with that, you're also the 4th EMEA team to actually qualify to playoffs. Do you think there is anything in particular about this iteration of EWC that makes EMEA team so strong?
Yeah, looking so strong on the EMEA team because, you know, Heretics, Vitality, every team is playoff. I guess Karmine Corp, I think just they can't go playoff today. I think NRG is win, but the other team are too strong. We're gonna see it, but BBL is the best.
BBL is the best. I mean, you guys have a really good score so far. This was a quick 2-0, especially that first map. Looking at the scoreline, 13-3. I just want to know, in terms of the confidence that you guys have found now that you're back onto this international stage, because after Santiago, it was a little bit of a struggle. What do you think has been the biggest improvement point that you've been focusing on that has allowed you to perform so well again?
On stage 1, we are gonna play 2 bets because I don't know, something going wrong, and after the Santiago, we can't work the nerves, and they are gonna ban our 2 best map, Corrode and Abyss, and Combined and Fracture we can't play two maps too. It's gonna be nerf us. Yeah, they nerf BBL, and after the stage 1, we are work about that. We are gonna make 2 setup or everything, and after EFC, they are gonna see real BBL, and you are gonna see real BBL on EFC too. We came here to win this tournament. Yes, you will see it.
I'm looking forward to see BBL popping off in that playoffs. Congratulations once again. I'm going to let you go. That's it from us over here. We're heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as again, a fantastic interview there. And insight by LaRock, they nerfed us after Santiago.
Yep.
People knew the map pool. We couldn't really deal with that. They changed some of the things. But now, unleashed has been LaRock and the rest of BBL.
Scary, lovely. I also think that for him being so young, and also we know that in the Turkish region, we know that, you know, they struggle with the English, start with the language. I feel you, I struggle sometimes as well. But to see him with a smile on his face, given the performance that he's given, trying so absolutely hard, it is kind of like BBL.
Like, I love the confidence that they have. They said, we came to this tournament to win. We're not here to mess about. We're not here to get grouped. We're not here for a good time or good practice against good teams. We're here for the title. We're here for the trophy. They know that they can go the whole distance, and if they keep playing like that, man, they got me believing.
Yeah. Any one of those jerseys with the Eiffel Tower, I will go get one.
That is 4 out of 5 teams qualified on in from EMEA. They must be the best region. Some would say the best region here so far. Some would say EMEA on top. Can we get that from you, big time?
EMEA.
Wait. Camera's not on you.
There you go.
Wait, okay, can we get like a tight zoom on
Yeah.
my face? EMEA is on top.
Ooh. And it can be hammered home right now with our very next matchup. It is NRG, the reigning world champs, up against Karmine Corp for that qualifier match for Group B. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Everybody, Achilles here. This time I'm standing by with Karmine Corp's Narrate. Narrate, good to see you again, and welcome to Paris. Kind of like newly adopted home soil for you, perhaps?
Yeah, of course.
We're here at EWC, and we're going to be taking a look at Summit. I want to get your initial thoughts.
It looks a bit similar to maps like Sunset and Corrode. So, I mean, it has like a new feature, of course, the sliding doors and stuff, which can kill you, so that's interesting.
You shut them once per round. They're permanent. You can't destroy them. Do you think that's going to add a good amount of dynamicism to the rounds here and to the game for this map?
To me, they seem very attacker-sided, Like on defender's side, you'd never want to break them because you want to secure your rotations like to the fastest lane possible. And when you break these doors, like these chokes become very like easy to defend, it feels. It's very important on attacker side to always break these doors. But overall, like it's a cool mechanic, and like as defenders, it makes you want to like play more aggressive and not let them like have so much space.
You are playing Sage, and some of this has been displayed before, but in case anybody didn't see the show match, we take a look at some of the silly little tech that you can do with Sage walls.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I created this. Grim, I don't know this guy, like he just stole it from me. But pretty much like he showed this wall. Maybe I'm doing it incorrectly, but I just break this port off, and then you can see like the switch over, and you can see over, and you have this like really insane angle on B main.
These kind of like cheeky walls aside, obviously the Sage wall is also high enough to be able to peek through the gap in the door as well.
Every single door, like you can just Sage wall up and peek through the gap. Maybe, okay, not here, I lied. In mid and on A, you can break the door and see over the wall. Okay, I broke my wall. But you can see over the wall, you can see in bottom mid, you can see like this peak.
Do you think that Sage is going to be like a very high pick agent when it comes to this?
I'm not sure if Sage will ever be like a super high pick agent on any map, because obviously it depends on the players you have. Like if you have a really good Cypher player, you might want to play Cypher or Viper. Like Sage is just going to be like more of like a duelist type of character. Like if you're not trying to play double duelist, you might want to play Sage and just pretty much just be like a duelist, using your utility to your advantage. Like, you know, just doing stupid walls, trying to fight everywhere.
Where do you think default will be for plants?
It's very hard to find a default on A main, because usually like on most maps, there's like a main where you can see the spike from.
Right.
And this map, it's kind of hard to see the spike from. Maybe this is just default, like in the corner, because it's like the closest available. You don't have to take any risk.
Right.
Probably this is like default.
Okay.
But if it was the best plant spot, it would be like there or like somewhere where you can be seen right here. So maybe like here.
And now how about the B side, if we could fly over? Oh yeah.
I mean, this is obviously the safe plant. Like if you want to hide and plant, it's the best spot. And if you want to really play like cringy, like Abyss almost, Abyss B, you can kind of like smoke yourself off and just like spam the spike.
Right.
Probably seems decent.
A lot to still explore with this map, a lot to develop, and I'm sure that you guys are gonna have your work cut out for you ahead of that in stage 2. And I think it's probably gonna be on everyone's perma-ban list for a very, very long time.
No. It's easier to pick up a new map where people don't have any experience on than it is to play a map where, you're behind. I think a lot of teams will pick it up and it'll be fun to watch.
All right, well, I'm certainly looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys here at the tournament as well as in stage 2. So, Narate, thank you for joining me. Best of luck, and that's it from us.
Thank you.
Hi guys, Ginny here, and I'm joined with NRG to play a round of who is most likely to, just to test the waters and see their synergy. I hope you guys are ready. My first question is, who's most likely to forget to pack their jersey?
Everyone said Adam except for me.
Why did you not say Adam?
I don't know. I just thought Gio would.
Gio was my second one, to be fair.
Why was there a unanimous vote though for?
I've forgotten to pack certain things. Oh yeah.
Forgot his passport once actually.
Second question, who is most likely to offer to pay the bill? All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, everyone's saying Ethan?
I just need the credit card points, that's it.
Wait, would you ask them for the money back or would you pay the bill?
Some depends on the occasion.
Multi-millionaire.
Okay.
Which one of you guys has the best taste in music?
Wait, what'd you say?
So it's Scoo.
Oh, wow. I don't even know what Scoo listens to.
I don't know what anyone listens to. Scoo's been on Locks a few times. I remember in Italy.
Adam has similar taste to me, but I guess you guys are the same probably, huh?
Who's most likely to forget where they parked?
Hypothetically, if everyone can drive?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
hypothetically.
Okay.
Okay, ready guys?
Yeah, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. All right, I need some explanations.
Why would you put me? I don't even drive. Exactly.
I mean, I've picked Brock, just feel like Brock's the most likely to forget where he parked.
That is a good explanation.
That's a great explanation.
Fair play.
Sometimes Brock blanks out, and he might happen to blank out when he parks his car.
Which team member would you most likely want to be stuck with on a deserted island?
This one's kind of hard.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Brock, again.
I have a feeling that he could help me with some fishing.
I chose Brock because I trust myself with the thinking part of the venture, and I just need him for the strength.
Pretty much the exact reason I picked him as well. I thought it'd just be funny the entire time with broken up.
But you're trying to survive, not laugh.
We're gonna die, but like it's fine.
You gotta enjoy yourself.
You gotta enjoy yourself.
I feel that, man.
Which player is most likely to be late to a scrim? 2 Geos, another Geo, Scurf. Why Geo?
I just say Gio usually wakes up the latest. That's the only reason.
That's the exact reason I had as well.
Not a lot of sense of urgency, but it's not like a bad thing.
And why'd you go for Scurf?
I just remember Scur being late. Just one. Same,
Yeah?
same for me. I just remember screaming.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Which one of you would survive a zombie apocalypse the longest?
I think we actually talked about this the other day.
See the answers, guys?
Oh, wow. Wait, why?
You're the only person who voted for someone else, so let's see.
You have no faith in yourself?
I instantly. So I put Ethan because he has the most life XP here. So.
Damn, I'm glad we're all confident in ourselves.
Which one of you is most likely to become a coach? All right, 3, 2, 1. Ethan.
Wow.
Clean sweep.
Clean sweep.
Yeah, why are you putting yourself forward?
I don't know. I won't speak for them, but I think I just make a good coach. I think I'm almost there as well.
Which one of you guys is the funniest?
Everyone's just hilarious.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
You said me.
Why'd you go for me?
I don't know. I just say dumb stuff a lot of the time, and it's funny to people. So
Thank you guys so much for giving us a little bit of insight into NRG and calling each other out as well. That's it from us over here, and we're going to be heading back over to the show.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. We are now into the Group B decider match between NRG and Karmine Corp. NRG, they've had a unique road to get here by having to face both Paper Rex and then Vitality, defeating Paper Rex and falling just short to Vitality, which is why they're here up against KC. And again, you win, you move on to the playoffs, you lose, you are done from EWC.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been interesting for them. We know how great of a team they can be, but they are scrapping it out here in the decider. On the flip side for Karmine Corp, what a story. I think this is a team that people doubted heavily coming into this event, but they get that win against Paper Rex to find themselves here in that decider with momentum. This was the group of death, and my goodness, has it delivered.
And the group of death is always difficult to predict. Either you go completely out of the box and say, hey, this team is going to have one hell of a tournament, or you go for the usual suspects. The thing is, looking at the rest of the Globals that we've had lately, nobody would have blamed anyone for thinking that NRG and Paper Rex were going to be both of the teams making it out, leaving EMEA behind. But what we got in the end was a Team Vitality qualified as first with that win against first KC and then NRG. And now it's left to the North American squad and Karmine Corp to decide who gets that last shot. The thing is, the pressure realistically is way more on NRG because of expectations. We have been saying KC should, and I think do, want it more.
Oh, yeah.
So can they actually overcome what it is winning against the world champion?
Yeah, let's dive into that Karmine Corp roster, who have been led by different players at different times, whether it was Avez on the IGLing, it was Narrate in the last couple of matches. It's been very fun to watch multiple players step up at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a roster that has had turbulence. This is an organization that has had turbulence within Valorant, and maybe that's putting it kindly, but it does feel like something has finally managed to click here at EWC, especially in that last game. I was enormously impressed. The man on your screen, DOS9 there. I feel like that map 3 performance from him was absolutely crucial to getting them in this decider match, but I really do believe this is a stacked squad. I think we can see everybody have a ton of potential to take over games here.
The past years for KC, we can say even all of partnership at that 2024 kickoff has not been easy to follow. Being a KC fan in Valorant was not something that you wanted to wake up being, sadly enough. So it's good to see that now that they're bouncing back, this is a trajectory that they're following.
And the players are very aware of it, as you can see here in the road to EWC, spotlighting Karmine Corp.
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's Paper Rex, who were top 2 in Masters, and also Vitality top 4. Of course, they're insane teams, but if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament.
He's got a teammate.
It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in insane positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1. And my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd, so they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in EWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence. And then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for EWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he walked into this he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
9th, 10th during kickoff, 11th and 12th during split 1. but then finding their way to EWC has been a boon for the squad. Fourth youngest here at EWC, going up against the second oldest squad on the opposite side. NA has the unks, man. G2 is the oldest, NRG second oldest. They've got the experience and are trying to continue on that form from last year into this year's international.
I mean, that's exactly it. With age comes experience. Four of these players were the ones lifting that Champions Trophy. So this is a squad that has that potential to go all the way, that we would expect deep runs from internationally, given the caliber of player. But they have found themselves here in the decider once again. Masters London didn't go their way either. Getting grouped, EWC is a fantastic chance to recover on that year and really show the true potential of this squad.
If you're new to Valorant, you may not know this, but it is almost impossible for any team to stay on top. I believe it's only been Fnatic in 2020, what was it, 2023, sorry, that managed to win 2 tournaments in a row. So it is already a difficult task to stay on top. So they could be, you know, the ones that are writing that book, the ones that can continue that. It is difficult that it's going to be from event to event, but you can have good years. You can actually build a legacy with NRG. Am I still salty that they took Kiko? Yes. But, you know, they take good care of him, and I think that he is actually a great addition to this. I think that they've done more than proving what they're capable of. Their preparation all throughout Champs was beyond unreal for the teams that they were playing in. So many occasions, they read them like a book. And speaking about reading like a book, they have a lot of reps on everything, let's say. So speaking about KC and the preparation for this one, as we take a look at the map veto,
Okay.
a lot of showings to go off from.
So NRG banning Sunset. We saw Karmine Corp pick this in the Paper Rex game, but they did lose it. And then you look at Fracture is the pick from Karmine Corp, which is where they got that upset surprise win from there. So I do think
if they lose, I'm putting this on you this time.
Look, I mean, right now I'm looking at this veto.
If KC lose, I am putting it on you.
I like it for Karmine Corp. I like their Fracture, and I think Haven is a map that they always love to play. They go to it a lot. I will say NRG's Breeze is for sure one of the best we have in the tournament. I think North America are so far ahead when it comes to that harbor play.
I want to know how intentional this map veto was, because my surprise was when they were not picking the Haven, right? For the side of KC. But if you're NRG, you expect, of course, that KC is going to pick it. So if KC wants to have a guarantee on playing the Fracture, we pick it, and we know that they will leave the Haven open, because that was always a possibility, and probably they have heavily prepped for that. And we're going to jump straight into Breeze for the first game.
Yeah, very much so. This is NRG's pick. We expect them to be very, very strong here. This is the same composition that we see from them time and time again. It's a natural fit. Matter on the harbor always looks weird when I see it. It just does strike me, but I do think
it's kind of like a waste, no?
Yeah, I always struggle to understand it, but I do really feel like this is a map that they love. On the flip side for KC, they will be rocking with that double duelist most likely if everybody locks in what we expect here. Narrate onto that Jet. 11 on that Neon, where he's been so fantastic.
Yeah, we saw them play this against Fnatic in the qualifier for EWC, but Breeze has not been a breeze for KC for the rest of the year. As we're saying, a lot of harbor, we've seen it from a lot of teams now paying dividends in those executes. Let's see if here can be the same.
1 series, 2 map wins, stopping you from playing in front of the crowd. Who will rise to the occasion? Will it be the reigning world champs, or will it be the hometown favorites? NRG and KC, map number 1 on Breeze. On the call, it's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Degon. Here we go again. Another decider, another elimination series. NRG wanting to push deeper here at EWC, deny Karmine Corp that opportunity to be able to play in front of the home crowd on the big stage. KC have shown that they are willing to fight tooth and nail, giving it everything that they have got. And across the course of the qualifier now to this point, we've just been seeing this steady improvement from the squad.
I agree. I mean, I think really KC has a chance here to do something real special, take down 2 of the best we have in the world in Valorant. You already took down Paper Rex. Now you've got a shot at the reigning world champs. To do it here in Paris on home soil would be absolutely incredible. But they've got to get it done. NRG is so resilient, so tough. They're a team that we've seen it time and time again. Achilleos, when they go to the lower bracket, that's when they get stronger.
Well, Breeze to start it off. Fracture for that second map, and potentially all the way over to Haven. And a very fast opening series, so we'd love to see this one get stretched to the limits. As barriers will now drop. This was talking about it, Mata back over onto the harbor. Well, it does feel a little bit odd, but of course you do have Kiko looking to lead the charge with that jet, and for now he's going to be solo saddled here on the B site. Slow creep up from KC towards that elbow position. Likely want to give that a glimpse, then potentially assess whether or not they want to go into B.
And against Paper Rex, Kiko was a real deciding factor for NRG on this map. He was their top fragger.
Sure.
He was doing a lot of good work. First Blood's up there.
Recon does not scan Scuba in this position. Crosshairs down towards mid, but now sees a gun barrel. Is going to be on the catch. 2 headshots.
Oh, nice, nice.
Will fall. Already immense impact going to be found.
Yeah, that's a nice little position. DOS9 thinking about challenging it now.
DOS9 was electric. That last map, their last series. And he delivered now. Scuba hasn't had much reason to leave. Now it's going to be spotted. Redraws the weapon, decides not to go for the snake bite. It's going to be Mata getting a piece of the action. Will can take it down. Meanwhile, Kiko trying to line it up, but Ethan will be able to claim the kill. That is now Aves just down to 40 HP. Can't
nice,
use it.
nice round, nice round.
Brock come away with that elimination. Scuba, the only casualty, because it's a very clean pistol to start for NRG.
Well, you definitely have got to be happy with the way Scuba's playing here. At times he can kind of trail behind the rest of the team, but holding the line really nicely, getting that little bit of pre-fire. Levin thinks he can maybe accelerate past it, find a timing, get the shots to go himself and get a slide in there or something, but gonna be denied. Scuba, a really nice start, gives NRG their first pistol. See what KC wants to do. It's just the eco 3-2 split. Well, he's trying to toy with the map here a little bit. They've thrown the harbor smoke to get the orb at least on one side. Funnel that over into Aves. Try to get that Hunter's Fury a little bit quicker. Scuba, once again, going to be called upon.
And Jump Peak going to be going out. Snake Bite. Trying to slow down the approach. Flash up over the top as well. As that 0 point, all players going to be detained at the front of this pyramid. Finally locked into position. Ethan, though, turning away from the angles. They look to try to scale forward. Open a ring around the roads. Going to be coming through. But
oh, nice.
Spray down coming in. Kill a piece of 3 players on NRG.
I have the spike.
Spike will be recovered. Aves and DOS9 just with these classics. Going to be struggling to really find any significant value here, given that it's barely been any damage suffered on the NRG players. Couple taps. Steering him back away. Aves knowing that he kind of has to try to take a fight, but won't be able to do so. Mata will come away with the 2 remaining kills, and NRG get a flawless 2-0.
You got to be feeling really good if you're an NRG fan with how that round went. Not just because it's flawless, but because of the way they play. They buy a ton of time. Scuba doesn't overstay his welcome, doesn't try to go for the big, 3K. Sees a lot of players coming his way. Instead, he knows he's got Ethan coming over to set up a flash to stall out any attempt at a quick hit by KC. Keep them pinned behind those pyramids. Get the crossfire set up. Wait for the reinforcements to arrive. And then deal with their opponents easily. That was very, very nicely handled. Love the protocols. Over towards the other side of the map. Ethan does throw out an early knife looking for some confirmation. Doesn't get anything with a pretty deep one, so it's going to leave the heavy stack for NRG over towards B. Now, Sugetsu did see that, so he is aware that they don't have any info on that A main position, but for now, KC just sending out duos, looking for those picks. Something that was
thrown over the top. Riding up through mid, Narrate going to be pushing alongside this Brock. Watching in towards that elbow position, spot out onto one. Maybe both firing off shots there as Kiko going to be playing forward. Ooh, towards this, but Relay Bolt will get the connection, but can't quite chase deep enough nor fast enough to come away with that elimination. Kiko with the muzzle in hand will be able to find DOS9, so 1-for-1 exchange thus far. Rock Dart chucked in towards that double door position. It's just going to be a tiny smattering of damage onto Ethan. Meanwhile, though, Scuba continuing to backpedal deeper onto the B site. Catches Levin. NRG now back into a very strong position, but Aves looking to pre so 2 kills found now, just Brock and Scuba making their way over from
3v2. दो बहुत low हैं.
Players very low on HP. 84 between Narrate and Aves. Sugetsu still at full with that Vandal in hand.
Doesn't even have to be headshots on anybody except Sugetsu. Guardians do some damage.
Brock finding the first, not quite ready for the crash peek from Narrate. Scuba now on the swing. Will be caught off guard. Sugetsu playing out in front of Orange. Will be able to strike him down. And that will be a bonus not converted as KC are able to play anti.
Yeah, I mean, still, this is really good ideas from the side of NRG. KC able to fight back, but I think KC walked into a few traps that could have really gone NRG's way instead. You know, with that second layer in the double doors with Mata, he had a shot just go over the head of his opponent there, Abez. So he couldn't get the kill. Had he been a little bit steadier with the aim, I think this very well could have been NRG's round. So I wouldn't mind seeing KC turn up the tempo a little bit. You got that Neon. Use that to your advantage. Try to use it to take some space. Push forward. Get past that pyramid, for example, on the A site. You know, it is tough going up against the KO because you got to be a little bit careful with the timing of those knives. Like, you can just throw them right at the wall, right outside of A main, and you can kind of shut down those quick hits sometimes. But got to at least put some fear into NRG there.
Well, looks like a minor hiccup, so hopefully be taken care of rather quickly and get back into the game here. Do some final checks and make sure that all is well. But NRG's still going to be in a strong position. It's still a lot of damage dealt in the round as well. They're able to take 3 players out of the equation, so going to be a little bit rougher for KC to try to muster up a 2-2 score line. But you see that seat get folded back up, upright position. Kiko is locking in and ready to dive back into the action. So Operator's going to be online.
Tray tables up, electronic devices out. Let's go.
There you go. You have a backup career if this one falls
I know.
through.
Well, you know, that's what I wanted to be when I was a kid as a pilot.
Oh, I wasn't talking about a pilot, but
or
up and over the top. Not going to go for the dash, but it's still going to be able to find it. Gets the pop, gets the tailwind out. A thief in the night there is Kiko. That is a monster shot to be found on the sliding Neon. And off to a little bit of a rocky start here, 1-4 so far.
That's frustrating for KC. I really like this idea. Use that Neon to try to create some space, create an unfavorable duel, but Kiko just better in the moment.
This is one of the shortcomings of a composition like this. You don't have the flashes. You don't really have a great way to try to clear them off the angle unless you're committing the drone to that position, but then you don't have the drone for so many others.
Right.
Will just be the snakebite layered down here by Scuba. Still going to be ping revealed, but Kiko scaling forward, just swinging around that pillar. Finds Aves. Sugetsu now taken down. Skirting past this wall is Narrate, trying to get in on top of Mata. Might be able to catch him off guard at Nest. Warning pings to come through, but now Ethan considering a counter swing out in the mid. Looks like Narrate will be safe for the moment, but it's completely split off from DOS9, who still has the spike in hand here on the B site. Meanwhile, deep disconnected position here for Kiko with it up.
The discipline from NRG is incredible. They're just so patient. They got that knife confirm, and they know they can just wait.
Tap of the plant, the shock dart. Not to find any damage on DOS9. Ethan slow on this approach. Does he suspect this tuck-away position? Well, now he absolutely knows it. Narrate gets a very nice reset, but he's zoned away. Forced away and cannot escape. Spray comes in. 4 players alive. NRG going to be bolstering that economy as they move up 3-1.
Yeah, I just love the way NRG thinks on this map. Doesn't try to overcommit to advantages. Doesn't try to double down on them. Just plays it safe. Just says, okay, we've got control of the site. We've got our 5v2. We can wait them out. We know exactly where they are. Let's play contain. Let's make sure there's nobody that's going to create a lurk, that's going to maybe be able to create that extra angle that can give KC some hope into this round, or at least allow them to do more damage. This is phenomenal work from them. Extremely smart play. And that's kind of what you would expect from a team that's won a world championship, that has been relatively good this year as well. Making it to internationals. Not getting the trophies, but still playing very, very well.
Snakebite will be disrespected, the push pass, but there's the ping reveal, and out into the open is Levin, as Bronk will collect them both.
Oh, nice.
A third, the fourth,
what?
Online for the ace now. Sugetsu rewrapping back through elbow, but without the spike planted. He's got to try to play this one forward. Needs to die at the end of this round one way or the other. That or kill the 4 remaining players.
Got to give him the ace.
But this is the discipline that you're talking about. They're not just running out there like lunatics. They're trying to find it.
Yeah, what team would do that?
I
can't think of any.
Yeah, I can't think of any, especially not from Pacific.
No. Never would happen.
Well, I think they have the visual confirmation. I think Mata may have just spotted him. And knowing Brock, he's probably saying, well, just kill him if you see him. Don't want to risk dropping any weapons, giving anything over, getting him one charge closer. Tags coming in. Brock ever closer to this one. Sends out the recon. Looking for the stun. 3 bullets remaining in this. And it's not gonna be enough.
यार एस रह गया उसका.
So maybe a bit of an overcommit to try to secure the ace. But again, Sugetsu does need to fall, so they could just leave him at this point.
They should just let him.
Yeah, just tuck back, let him survive.
Yeah.
Play the hard eco game. He does not have a weapon recovered. He's going to try to maybe grab this Vandal, so okay, he makes the best of it. Now they would like to kill him. They won't. So, okay, Sugetsu able to, save that a little bit. But still another round of NRG.
Yeah, that's just a really good round from Ethan and Brock. Ethan's knife is perfectly timed. It lands, hits the entry players, and look at this. Look at the assists of that knife. Incredible, because it shuts down their ability to respond with any util, maybe create some extra smokes, creates some extra space there. And it just allows Brock to put him in the Broctagon, just shut him down. Beautiful, beautiful. NRG looks really clean today.
Yeah, I mean, 8-2 could have been that 9-1, but still a scary scoreline. And one of the things that we weren't really seeing was, players like Brock and Scuba get activated in the way that we know that they can over at Masters London.
It's been Brock and Kiko on this map, doing a lot of good stuff for NRG and really being diligent here.
Lotta slotted all the way down. Opposite side of the pillar. If the drone goes up and over the top, he will be on a bit of an island and in need of some assistance. And there it goes. But okay, Hunter's Fury gonna be sent out, and Brock is able to get the catch. That initial tag, just knowing exactly where the drone was coming from. Aves served up on a platter, and they still disguise Mata's position.
What a read.
He had to cancel it. So now Narrate, he's just gonna go walking forward. If Mata just looks over to the right-hand side, would be able to see this jet. Instead, it's going to be DOS9. First one to fall into the trap, and Narrate does manage to turn back, find that kill. He's trying to backpedal away. Kiko trying to go for the quick scope. An awkward duel here between the jets, but it's going to be knives popped as Narrate starts to feel the pressure.
3v3, nice. Nice.
Gaya. Levin now arriving, wants to try to play this patiently. Oh. Take his kill. But Ethan tucked away. The up and over attempt. The swing out, and Levin ready for that peak. Shuts down Ethan. The plant can now come in, and it's down to Scuba to try to clutch this out. He's not going to get the opportunity. Okay, Levin arriving when he is most needed. Gets that 3K, gets KC now up to a second round win.
Okay, I mean, this is a good recovery for KC from what
Easy निकाल दिया तो
it was just
इन्होंने.
going to be another disaster of a round for them. They're able to continue that push up elbow. There's even a tag. There's even confirmation there. But it's a nice setup there with Mata, that forward positioning, waiting for that drone to tee up the Hunter's Fury to get that first pick. And you think, oh, here we go again. But they break out. They coordinate that hit onto mid. They want to collapse and clear that space. And they do so extremely well. And NRG just didn't quite have the backup for Mata there in time. Just a little bit late.
Going in off the reckoning, dodged there by Kiko. Doesn't have that operator in hand anymore, and Ethan is over-committing onto an angle rather than just trying to backpedal away. Their own reckoning now going to be sent down. Kiko still on this off angle is going to be able to find one. Mata with another. Aves pushing for it alongside Levin. Gets him back into a winning position. Spike in hand, still feeling not the most cozy to try to go for this as Brock to try to scale. What shot is that? Immediately destroys him. The drone out. Quickly canceled. He's worried about this potential ring around the rosy, scooping out with the greatest sight lines. Spot on the one, but even with a near sight, Brock wins that fight. Spike now stranded, and DOS9 has his work cut out for him, given that he still has this operator in hand. Scuba not quite able to spot him until this swing comes in, and DOS9 is not going to be fast enough on the draw. NRG.
Nice.
A swift shutdown. It started off as a 4v5.
That is just filthy stuff from Brock again. Ethan here just, stuck in a weird spot. Opted to try to go for the kill. Couldn't get anything out of it. Just didn't get any value. So you're thinking, okay, this could be the door open for KC. Start doing some damage, but then Brock shows up to the party. They've got some good entry points coming in from the doors, coming in from spawn. Nice punch back from KC. I like the idea. Curious to me, they have the hero rifle in Levin's hands. He's got the overdrive. You do have 3 sheriffs and a bandit, and Mata's already set Levin down.
Yeah, no chance for that overdrive to come into effect here. Swing in the corner, narrate a clean shot. Ethan again going to be taken down as Hunter's Fury's going to be committed to this. Is that going to be an overstep? Looks like maybe not. So gets to narrate, able to find a kill apiece. We're getting taken down. Pico will find DOS9, so now that late lurk, that win condition, taken out of their hands. Chavez has to do it all himself.
Eyes in the back of his head. Phenomenal awareness from Pico.
The knives to be popped, and Chavez trying to reposition. It's just going to be caught, so it's an immediate shutdown. No hope of the clutch to come through. NRG now moving up 6-2.
Yeah, just when you can hit sheriff shots, it's a big difference maker. The narrate tries to be the guy. He has been so good for them this event. I have been so impressed with his play. And he's had a couple nice moments here, but it's just that teamwork, that coordination. Even though this doesn't go NRG's way initially, last couple of players really disciplined with watching their flanks, knowing what their jobs are. I cannot speak highly enough of the preparation that NRG has put into this map here. They look so well drilled. They understand what negative space they're giving up. They understand where they need to be, when they need to be there. That's a pit out towards mid doors. See that too often. Chavez wants to go searching for it, but I don't think he's going to get quite there. Yeah, it's going to be short.
Unable to find that Viper. Ethan able to get a little bit of damage.
And Scuba got a kill.
That he does. Levin dead. Yeah, he just counter spammed him.
Yeah, he just went out and saw it on the mini map maybe and just went for the spam.
They've dropped this pit, but already KC very much corralled in towards B. Could still go for a late pivot if Sugetsu's able to find anything over here, but with a double stack, it just seems so unlikely. Toxic screen falling. Tuck into the corner. Mata with the shift and reposition. 2 players going to be spotted off that 0 point. That's going to have them backpedaling away as Narrate try to stick around
Narrate
here.
ने गलत पोजीशन होल्ड कर रखी है भाई. ये गड़बड़ करेगा. Narrate गड़बड़ करेगा.
KC always wants to have that extra player behind, but so far NRG's been pretty good about dealing with that.
एक निकाल दे, एक निकाल दे. Nice.
Went through. Scuba now, however, he's
एक
got
और.
a spike. They know that they got pretty good control here as DOS9.
Oh.
They'll still be able to win out that fight, but now the null command's going to be called in. Ethan looking to zone them away. And Sugetsu, it's just a bit too whippy. The push now coming in. Kiko ready to try to shut them down.
Nice.
The first dash is back. Covers his retreat. The spike has to be recovered. The round is over.
अरे नहीं.
No
कैसे
way
throw कर रहे हो बे?
to work his way over onto the site to try to get that plant. The Rate will just have to opt to save this Phantom,
Yeah,
carry
nice.
that over into the next round. They end up losing this one on time.
I like that Mata drew a circle with his harbor wall here. Just love that. Create a little fighting ring for yourselves.
I mean, if you want to put somebody in the Broctagon,
yeah,
that's one way
true.
to do it.
That's true. I love it.
Surround the Sova with it and let him kill off everyone who enters.
Exactly. No.
First time out call.
Yeah, first time out feels... I already thought there was one because we had that brief little tech pause, so that was not a real one. But anyway, I mean, it's so efficient from the side of NRG, and the way that they spread the map, the way that they, look for contact. They have all these little trick and trap plays set up for you that are, KC got through one of them with that Hunter's Fury round where they were able to get the round anyway, but, just like that pit round, Ethan's peeking from up top mid, and that's just like Scuba's like, okay, great. I know where they are. I have the crosshair angle for kind of where these players are going to be, so I'm just going to spam through there when you see them and get the contact. And we can maybe find a kill out of that, and they do. Because they're going to have to walk through some of that Viper util. They might be decayed. They might be in a precarious position, and absolutely they were. So now a little bit of an adjustment here for NRG. Look at this. Kiko now moving over to the A side. Meanwhile, KC.
ये करेगा Viper गड़बड़ कुछ.
A little bit.
Viper.
Heavy stack. Not a little bit. A lot of bit of a heavy stack. Oh, that's a great shot.
Oh भाई पहले low कर दिया.
And now the walk forward in. Suffers some decay. Stun's just going to be shrugged off here by Scuba, who's tucked. He's waiting for that stun to expire.
मारा नहीं उसने जान के नहीं मारा उसको.
To fall, the pit there in his face, but he has a massive opportunity.
Nice.
Oh. Scuba finds a third. The wall to fall, but Kiko there on the counter peak. Levin going to be taken down, and DOS9 having to do it all. And he can.
Nice round, nice round.
Oh, Scuba. What a
nice
brilliant play. KC never had an idea. And when they found out, they were not ready for the bad news.
That's that classic trick. Hide behind the toxic screen. Wait for them to commit. 1, 2, and he gets the third. Ridiculous, Scuba. He just dives right in there. Incredible. I mean, again, but it's all these little tricks and traps that NRG has that KC has no response for. And it feels like NRG is a step ahead. Like they know what KC is going to do before they do it. That round right there, I guarantee they took that time out and talked about it. And now that's something you got to consider as KC. So don't be surprised to see
narrate gaya.
Again. They may well not, because there's only 2 more rounds left in the half.
He's using that same wall setup, and if nothing else, it's constantly going to have them thinking about it.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, a bit of a change-up as Brock maybe to try to play in Mata. He's just staying flush against the box here at Nest. Don't already use. No way to really scout this one out. Fast lane going to be committed forward towards B. Now the push coming up in the Nest, and he's out watching. Way too quickly.
Oh.
It gives them potentially this entire round for free.
Yeah.
The Recon will not be able to spot him out from here. Ethan at the same time. He's able to find Sugetsu on that late lurk, trying to work his way over. No way to interrupt this plant, but DOS9 even suffering some damage. Scuba is just finding so much. He can do nothing wrong. He is walking on water. Until that. But look at the damage dealt. DOS9 at 47, Aves at 45. Scuba has already done an immense amount in this round to try to set up Kiko and Ethan for success.
I think Aves, well, now he knows for sure.
Barrel was spotted, but Kiko finds DOS9. Aves has to win this fight and has to try to play the time. Shock dart out, fragment going to be exchanged on the other side. They have to start sticking this one right here, right now. It's not quite planted for him, but Kiko's not going to be able to hold this one up the half, so Aves will be able to clutch it. Gets KC a third round win with a 4K. But it takes so much.
Takes everything. I'm not even, did he get out of there? I'm not sure.
I don't think he did.
I mean, if it isn't for that early trigger pull from Mata, this is probably NRG's round. I mean, Scuba, again, love the way he's playing this. A little bit of an off angle. You know, they expect him to be tucked into that elbow position again, near that toxic screen. But he's a little bit further back on site. They don't even check him. They're just walking through. And then he can get one, spam through for a couple more. Phenomenal work by Scuba. But NRG even better to punch back, get a response. Aves will have his ult. Only a Guardian to back it up. Just going to see if there's going to be an outlaw in here based on the economy for KC, but none to be found for NRG. Kiko just going to go with that Vandal. Mata with the op.
And Levin's just trying to make a hero play. He knows that this pit's been evacuated, but he's still pushing through this harbor wall to his demise. Jump spot. Okay, does get a headshot there on a Brock.
Lit him up. Getsu, they've done a great job containing him, not allowing him to find any value on this map.
Oh, Ethan, he's hearing the footsteps. He's out a little bit wide. With DOS9 so very low, the transfer becomes all the more easy. NRG looking to bring this half to a conclusion in flawless fashion. Narrate on the swing will die immediately, and it will be flawless at that. 9-3. NRG showing exactly why they elected to go to this map.
Yeah, I mean, they are really good on it. They were able to get the win against Paper Rex on Breeze, But this was even better. This was a masterclass in a lot of cool setups, a lot of really good macro ideas, individual moments of brilliance, a few mistakes here and there for sure, and KC was able to capitalize. But overall, it just felt like it was on NRG to make the mistakes for KC to get round wins, not the other way around. You know, I don't necessarily think KC made mistakes per se. It's just NRG was a step ahead.
Yeah, you can just tell how well drilled this is. Multiple layers for NRG to peel back as time went on from this defender side. We'll see if the attacker side is going to hold just as many tricks and traps, or if KC will be able to rally back into this, because they really need to if they want to try to make this a fast series for themselves.
Well, and the scary thing for KC is NRG generally better on the attacker side on this map, so it isn't going to get any easier. But, I mean, we've seen KC be very resilient. We've seen them be able to challenge best of the best. They're going to have to dig deep coming into this second half. That man right there, Scuba, put on an absolute highlight reel over on B site. Was just such a great anchor, so difficult to deal with, and I love the way that he would use his conditioning from success to breed more success, to work it against them, change his positions in areas where they don't expect him to be over there. It started all from the pistol. He did it right out the get-go, hiding from that first recon dart.
Yeah, a couple of spotlight thieves with a great supporting cast on NRG. Scuba and Brock just went back and forth, trading out who is going to be the hard carry, depending on the round. But like you said, typically better on the attacker side. See if that is going to continue. KC need one hell of a defense if they want to try to run this back. Granted, after what we saw yesterday, anything's possible.
True.
The 212 recovery from Nongshim.
Don't set.
Couldn't close the series, though, so.
No. But it's one of those things that will be in everybody's minds the rest of the event. You know, like everybody's going to be like, well, you know, Nongshim did it. Oh, no.
Okay, well. Scuba fearlessly still just storming his way forward onto the A site. Not going to be spotted out by Aves, but they're still very suspicious of this.
Now they're going to try to sell fake over here.
Sugetsu's position now going to be known. Scuba striking, they're still able to find that value. The quick swing, the instant headshot, DOS9 dead. Now Spike going to be brought forward, and Aves trying to stay tucked away, but that recon will reveal him. Gets an immense amount of damage there onto Brock. With Scuba tagged up previously, the shock dart would kill, but he's unable to find it. Meanwhile, Kiko, massive backstab opportunity, slowly going to be creeping his way back through the defender's spawn. The rest of NRG, as tagged as they are, can try to hold this line. Kiko could very much benefit for it. There's Ethan trying to reposition, but they decide to spray and pray and will be rewarded. Right with one, but Kiko now arriving on the bridge. There's the one, there's the
nice.
Two. The drop down, the tailwind forward, gets himself in behind Orange. And right now, needing to try to check for this, and this delays them from getting onto the spike.
Still a snake bite.
The defuse having to be started. Narrate pulls off the defuse for a brief little moment.
Whoa.
But he's fallen. Sugetsu would have to do it all. He just does not have the time on his side.
Oh, nice.
We'll go out, find that kill, and NRG will get the pistol all the same.
There's just so many layers to what they're doing in this pistol round. This is... you could absolutely spend a serious amount of time breaking this one down, because there's so much going on here from the initial push by Scuba by himself behind the toxic screen. Nobody's making any noise, and there's a slow push up over towards B. You show the Jet and the Harbor over there. It looks like that's a B hit for sure all the way, and that's exactly when Scuba decides to strike. He's like, okay, they've seen you guys, good, I'm gonna go. And he gets the kill when they're not paying attention, when they're thinking, oh shoot, we gotta get over to B. And they're able to layer in Kiko behind all that. It was so good.
Well, Marshall brought into this one. Sugetsu with the Bandit, going to be overwhelmed there at elbow. Only one shot to the shoulder, so Brock still pretty damn healthy. And NRG for now, I'm still just waiting to see if KC try to push forward, try to get information, try to make a hero play. They know that they're not going to have the util coming into this round to really be able to scout them out effectively, so they have to just do it with their own two eyes.
Yeah, this is the right call from NRG. Always have to be cautious against these ecos. Too many teams, I think, make the mistake of not being cautious against them. Gonna get the spot.
Travis considering to try to run him down. Shock Dart's even going to start coming into the equation here as he's scaling forward. He's trying to get those right clicks in.
Nice. Nice.
A little bit of damage.
So what if he get them?
Fun on the back end. Shots to the corpse. Meanwhile, Brock, now realizing that he has been intercepted, so will be contained away from the rest of the team, but the rest of the team pushing their way forward onto the B site, so all sites from KC now naturally have to be trained in this direction. As Brock will just go sprinting through A, maybe up to bridge and try to find a backstab opportunity. Making plenty of noise. And
Ooh,
starting it there.
kya mara bhai.
Brock is just getting away with murder again.
Yeah, there should be nothing left to do. I mean, Levin has a sheriff, tries to do some damage, tags up Mata. Nothing.
Close but no cigar. I mean, Scuba's surviving with 2, Brock with 28. Levin will be able to find the finisher onto the Sova. Wants to try to find anything else that he could possibly get, but it will just be a bullet from Kiko. 11-3, NRG. Looking to just quickly wrap this one up, move on to Fracture.
Pretty crazy to think that that's kind of been the story of the day today. And EDG just couldn't muster up much of a fight earlier against BBL, and here, so far, it's been all NRG all day. And I'm pretty concerned. I mean, going back to the previous bonus they had where they did some serious damage, KC again going to be facing some pretty hefty firepower regardless. How many of those players? 2, 1 tap to Kiko's Outlaw. Still Mata with that Bulldog. Couple Guardians in there. Brock, give him the Vandal. He's been damn good with it. Drone out. Ooh.
Trying to find that punish. Would have left DOS9 absolutely wrecked. Still alive and kicking as Narrate, considering the check-in towards door, but nothing to be seen there. Meanwhile, 11 taking some space.
ये गड़बड़ करेगा, नियॉन गड़बड़ करेगा.
Not going to be seeing much of anything here as Kiko sticking around, but yeah, will get pushed back, and Levin on the counter swing is able to find him.
That was kind of the plan here for NRG. Leave Kiko to his own devices to see if they could get a little bit extra space over towards B.
Wall will be falling, but Sugetsu's able to find that kill and drops back over to safety. Meanwhile, the pinch in from mid, still going to be coming through from the raid. Brock finding one, Scuba going to be pinned, his position known, but Brock just double checking up over the top of the wall, still going to be able to find that elimination.
अबे कैसे?
However, counter spraying follows the tracers. Does manage to find the headshot. The jump up. And Scuba's not quite going to be fast enough on that. 2 players survive. KC, once again, going to be preventing a bonus conversion.
Yeah, but still, again, pretty good damage being done by NRG. 3 guns dropped there. And a little bit of armor damage to one of the other players. Sugetsu. Nice, quick reactions from him. Brock's going to have a Hunter's Fury already here. Looks like he's going to only go for this Sheriff. Oh, what's he doing? Where's the money going, Brock?
A Marshall.
A Marshall. Couldn't clear the knife, so Levin going to be able to initially thwart any attempts at pushing further in towards A main, but a lot of mid control here being established by KC like this. Makes it a lot more difficult for NRG. Force them into the extremities. They go A. Feels like you're maybe willing to play a little bit more retake potentially. We'll just have to see.
Who wrecked Mata? He's down to 15. He'll take that Marshall in a hand.
That's a good question. DOS9 maybe?
Could be, but tap at the door. Ethan trying to see if he can get a rise out of them, but it's just going to be that counter spam. Narrate. Chipping away at this KO.
Well, KC's had some good reads. Some good angles to at least soften some targets up. It will be Scuba looking for that late lurk from NRG, the other 4 players. considering the big hit. Drone leads the way. Just Aves in the back. He's actually just spamming for players, just ignoring the drone.
And nothing found there. Recon out. Going to be exchanged on both sides. Ping's not found. Kiko trying to find a target, and he will. Levin's going to be taken down as Aves cleans up Ethan. Deep position now for Kiko. Hearing these footsteps on the other side. Wants to play ring around the Rosie and catches Aves with util in hand. Going over to the side. Can't quite get the weapon steady though. DOS9 will be able to take him out. The spike going to be planted. The Hunter's Fury trying to peel back some of this pressure as the rate goes up and over the top. And he will be able to find just about both of them. Brock's going to be completely surrounded, skirts back the opposite side of the wall. The kill going through the shock dart, softening up DOS9 even further, but now he is out of util. The lower player going for the defuse. Brock trying to get the spray and pray across, but the defuse won't be stuck as KC collect a round win for themselves. Still afloat, still denying that map point from NRG.
Yeah, it's key that DOS9 survives here at the end because he can get that cove up, give himself a little bit of extra protection. Gets a little scrappy here, though, for NRG, taking a lot of damage early. That really hurts them in the long run. Really causes the players to be a little bit more cautious than they maybe normally would be. So, Blade Storm available for Kiko. Ethan goes for a Stinger. Brock has enough for the Vandal here. Based on the previous save, Blades just hopped right off the rip, and they're just going.
Fast hit, looking for the change-up. Damage going to be suffered, spotted on the one. Kiko can't quite get that second shorty pump to come out, so Sugetsu staying alive for a bit. And that is going to be the retreat here for NRG, but all of this allows for Scuba to go on this insert out through tunnel. Comes away with a kill, making it a 1-for-1.
Fast pivot here. Depends on how active Levin wants to get. High Tide put up in front of his face. Is he going to disrespect it?
So risk if he does, but okay, just enough of a pocket to peek through. Ethan will fall. Levin needs to not overstep from here, because otherwise that could be a weapon recovered. It's just that one Vandal alongside the Bandits. The former of which is still in mid and about to be surrounded. Oh, and Brock timing. Shifting over to the side, maybe a bit of an audio bait there from Sugetsu. Either way, he has been outdone. And it seems like KC not finished with this map quite yet. Plata trying to find that stun. Setting up the smoke, but it's just far too late. It's not fast enough. Levin has the kill. Scuba will just retreat, go for the weapon save. Carry that Vandal over into the next round, but KC get themselves up to 6.
Well, gotta give KC a lot of credit. Talked a lot about how good NRG was on their defender's side, about reading their opponents. They're doing the same thing. They're finding their little individual style, their ability to hit and then run. You know, Levin plays this so nicely here on the High Tide. Sugetsu doesn't go down to the shorty there, even though Scuba finds that backstab. Levin plays this round really, really nicely. Finds great times to disrespect that Harbor util. Very, very sturdy so far, RKC. So a very important round here. NRG looking to just get themselves up to 12. Get ready for the next one, but KC.
They want to try to make this fast again. Players at main could try to contain this for KC. Push forward, Sugetsu able to find the first, but Ethan trades it back. And this Brock down. Reckoning through. Blind is out. Levin cleaned up. DOS9 dead. 3-2. NRG. Back on the warpath. Try to take this up to map point. One away from the knives, one away from that Hunter's Fury. Not available to try to prevent this plant. Try to find a free, disconnected kill. Right, just swinging around the side. We'll be able to find one, makes his exit, gets him back into a 2v2. Suddenly it becomes a hell of a lot more doable. It's a swing in the corner on the raid, finds another. Ethan dead, Kiko having to do it all, and he shall.
Outrun me.
Gets the 3K, NRG now up by 6. Map point is theirs.
Whoa, that got real close. KC just inches away from giving themselves a couple more rounds, at least sending it down to another eco potentially. Nice little trade here early.
कीको ने निकाला भाई, क्या राउंड निकाला कीको ने। भाई जो भी देख रहे जल्दी से वीडियो को लाइक कर दो।
To get his team into a position where they can get that plant down quickly. Now facing the full might of KC's
वोट
ultimate.
करो यार, किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो तुम? NRG को कर रहे हो या KC को?
Meanwhile, nothing super close for NRG. Scuba not too far away from a pit, potentially. Early pit ripped by Sugetsu. Oh, hello?
Has to backpedal away from that one real quick. The knive's gonna go over. Trent disrespecting others! He's killed Narrate with a Hunter's Fury!
Oh, यार बच गया.
Well, it's a 1v1. It's a 1-to-1. It's an equal trade. As Levin manages to find the kill. And you know what? If you win the round, it is worth.
Totally worth.
DOS9 finds Ethan. Creeping out of nest, but he himself surrounded.
Nice.
Nico, able to strike.
3v3.
The Viper now out of her pit as Sugetsu spotted a 1. Slides back into this. Reinforcement's going to be coming in, but it looks like NRG might just be quietly creeping their way back out of this.
Well, they should hear that, though. I think Kiko made noise.
That's just an overdrive pop to expire. Levin not going to get the opportunity to use that at all. Now, KC realizing that the rotations have come through the plant now onto the B site, and Brock still well out towards mid. He's wary that the Viper's going to go through shop, through main.
Oh, yaar.
Not to be the case. He needs to try to join in alongside Mata sooner rather than later.
But he's going to be able to confirm the presence of KC here.
He doesn't push this fast enough.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Exactly where he needs to be. Recon can be tucked away from, but Sugetsu's still going to be known. Attention split on both sides. The wall set up to try to cut this off. Catch on the one. Eventually able to steady the spray. Snakebite over towards the arch side, but Mata's still going to be tucked over at backside. The stick having to come through, and Mata will be able to swing to
nice
the
round, nice,
It's going to be 13-6 NRG. Stumbling a little
निकाला एक
bit,
NRG ने. Nice way, nice.
For the most part, we're in full control on Breeze.
Yeah, this is just beautiful prep from NRG. Great execution from the players. Scuba, absolutely nasty over on that B site. Brock as well, some highlight reel moments. Kiko, great with the op as usual. Really good individual awareness displayed by him too. Great map awareness. Again, I'm so impressed with NRG here, understanding where their opponents are, where they're gonna be, when they give up negative space, when there could be somebody there.
Well, the boys in the black tees able to come out on top. KC now needing to find a win on Fracture. Extend this to a map 3 if they want to be sticking around, but for now, let's go ahead and send things back over to Digon and the desk.
The duel of the duelists were fun to watch, but there was clearly one winner in it as Kiko popped off and brought NRG to 13. It was a 13-6 victory here in map number 1. Breeze NRG, one win away from joining the rest of the teams in the playoffs. As we welcome back our desk, it's Big Time and Kakuka. And Big Time, you've got 2 children that you've taught everything you know in this matchup. One of them having a great start, the other one not so much. And Kiko and DOS9, how does it feel to be so torn right now?
Look, I'm proud of them both for making it this far. I think Dossie's on that harbor. It's always a tougher role, but he'll be fine. He will recover. We know he can do that into the series. Keiko, I worked with him like right at the start of his career. He's grown so much since then. Love it when he goes on the duelist. That's where I work with him. That's where I feel like he's at his best on this jet, and I feel like he should win today.
So you're taking more responsibility for DOS9, but you're not. That's what I thought, right?
I heard that too.
Kiko was like too long ago, but Dosha, like I know actually everything about him.
I think they're both amazing players that have learned a lot from other people, but aren't just me. Just most of it's me, but that's okay. No, but I do think when we talk about this map now, I really feel like NRG are so confident on this map of Breeze. I think they understand their own composition better than anybody. They know where to take these fights with the harbor. It's so effective. Karmine Corp just felt like they were always on the back foot from a macro perspective.
Yeah, but especially when we're in the second half, and there was not a lot of ways that the KC knew how to deal with the A entrance and how to play around mid, something that I think on the first half NRG were doing beautifully. When we were speaking about the teams that were working Breeze, working all perspective of the maps, actually NRG has to be now on top of that. I know the BBL did an amazing job earlier today, but the work that NRG has done on this map is incredible. Seeing Kiko, the tournament that he's having, not just today, but previous days as well. We understand why you decided to take him from us. He's still absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, big time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like for me, it's all about the anchors on this defensive side.
Yes.
Scuba, I think
Scuba's
Rourke
great.
pulled his weight as well, but truly, I think on this Viper, Scuba is so comfortable, so confident. He's able to do the hard jobs of locking down these difficult tight sides. He's coming away from every situation with more kills than he should, which is incredibly impressive.
This form of Scuba is what got them the trophy last year, by the way.
Yeah, Scuba second in the plus minus with 8 more than, I guess, the deaths that he had compared to Kiko, who, again, 22-9, was on fire here. And I like the point that you guys brought up. It was mid-control early on that KC had struggled with, and it just gave all different types of options here for NRG to execute on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, especially with the harbors, I agree with you big time in the differences that we were seeing. I like the approaches also. If we look at the Viper setups and whatnot, there were so many things different from round to round, different between these two teams. So it's good to see that NRG is good to have a victory like this one, because it was difficult for them to even go up against Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think Vitality proved their class in that
How good
game.
are Vitality?
I mean, I think they're very, very good. We have to talk about how great they are. But I do think NRG are still in a great position to make it out of this group now. They've closed their map pick, but time and time again, we keep going to map 3 here. Will be Fracture next, where they've had a little bit more trouble, and stylistically is so different to this Breeze. So big adaptations throughout this series.
And things that scare me as well, when we look at the other side, when we look at KC, 11, bad map for him, very bad. I believe he went like 1 and 7 in opening duels. This is not what you want from your Neon, especially after we just watched BBL and what they're capable of doing, and all the great duelists that we get to see in all of the tournaments here and there. To see Levin in this form, I really hope that he can bounce back on Fracture, because he was the ultimate star that managed to close that map for them against Paper X.
Yeah, well, the rest of KC will need to regroup and bounce back. NRG 1 win away from that playoffs. We'll have map number 2 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
भाई डब्लू गोविंद भाई को भाई चैट में जो भी देख रहे हैं सब लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर देना भाई, लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every
NRG
click,
है भाई इसमें तो
every
NRG है।
clutch,
Easy
every
NRG।
respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Esports World Cup 2026 Valorant. It is NRG up 1-0 over Karmine Corp. And now we move to map number 2, which was Karmine Corp's pick of Fracture. The unique thing about this is that Karmine Corp tried to gamble with their map picks against Paper Rex when they pulled out the Sunset and almost got it done, losing 13-11. And then we were on the desk, everyone was like, oh, wow, you're going into Paper Rex's Fracture. This is where they get to do all of the W gaming and cross all the different ways to entry onto that A and B site.
Yeah.
And then Karmine Corp won, and so now Karmine Corp get to use that as their unique pick here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story for sure. I had counted them out when it went to Fracture in that last series. But they really showed their resilience, and I think they really actually understood the map, probably even maybe more than they thought they even did, to the point where they play it, they win it, and they go, guys, maybe we should be picking this. Maybe we don't need Sunset. Maybe this is the one. And that's what it feels like. So hopefully they're able to replicate that performance that we saw from them in the past here today.
Yeah, and also if we add on to the fact that NRG did lose this map against PaperX, you know, if I am able to win against PaperX and PaperX is with them to
the old transitive property there, right? You know, I can beat A,
we just
B,
hope that
B,
this
C.
is, but the thing is, like, in Valorant, it's never like that, and it's always like rock, paper, scissors. It's not because you are able to win, you know? It doesn't work like that. For the side of KC, I understand why they want to feel that way, when they also want to surprise. I think that you have to, right? Getting at this moment in the tournament where everything is at stake and you are not the favorite, you have to surprise. For the side of NRG, though, when they played against PaperX, I remember asking the casters, yo, how did that game go? And they said that NRG were always in control. The problem is that PaperX was getting a lot of momentum because at the beginning of each half, they were getting a lot of rounds on the board, and bouncing back from that was getting more and more complicated. And at the end of the day, it was PaperX Fracture. So, of course, it's not something that they were exactly bad at.
Look, for me, I'm still believing in the hero's journey here for Karmine Corp. You know, they face that adversity. It's tough. Then the bounce back. We're on the climb. Just when it looks like it might all fall apart, that's when heroes are made. That's when stories are written, especially here at EWC. Karmine Corp, they now have to pull off 2 perfect maps to get in front of that home crowd.
Well, I feel like there are a couple of maps where, you know, shooter's going to shoot. You can just play straight up and work through your gunplay. But I feel like there are a couple of maps where if you come in with set strategies, it gives you a massive advantage. Breeze being one, and I think Fracture being another one.
Yeah, I think Fracture plays so differently to all the other maps in the pool, right? That's why it's very Marmite. You love it or you hate it.
You're either very good or you're very bad. Like, it is difficult to, when you go, when there's 2 teams that are good at it, that there is, I would say, a bigger difference, because you see who understands it better.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also the reason why a lot of teams and players really don't like this map, because you have to play it so differently. You see the roles have to shift around. It's, you know, the only one in the pool now where we see a lot of Brimstone, very different for the Smokes players. Like, it does feel different to play. So NRG, it did look like a weakness when we saw it from them last. It's more about if they were prepared for it coming up in this veto. How much work have they put in since we last saw it against PaperX? And for Karmine Corp, how much have they been able to improve on what they were able to do in that great upset?
And Fracture, it's already a difficult map if we think about it from the angle of all the metas that we've had. What has been strong, how Viper has been slowly, for some reason, leaving most of the maps now, how the double duelist is played, how you still have to manage to keep control of some part of the maps. Looking forward to see if we get Team Heretics playing on this map, because actually in EMEA, they had one of the better understandings. But on this one, I feel like I have to be on NRG's boat. I feel like they will continue that performance that they were having on Breeze, because seriously, they were just the better team.
Wow, that's some serious EMEA doubt from you. Not me, the truest of believers. Karmine Corp turn this around. They run the bracket. You gotta stop believing people. Now is the time.
I gotta give them both. I gotta give them both.
All right, we're diving into Agent Select now. It will be Karmine Corp on defense first, running that double duelist, the same composition that we saw them run earlier against PaperX.
Yeah, so this is both what we would expect from them. The only difference here is that Raze versus the Waylay. Now, for me in general, I like how Americas uses the Waylay. I feel like they're the most ahead in terms of that. Look for these cheeky set places. The Saturate can find a lot of value on this map, as well as that double dash to create a lot of space. Raze is trying to do the same thing with those satchels, but ultimately there'll be a lot of mutual understanding across this on how each team likes to play.
You need to control the map, especially when there are 2 Phoenixes on play, and I want to see players like Suigetsu, for example, stepping up a little bit, but Casey from this defense needs to fight. If control of the tempo falls into the hands of NRG, this might be a quick map.
Backs against the wall, but the blue wall stands with it. It's Karmine Corp needing 2 map wins to make it to the playoffs. NRG have done the tough work of winning their map pick. Now will they be able to get the upset and move on to the playoffs? Let's find out with this Group B decider, map number 2, KC versus NRG.
A fracture has been a tricky one for NRG, dominant regionally, but struggling whenever they get to the internationals. Dispatched on that map by Paper Rex, a 13-9 scoreline in favor of SEA squad. NRG not been able to find a win on it since playing back in Americas.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough go of them for a map I'm sure they felt very comfortable on coming into London, but you know, ran into foot, lost to them. They've lost to Paper Rex on this map too. Whereas KC, on the other hand, just beat Paper Rex and looked really clean about it. Had some really good anti-ideas, I think, especially with Narrate, with the FynTrix using his ult to often counter Jing's Ray's ult. Now, that's not going to necessarily need to be the case here. So then I look at Kiko, think, hey, man, you see what he's doing yesterday? You know, there's a Raze on the other side there. Maybe. You can try and mimic some of that, but we'll have to wait and see. But KC, I just thought, had a really good general idea of how to play the map. Like they controlled space well. They took their moments. They were countering whatever Paper X wanted to do.
Match number 2 between KC and NRG.
In different
Fracture.
ideas that kept Paper X guessing.
भाई मुझे personally ये map
So for
बहुत
NRG,
बकवास-
you know, was that what you saw the other day enough here to give you the read? Was Bonkar able to put together another masterclass?
Almada offering up that Sheriff over to Brock, getting that into his hands, ensuring that he's able to have those 3 Sky Smokes as well. Push at the corner, it's going to be Narrate taking that first kill. Levin, however, going to be taking quite a bit of damage, and Kiko will be taking both of them down. Kill found, Blaze Wall. As well as that Haunt going to be chucked out, Sugetsu just to say tucked into the corner, but likely would have been spotted. Couple shots going to be coming through, and he's going to try to play the rest of this out a little bit more quietly. Wire going to be cleared. Ethan staying entrenched here at the spike, has that frenzy, wants them to get up close and personal with him, but weapon now will be heard. Molly as well going to be sent out at his feet. Takes him a little bit low, but keeps him behind. A third kill. Ethan with 1 as well. And now it's just Sugetsu tagged to 24. Somehow try to pull a 3K out of the hat. Still has to re-clear the entirety of the site. Drops back down. Has not been able to hold this to happen. All the mollies layered in. Kiko gets a 4K, and that is a scary way for NRG to start things off. Kiko just 2 charges from having that ult online.
I mean, you basically feel like he's 100% going to have it for the bonus. It could even get it in the next round. Not going to want to use it most likely, but it's a little bit of a weird start here. Nice high-low setup for KC, but this round to me was all about the counters from NRG. It's that flash from Kiko into the double kill, and then when there's the molly onto site, the prowler into the molly onto Ethan, that's when NRG actually swings to bail him out. Those are really good individual calls, individual decisions in the heat of the moment that win NRG that pistol and keep the ball rolling for them. Couple rifles, Kiko Brock gonna be swinging with the Vandals. Couple Sheriffs, and Mata with the Marshal. 4-man push, DOS9 Sugetsu, and immediately down and dusted. Brock, Kiko, the Vandals making quick work of him.
Yeah, and with that kill, Kiko 1 away, so could just give him the spike, go for the plant. Meanwhile, they're gonna try to overwhelm him. Characteristic whiffs with that Marshal, just can't quite connect him. So orb grab, as well as that kill over to the hands of Narrate, who's now also 1 charge away. He can put that Marshal to use. The players still working their way over towards B.
You play a bit of post plant here. Have a lot for this. Sees, couple mollies. The KC, I would think, just want to die to the spike at this point. Maybe Narrate.
Probably for the best. Angel to at least check the corner, see if they can get a freebie. Blazewall will be invested into this, but there's the molly and there's the spam. Brock, exactly who you want to be able to scoop up these remaining kills. Get towards that orbital. Second molly goes in. And Aves and Levin will go down. No one going to be giving him the angle. Aves will just fall to the spike alongside the Rays, and that's going to be a clean 2-0 start for NRG.
Now this next round gets really interesting because both Phoenixes have to run it back. So generally, as the defender, you're going to want to hang on to yours. You're going to want to wait until your opponent uses theirs before you start trying to make a move, before you kind of have to react, unless you've got some kind of crazy good set play in the back, which I wouldn't mind here as KC. I want to see them get a little bit more proactive on the extremities of the map. They've tried, they've been shut down, but you got to keep pressing as the defenders. You got to keep looking for those extra angles, extra advantages. So it looks like Aves, again, he was widely left pretty unchecked at Dish against Paper Rex, but NRG wants to test him early. I think this, again, screams good homework to me, because I think this was an opportunity that Paper Rex never really capitalized on, was how often Aves was just on his own. You could at least clear this space. You don't have to necessarily go for the big hit, but they're going to try.
Here comes that running back, but Kiko will be grabbed by the C's. Trying to counter spray him out. Aves on the reposition, just here alongside drop. Jumps up and over the top. It's quite a bit of damage, but will be able to get the jump on Kiko right as he snaps back. And Brock dead to the nade. KC lights out on this anti-bonus. Completely smothering NRG and catching them off guard.
I feel like I've seen that play before. That's really nicely done by Aves.
He rescales forward, wants to try to get this elimination. Extra charge towards the Nightfall. Question is, Scuba doesn't even really go for this at all, or does he just drift back? In a 1v5, so it seems like he's just going to patiently wait, see if anyone comes exploring, which Levin might just do. A couple players going to be working their way through. He hears that noise. But with a haunt, that's going to force his hand. As here comes the spam. Sugetsu will be the one to collect it. And KC get themselves on the board.
Yeah, this is what was working so well for KC against Paper Rex, was their ability to react to the fast hits in really interesting and smart ways. And also it's just the tempo that they're willing to play at. Like, you want to play fast? We will absolutely be matching that with our rotations on the defender side. But Aves doing a great job again, buying a little bit of time and then making a cheeky little maneuver while NRG is dropping down into sight, uses that seize to stall them out a little bit. They just want to press forward. They're just committed to that hit all the way. And Aves plays it beautifully. Tees up, I think it was DOS9 who got a couple kills on the backside there. Big round. Speaking of DOS9, going to get his ult from that orb grab.
Nothing spotted on this side. Prowler, I think, was not heard over at B, so the attempted fake not really going to be filmed for here. They're still suspicious about it, but they also have these double trips situated. Now the cloud smoke's going down. Sky smokes as well as that double dash forward. They can become increasingly convinced that this is going to be an A hit. Spike could be passed over into the hands of Mata, try to get that convergent paths online. He reassesses his plant spot, and that's going to be the orbital out very early. Mata can now go for this one safely.
Nice patience being shown there.
Can he escape is going to be the big question. He'll just be left on a bit of an island. DOS9 assessing where he wants to set up these smokes. Meanwhile, the fight going to be coming in. Narade winning that one out. Kiko going to be struck down. Molly now forward at their feet. But Narade gets past it. Eventually going to be flushed out as Brock re-swings that corner. Clears him out, but that is going to be significant damage suffered now by NRG. Scuba, however, on this flank could be their undoing. Finds the first, needs to look for a hell of a lot more, though. The last one standing, the drop down to his demise. Who gets from Sands, cleans it up, and KC will tie it up at 2-2.
This is great play from Narade again. He is so locked in on Phoenix on this map. And he breaks out of a tough situation there. NRG throwing a lot of util at the door. The smokes are there. But that first flash, so good. Finally stopped by Brock. Scuba's lurk took a long time to really come to fruition. That's going to be an early timeout here from Bonkar. Already seeing some things he doesn't like and what's going on with his team. And I think probably wants to maybe talk about some of these post-plant setups a little bit more. Liked the idea on the pistol where they had some help for that player that goes for the plant on A site. Here they, yeah, like you said, left Mata to his own devices. I think it, you know, if you lose that three-man stack trying to hold that door, that's just it. That post plant is cooked. Especially if Scuba's just a little bit late on that lurk.
It's something like that, if you have the refract set up and you can get the spike planted.
Right.
I'm not sure how the timing exactly works out on that one, but
it felt intentional that they were trying to bait out that orbital strike, right?
yeah. They got the tap, and they managed to get that out effectively. It's just everything from there. And Scuba just a little bit too late to try to get in to find that backstab. If he's able to get that right as obvious about the drop down, he's probably going to be good for 2 eliminations, but the rest of the team is just already dead.
Right.
So the timing's a bit more wobbly here for NRG compared to what we were seeing on Breeze, and KC are also just a lot more dialed in and in tune with this map.
Yeah, and I love the way Narrate plays. He's such a good Phoenix on this map. He has such good instincts, great timings with the flashes. Reads his opponents incredibly well. This time, that Prowler is going to find the trip. And a weaker buy. Funneling these into Mata this time.
Trying to bait Sugetsu into a swing there, but none to be found. Push past that.
Oh, nice.
Kiko will be able to win the fight. Doesn't even take that much damage. Of course, has the heals as well to push him back up towards full very quickly. But spray and pray forward to Canteen. Dawson going to be struck down. Narrate. Pushing forwards, looking for more. Nearly has him lined up. Can't quite collect it, but Aves still going to be good for one more. Nade to the corner. Kiko's going to be dead. No, he pushes forward. He manages to scale past that right before the explosion comes in. Meanwhile, Scuba unable to win this critical fight. It's got to be a one-tap from Kiko, but he can't commit to the plant.
I think he's going to go swing all the way over to A.
Only 35 seconds. He needs to get out of the audio distance to try to go for the sprint. And Levin is already cheating back, so instead, Kiko just keeping it paused for now, and now we'll rescale into B. I mean, it's brilliantly played. Whether or not this leads to the round win, still yet to be seen.
He's got to run it back after this, though.
Still trying to check around, but eventually we'll have to go for this. But yeah, if he can get the plant, get into a safe position. Problem is, Levin has both blast packs, so he can get on top of wherever he commits to this run it back from. Will he even get the chance? No, he does not. Levin will just catch him in transit. KC with his defuse will move up 3-2.
Oh boy. I mean, it's a hell of a go of it on what is effectively an eco other than the rifle of Kiko, which definitely found purchase in that round. Getting that first kill on Sugetsu. Absolutely insane. Sugetsu can't even do much out of that position, barely touches him. And then Narrate, 2 fast kills with the Phantom. Ooh, beautiful work. And they can't quite answer back. They stack up a little bit there. Scuba can't win that 1v1. Would have been crucial. Went fishing for it, was hoping that maybe Levin would get a little impatient. Try to deny the plant. Mata has the op now, though. Save up, big ult available. 1 away from an orbital strike for Brock. Kiko and Mata sitting on their duelist ults respectively. Narrate just spams through, gets Kiko down instantly. That's the run it back on. You're kidding me.
Just another kick to the gut for NRG. 3-player stack now on this north side, just hugging this tripwire. Still to be so worried about Ray and Sugetsu. Here at B, there's just no easy way to try to get access to the site. Run it back, going to be committed. Narrate spraying and praying, trying to see if he can find anything before this one does expire. But there's the backstab. Levin arriving, is instantly able to find 2 players as Brock and Ethan will get taken down. The Phoenix ult gone. But no, closer to trying to get this plant in play are NRG. Completely surrounded. Scuba lucky to be alive, but with this operator, I mean, what are you meant to really do? The first shot ringing out, unable to connect. Now he's going to be struck down. Scuba having to try to fight his way out of here is going to be good for the 1, but has to hightail it out. There's just no way to rescue this round. They'll plant his feet, and looks like KC will show the respect that Scuba earned from that previous map's performance. They won't go chasing, but they say thank you very much. You just handed us an operator as well as a 2-round lead.
I mean, it's just crazy work. The way that they're able to then maneuver on the map. They start just taking space. This is exactly what you wanted to see out of KC on this defender side. They have such a good feel for the flow of this map. Meanwhile, NRG looks a little rattled now. I mean, that is a brutal way to start the round, too. You throw up that blaze wall, you just get spammed right down, lose that key ultimate that you're going to have to chew another round through, potentially. They are going to buy into this. They had enough in the bank. Operator actually not going to be carried over by KC. They opt to not go for it. Are we looking for some kind of wombo here? Convergent paths into the orbital strike, potentially. Ethan starts out on the north side of the map, looking again for KC to get aggressive, but now opt to play a little more default. Boombot's not going to see anything here, though, so they're going to lean over towards B. Scuba starting to clear sewers. Starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable for NRG, like they're already behind the curve in this round. Trying to spread the map. They're trying to sell some attention. See footsteps sent out by Ethan. That isn't a ton of info there. So I don't think KC makes much of a change.
That's a quick backpedal, Lahan, towards that north side to make sure they're not getting pinched here. So for now, because nothing's spotted on Dish, they continue to just leave 3 players on B. KC have a very strong understanding of exactly what NRG is doing. They're in pole position to counteract this.
Let's have so much map control.
Well, to run it back from Kiko is going to have to go hard in the paint. This paint shell's going to be sent out. Showstopper looking to go.
Oh, nice, nice. Nice held break.
With a push forward. Delsign able to find those 2 kills. Ethan Mata. Both struck down. Now they have to rescale forward. 13 seconds remaining in the round. Brock, the spike in hand, trying to commit in for that plant, but it's going to be Kiko at front gen. He's able to find one. But he cannot escape. The round is over. The spike just cycled to the ground repeatedly as Narrate arrives exactly when he needs to. And that costs them so damn much.
This is great stuff from a couple players. DOS9 just on the very edge of that orbital strike, able to push forward at the last moment when they least expect it, finds 2 huge kills. Oh, that completely throws things into chaos for NRG. But the thing is from the get-go, from the beginning to the end of this round, this was KC on top of NRG the whole way. And that's going to force the second timeout already from Bonkar. And it is so annoying how well KC plays this map on their defender side, man. They are so smart. They use their information, their space control so well. And then they kind of surprise you with moments like that where they're aggressively positioned when you least expect it, when you think you've been given the freedom to at least maybe get the plant down. No, no, no.
That's just a pistol on the anti-eco. NRG have been struggling. And even with the immense amount of tools that they had available across all of these rounds, they've not been able to make anything stick. Orbital, Neural, run it back, all committed into that to no avail. Just one little cheeky backstab from Narrate at main.
This is a nice spot.
Picking off Brock before that spike could get into play. You can tell that it's chaotic. NRG, they have no idea where their advantages lie, where they're safe on these sites. If they can't figure that out, then this is going to be us moving over to Haven. Sugetsu will be forced away.
Look at the reads. Look at the reads, though. They know as soon as that arcade orb is tapped that they're going to be given space over towards Dish. They throw out a haunt just to check. It's like they know what they're going to do. It's just like Breeze for NRG, where it just felt like they know what their opponents are going to do before they do it. Same with KC here. They're mirroring them at every step of the way. So now NRG going to keep going. See if they can make this maze a little bit longer behind them to trace.
They want to keep trying to fake, maybe just get a flank going through. So Scuba is going to be sent in behind as Nightfalls are going to be exchanged. Mata the one getting caught by that. As a paint shell towards Sands. Not going to be able to find any damage here onto the waylay. Throw out the ready. Great swing in the corners. Able to find Kiko. Tucks back out the safety, and Mata just not in position to try to counteract that. No trade to be found. Scuba now dead. The flanker absolutely noted. Sugetsu gets the Neural out. And the jig is up. Ethan able to find one with that Spectre in hand, but it's going to be a hell of a lot more necessary.
Nice.
He does manage to find yet another. Swap of the guns. 1v2 for the two-time world champion. No more util to speak of for 15 seconds. Stays tucked away. There's been no tap at the door, but doesn't know if that late flank could have come through from Sugetsu had he sprinted down towards the south side, so has to just wait this one out. But it will just be the swing, and Sugetsu has him in his sights. 6-2, the timeout's not mattering. The money gone, NRG. Massively on struggle street as KC continue to run away with this map.
I mean, it's just so hard to find gaps in this defense that KC has. And again, every step of the way, they're mirroring you. They're re-clearing space. They're checking to confirm, okay, are you actually committing to that side of the map? Yeah, you are. You're not rewrapping through the north side. Okay, that means you had to have gone through sewers, so now we can be ready to pivot and hit you at ropes when you try to break through there. And it feels like NRG just cannot respond, cannot recover. They're going to try another 4-1 setup. There's already a ping out over on this. Feels like KC has something ready.
It feels like NRG are just out of ideas. 4-player push to Arcade, trying to grab the orb, trying to make an exec happen, but Narrate just peeks out. He manages to find a second one as Ethan will also get taken down. Mono works up into tower, grabs that Phantom. Now you've got Levin encroaching on the north side, still going to be contained by that trip for now. Spike will be recovered. Scuba trying to just slot forward. Lays up, tries to take some space, but even just the spam from Sugetsu manages to connect. Tag to 89. Swing in. Mata will be able to find the first, but Sugetsu is a little bit faster. Still found. Scuba trying to play around that tiny little gap. Nothing to be found, but he's going to be swinging right into the back of 11, who's just ready and waiting with that outlaw in hand. Brock now. Try to clutch this out in a 1v3. Just the one molly to try to buy some time. Already, an immense amount of damage going to be suffered as Sugetsu will run him down. Another round for KC. Guaranteeing a lead at the half, and given the way that these rounds are going, it's looking to be a monstrous one.
Yes. I mean, they're so smart this time, leaving that extra player out by the trip for a long time, playing a little bit of contain around the site. I mean, at this point, I don't know what you do. Narrate starts this round off with a bang, finds 2. He's playing so smart around that orb. This time they give him a different look. They are like, okay, they're going to tap this orb. We'll give it to them. We'll make them think that we're not contesting it this time. But little do they know, we lie in wait. That's 7 streaked together. The buys struggle here for NRG. 2 Phantoms, 2 Guardians, and a Bulldog. 11 holding that tight angle. Man, I don't know what he saw there, but he was ready for that. That was just a timing.
Okay, well, one of the best starts that NRG's had for a little while is Narrate. The door is going to open, and Mata's going to be taken down before he can try to go for the dash. Narrate still sticking around, still tearing them apart. Dostar now refilling that space, comes away with a kill, but will be traded back. We go into a 2v2. Spike still at Sands, now alone in the hands of Brock. Leg spotted, head clicked, but Sugetsu has him outdone. Just too many layers for NRG to try to work through. KC are looking bulletproof on Fracture.
It's a little mistake at the beginning. Levin gives away his position, doesn't matter. I mean, Narrate is just so good on this map. It doesn't make sense. He is outrageous with his timings. He just knows. And he's so fast to react. Cycle through those run it backs. They always seem to find just tons of value. And this is just so one-sided so far. See if there's any answer. Brock's got another orbital. Kiko has his. There's going to be some way that they can squeak one out, make this 8-3. Get 4. I don't know if it matters at this point. It feels like KC is too good on this map.
The up and over from Mata, just landing out into the open. Saturate Chuck towards the corner, nothing to be found. In fact, it's going to be Aves finding him through the smoke. Sugetsu gets Ethan as well.
They missed.
And nothing found. Run it back, committed to no avail. Only a smattering of damage onto the enemy fade. And the space that you would love to have for a post plant is very much taken away as Brock will fall. Scuba only able to find the one, but nothing more. 9-2. KC continue to beat them back, continue to demolish. They're looking to make this a 10-2 scoreline at the half and quickly get us into map 3.
Oh, yeah. This is feeling like lights out. I mean, NRG's been forcing buys. They've been trying to scrape together some kind of round, some kind of way in, and they just can't get much. I mean, run it back used. They at least still have the orbital strike. The problem is you gave Levin his ult off of the defuse. Sugetsu's going to be 1 kill away from the neural theft, so all he has to do is kill the lurker or just find a late flank and then throw that through and basically probably sweep through the round, you would think. Big push out here, though. This might be, yeah, this is a problem.
Okay. Maybe a lifeline wanted to be offered up here by KC. It's beating the hell out of NRG so much that they started to get depressed about it. Decided, oh, we'll give you a couple kills.
Playing a little psychologist. That's nice of him. Appreciate that.
Well, it's both duelists down. It's a showstopper out of the equation, so one fewer thorn in their side. But, I mean, we've seen so many conversions already from KC that even in a 3v5, I'm not convinced that NRG have this one in the bag.
No. The best news about this is you took out the showstopper. Like, that's actually the only reason I still have some hope. Okay, so Getz only gets one. Can't rip his ult. Aves and DOS9, surely not, right?
Now you don't have a Nightfall, but convergent paths with the orbital strike. If you can find out where these players are at, line them up, get the wombo combo. That should be curtains. There's the neural theft. Convergent paths immediately going to be sent, but it's not the combination. It's a little bit disjointed here, a little bit too fast on the draw. Meanwhile, Brock is eating some damage in transit just to try to get that spike planted.
That kind of opens a door.
Silent push forward. Aves trying to isolate them, but okay. The double stack will come away with the kills, and now it is just DOS9. Who looks like he's kind of accepted his fate in this round.
Doesn't want to give him the satisfaction.
Could just be a KD play.
In my Valorant, never.
Yamato knows exactly where he's at, so convergent paths just to lock him in place. They know that they have this one under wraps, so NRG at long last here in round 12 are able to find their first round win since the pistol and the anti-eco. It was 9 in between for KC, a monstrous streak. And if NRG want to bring this one to a conclusion, then boy, it is going to have to be one hell of a defense for themselves.
I feel like going into stage 2 for VCT, Achilleos, that a lot of people are watching this, what KC has been doing on this map, and are going to be borrowing some of what they do and how they operate, and like the protocols they have are so good. I mean, it will be hard to replicate because players like Narrate are so good at FynTrix, it's unfair, it feels like. He's just better than you. He's got great individual reads. I mean, this time it isn't even necessarily all the utility. I mean, he's had some nice flashes, you bet, but he's just getting good reads and then clicking on heads with those phantoms. It's brutal. I love it. I absolutely love it. He has been just stellar to watch on this map here at EWC 2026. DOS9 had a few good moments. Sugetsu played great. He was constantly shutting down Scuba on those lurks. Won the Cypher battle for sure. Mata had a few moments, but haven't been able to see that Waylay really be the carry that it was in the past, like in 2025. Obviously, yes, there's been some nerfs, but still not a very, very good. Had again, a couple moments, sure. Kiko still putting up numbers, but that was just a masterclass. Both teams on their map picks have their defender sides absolutely exquisitely thought out.
Well, as we so often say, it's got to start from the pistol. They have any shot of being able to get this back, but Karmine Corp looking so damn good on this map. I think even if you feel confident in your fracture, KC makes it through to the next round if they can complete this victory here. Probably gonna have to consider taking it off the table. This is just looking too clean.
I mean, yeah, it's almost a must ban for anybody else the rest of the way through. I don't care what your permaban is. I don't know that anybody has a hope. Maybe Heretics, you know, who knows, Vitality on the right day, but right now this team is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And they go over to the attacker side.
क्या NRG 93 कर पाएगी?
So a little bit of presence known, but it's just a cipher, so that doesn't give you a ton of info here as NRG. They still got the right read. I mean, the heavy gamble stack onto B. Probably saw something in the VOD review and said, probably just going to try to NB a lot. Let's just gamble on it, but now they're getting impatient.
Mata does not have a refract set up, but it still will be good for the first shot. Wants to stick around if they continue to swing forward. He'll get himself a second, but Levin collecting a kill now, and the flash is out in the paint shell. Is at Kiko's feet. He gets struck down. Blast pack forward. Brock barely able to win that fight. Surviving with 13 health. That does leave Narrate now. A 1v2, but this is the danger man for KC.
Just a classic.
Just a classic now. Clearing of that cam. Over top of the tripwire as well. Swinging the corner, unable to find that kill onto the enemy Brimstone. Considering the Molly. 9 bullets remaining. Molly on the close side, trying to isolate here, but just not really given fantastic angles. The shots just aren't quite connecting for him. Finds the first, Brock dead. The swing in, and
Nice.
Stuba will be able to persevere. Gets damn close, but NRG will find another pistol. They need so much more from there.
Almost a throw here from NRG, who has a really good read at the beginning of this round on the tendency of where this wants to end up. But then they get a little impatient, start pushing out. The good news is Mata found the right timing there to get that first kill. And then Brock's able to hold the line with the Sheriff. Gets the bounding, blast packing Levin.
अच्छा round निकाला ये
Right in the chest.
Almost
Narrate,
हाथ से चला गया था
and you
NRG
never
के.
count him out. You just feel like he's good for it. So fast, so agile.
He's still able to get those 3 charges.
Yep. I mean, I'm still not comfortable as NRG. Like, this still feels like a scary scary situation going up against an eco. Levin's the only one who buys up. Well, there's a couple bandits in there. I take it back. There's 3 bandits. From a distance, they look like classics. Also, I'm old and my eyes are bad. Leave me alone.
Very true.
Yeah. Give me a break.
There's a couple shots out and a triple push down through this double push rather down to this underpass. Orb to be collected, and right now 1 away from having the run it back available. And they're now going to take that as their prize and silently drift away over towards the A side of the map, where Mata not too far off, but
still this
back
is
into a position with that outlaw is going to prove to be even more difficult.
This is, in theory, plantable. It just depends on the timing here from Ethan. Nobody's going to open this door. They're just going to silently bypass it. Set up a player to watch the flank and throw some smokes and potentially get the plant through. Ethan just can't contest this. He's all on his own for now.
A reposition, scale forward from Sugetsu, spotting out 2. Mata now trying to scale up, get onto an angle where he can put that outlaw to use, but Sugetsu just stays tucked. They do not suss this out quite yet. They have any way of clearing him whatsoever is going to be the question. So they're going to refight in towards Halls. The Haunt going to be destroyed.
Oh my God.
Narrate still there, ready to strike as he scales forward, ignoring that Molly.
Oh,
He's able to find the first. Look
nice.
for a second, he cannot make it happen. Ethan turns back with the classic in hand. But Sugetsu now says hello. Cleans up 2. Haves down low. Levin
ओए
trying to
उसे
strike.
अरे
Manages to find
यार
the
उसने
one
almost
block.
लगा था.
The last one standing. Trying to bait him
Nice.
into the fight. Has the time. but it ends up being so costly. You talked about it. It doesn't feel comfortable, and that is proven. Only one player surviving.
The way that KC is using space against their opponents, they're setting themselves up in all these tricky places, and it's making NRG have to think about so much. Then they use their own smokes against them. In the backside, they hide in them, wait for them to come through. Cut right down the middle of the NRG formation. And even Narrate's frustrated, man. He wanted that one so bad, and they were oh so close. A really good attempt from KC. NRG gonna start throwing money into this. Want to get this bonus to go. They know how crucial it is. If they can get this round to go started, they could maybe offset KC enough. But very sharp Ethan down.
There goes the IGL. Dead off the rip. Spot of that tripwire. Make his way back over, trying to reinforce this A site, because again, KC starting to creep their way over here. Seems like they overall do have the right idea. It's just a question of, can they hold the line? Can they stave them off? Invert this bonus. Run it back. Push forward over towards Sansoray. Just getting spammed a little bit. And he's able to find Mana through that smoke. Scuba able to snap him back. He's able to find Levin on top, but he and Brock will both fall, and now suddenly it is just Kiko. Just a Guardian in hand. Given the money, given how much they had to invest because of how close that previous round was, he has to save this weapon. Rotates over, can swap over to the Phantom at the very least, get that upgrade. And perhaps just find somewhere to tuck away and try to play this out quietly. It's going to be a 5-round advantage here in the hands of KC once again as they hit double digits.
And look at the money. Look at the money for NRG.
It's gone.
They bought into this. They felt like they had to convert this bonus if they were going to have any chance in this map. They can't do it. So it feels like this is certainly KC's, and we will certainly be going to Haven. Just so impressed. Love the way this team operates. The protocols they have. Individual play. Narrate. Again, outrageous how he understands what's going on. Knows where players are going to be. Just seemingly has a vision in his mind. There is a technical pause, but my goodness. So good. So good.
Well, hopefully something quick and clean like we had previously. Already. Edwin feels like he's backing off a bit, so hopefully be able to get back into this NRG. I mean, they're holding on by a thread. This is still possible. We know that this is a team that is capable of getting themselves back into a winning position. But just given how, if map fluency makes sense to say,
sure.
KC seem perfectly fluent in Fracture.
Absolutely. They are linguists on this map. They're poets. They have more than a fluency in the language. They're experts. And it's just fun to watch them on the map because I'm just like, no, I get it now. I see, because you have that Cypher util over there. You know that they're not coming that way. Okay, you threw your haunt deep that side. You even left a player there lingering a little bit to get some info. Okay, now you can wrap down to the other side of the map and you can make these fast rotates. You're always all over the place. And you're doing such a diligent job of keeping track, of every single little thing on the map. And then you have some great ideas yourselves in some of these post plants and other things that we've seen that have been really, really devastating to multiple different opponents. PaperX, Kate, and NRG now suffering. And is KC going to be able to do it again? Lose the first map, run back 2 to take the series win. Granted, it was their map pick last time when they dropped the first map. But I think they realized, oh, hey, we're pretty good at this Fracture thing. And NRG lost to PaperX on it, so surely we're better than them on it too, right? And yeah, that is 100% correct so far.
Sometimes transitive property does end up working out. It does make sense. And that is looking to continue here for KC. Up by 5 to get ready to go back into this. Just that one Phantom carried over by Kiko. Slight little investment of the Sheriff for Mata. But, I mean, it's just been few and far in between for NRG to be able to find kills in this map. You see just how out-fragged everybody is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Kiko's been trying, but...
कैसे?
Hack it up! Hack it up!
अबे?
Move on!
Let's go.
Just go to Haven.
Yeah. Poor Kiko.
The Phantom will change hands. And the question becomes, can Ethan find value with this?
He pass it on to Brock now.
Can Brock find value with this? Ethan on that peak, probably wishing that he still had a Phantom. It's going to be zoned away. Molly down to 71. Mata at the same time. Taking position in halls. 2 players on the opposite side. And they're just going to back off. They say, okay, we've probably drawn all of them to this side of the map. We have full control of north side.
Oh, nice.
So let's send the spike there.
एक और.
Gonna
Nice.
find a second. And that opens up weapons for collecting.
That's huge. Mata, all of a sudden. No way.
Trying to find this, and he will. Barely wins it out. Perhaps the gun for himself in a water round to be found after the start. Still not out of the woods yet. Levin will be able to collect that spike. If he could get the plant in play, obviously we give him a showstopper, but he's still going to have to try to take control of the site itself. Ethan tucked into the corner. They're picking that out. Convergent path's going to be sent. Showstopper. Now drawn. Gets lobbed in. Mata. He's been given such a lifeline. They're trying to cut shit, but he's going to be caught with util in hand. And what a roller coaster of a round. A devastating start into what looked like a guaranteed thrifty. Then wrested out of their grasp again. KC. They might stumble along the way, but it feels like they're always reaching their destination here on Fracture.
Yeah, Mata has to start re-clearing that space because there wasn't a commit from KC, and he's going, well, they're either taking a pause, and I have to find that out for my team, so I have to throw my body on the line a bit. And he gets 2 big kills. That actually gives them hope, gives them a chance, and then nope, dashed, thwarted. Mata with the op. Moving a little bit further
But this is
forward.
an all in. Okay, spotted the one. Saturate going to be chucked in. Can still take the dash out the safety, but overstays to find another kill. Vaughn will get the reveal. He's frantically trying to escape. Will be able to do so, but Kiko can't say the same. Tries to go to the rescue, pushing forward, and Aves will be able to strike him down. Trail leading the way at the top of the plant. Not being fully committed to yet. NRG playing a bit of ringer on the
पीछे
road.
तुम्हारे.
He might be able to find a monster timing.
पीछे.
They're not watching for this at all.
I know exactly where.
Stabs him in the back. The neural depth now. Invested to reveal the final 2 players. But NRG, they go for a favorite situation. Now back into a 2v2.
It's going to be really tough. Going to try to double up.
Scuba on the push, and Aves trying to hold the
nice.
angle, but Scuba will be able to take him down. The Molly now going to be invested. He wants to try to hold this one up to half, and the Molly ends up going too deep. He realizes that it's not connected, so that a fuse can be stuck. NRG.
Nice
Rescuing
round,
this
NRG.
but cannot rescue that operator, I don't believe. It gets taken into the hands of DOS9. Out and away from these players.
All right. Starting to feel like maybe there's hope if they can keep that operator. What a nice little setup they have there. Just outside of that cyber cage, gives himself a little bit of a window. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a flick he's practiced.
Yeah, we did get the glimpse of it there at the very end. So the operator does get carried over by DOS9, now into the hands of Levin.
Right, so now is NRG. Not going to have enough money for another one. Mata's just going to go pushing again. Feels like big part of the success for them has been taking control of this A main space. Meanwhile, Aves, well, hold on.
They are still so very at risk. Back in the back of that box. Curveball in hand. And they will make their exit. A lot of KC now wanting to try to potentially re-clear this as Haunt over the top. Has to be cleared by Alves. There's some presence on the north side, going to be noted. And this is starting to make NRG feel like perhaps this is still going to be an exec onto this site. Especially as the Nightfall does get invested. And that's got the rotation coming out from Brock.
It's a beautiful sell.
Paint shell now coming through. And quick pivots back. Having to be done. Scuba still just watching on the camp. There's a boombot. The answering Nightfall now going to be going out. Brock with the spray and pray with the full flash connecting. Scuba going to be struck down. Ethan dead as Dalzon finds that elimination. The neural depth now infested. Getting the ping reveal here is KC. Spotted on all the players as Keiko. Dead, but Mana able to cover the corpse. The snapback on the ultimates and Mana now able to expound. Finds one, but Aves
3v2 एक को निकालना पड़ेगा फिनिक्स गया
2v3 the operator dialed in from that main angle.
Nice.
With the tap, Kiko
Nice.
drags across, finds the third, and that should be round done. 11 to bound forward, but no real way to
Oh,
recover this.
nice.
How we stayed alive for so long.
Nice round
We cannot rescue the round. It's Kiko with a massive
Nice
4K
round NRG.
to keep NRG in this game.
Nice round.
And also,
Nice.
Mata to the rescue here to bail Kiko out. He was dead to rights on that run it back. They thought they had him. But just enough there.
Just enough to call the timeout for KC.
I mean, you get the op back here, too. That's huge for NRG. That big piece of the puzzle, seemingly, again, is going to give them, I think here, coming out of this timeout, probably something KC's talking about is, you know, if that op's going to be an A main, what are we going to do? How do we want to maneuver around the rest of the map? You know, maybe Zeiss feels like they saw some of that space being given up at Dish. That's something they could play for a little bit more. Leave an extra player to try to go for the lurk through main to maybe deal with Mata when he's busy trying to help out. Defend the execute from that direction would be something I could consider happening here, or maybe just some fast B hits. Just really put them to the test. Right now, NRG found their groove. They found their answer temporarily, and that's that A main setup. Just either being aggressive or having the op there. And they're not going to go for it this time. They're going to show a very different look. And I think this is wise. Unless, well, they might try to set up a bit of a sandwich outside of the door.
Look at Tsugetsu, though. The Outlaw, 4 half armors, 5 with the regen. So, yeah, everybody going to be susceptible to this.
Smart pie. That's something that, you know, NRG is constantly doing, is going for those half armor buys. So he's looking to try to outduel Mata, and he's going to.
He's got it. Shades of Nats. Operator on the floor. It's now a 2-2 split for NRG to try to keep this going.
side खाली छोड़ रखी है side.
Brock trying to scale on this angle.
आ गए B side entry ले रहे हैं.
Cut off access from that RK side. Meanwhile, Pivot's going to be coming in, and Ethan wisely does backpedal away. Sends out that operator shot, trying to scare them off, usher them back over towards the heavier stack.
मारना पड़ेगा इन्हें.
They ride the tower.
Oh, नहीं बे.
Taken down.
Oh, bhai.
Drop down from
Oh,
Kiko.
bhai.
This one very boldly as Narrate tries to take that space. Can't quite clear the corner.
Oh,
but still
my God.
Will be able to gain line of sight. Get rid of Kiko. Back into the player advantage. The back stab. Getting ready
अरे
to
इसको
come in, but Brock
मारना
can't even hold his own against the
था.
player right in front of his very eyes. Aves comes up with the goods. Scuba dead, and Ethan now to just grab up that operator. Hold on to it for dear life. KC will move up 12-7. NRG are going to have to run 5 in a row. Just to get this into overtime. The money is just not on their side.
No, let's see if he's able to even keep this. Tsugetsu, isn't going his way just yet. Still a little bit time before it explodes. 2 are going to come.
They have to know he's going to have the op. You have to be suspicious about this angle. And they are.
NRG for the win.
No reveal on the haunt, and Ethan
For sure.
still trying to go for this peak and nearly gets punished. And now is none the wiser whether or not he has been surrounded. Will be able to retain this weapon after all. But even then, it's nearly taken out of his grasp.
Well, I am so impressed with this timeout. And they identify the problem and find the solution. It's that A main op. And they needed something, and they found it. And it's a simple little trick. The outlaw into Sugetsu's hands to deal with that. And it makes the map so much more difficult for NRG to read and to control. And they start getting put in awkward situations. That orbital strike, Kiko knew it was coming. Had to get out of there. Narrate just too sharp with those phantoms, man. It is so impressive to watch him operate with it.
And speaking of which, it's tower for Mata. No one playing on that side, at least at the moment. Some early contention around a hall.
मेरी stream क्यों रुक रही है ये?
And this is KC now just
आवाज़ आ रही है तो उससे
trying
stream
to
रुक
probe a little bit. Just trying to push NRG in towards the site.
Ethan's at risk here.
मार मार मार.
And now he's dead.
नहीं मारना था. इसको
Elbow
नहीं.
spot. Sugetsu clips it. Kill is found.
Oh यार.
And now Mata going to be left on an island. Spike is still going to be dropped back over in the attacker spawn, but right over the side, Alves can
साइफर मारना पड़ेगा. साइफर मारना पड़ेगा नहीं तो गया ये मैच. NRG के हाथ से गया ये मैच. साइफर को मारना पड़ेगा.
So they're going to look to attack into this one, and Mata, yes, he does have the full health. Almost certainly would still be dead.
कर दी गलती.
Looking for that shot.
बच गया.
It does not come through. Saturate connecting onto one. Alves going to be held at bay. The rotation's coming in. NRG trying to get their players clustered together to hold the line and keep this map going. But Mata's just given absolutely no sightlines. Meanwhile, Brock still waiting for this late flank. He's reading it well, but still keeps him contained away from the rest of the squad. We're following the right side. Peek in. Brock able to find the one off strong. Tower takes the op into his own hands, and at the cost of all of his health.
Oh, 5 HP है गया.
To win that with the Spectre, and now
NRG ने खेला. अच्छा खेला NRG ने.
The fastest, crispest, cleanest shots that we have ever seen to keep this map going. They all know that this is an absolute beast, a monster. In these last several rounds for KC, they clean house on Fracture, and they send us to map 3.
It is amazing to watch them operate. The best defensive side Fracture I can think of that I've seen does KC have right now.
Next one is Decider.
They are so smart, so
NRG
with it.
जीतेगी. NRG को support करते रहो सारे के सारे. Chat में तो NRG और stream को like करते रहो. Stream को like करो.
They looked really darn good
like
on this
करो.
map.
घंटी बजाओ.
Yeah, and that's another thing that could
Subscribe करो और घंटी बजाओ.
So many of the round wins, just the pistols and those anti-ecos could barely find any gun round wins throughout this Fracture. That's how clean Karmine Corp was otherwise. And now a third and final map to determine it all, to see which one of these two is going to be pushing forward and which one is going to be going home. But for now, we'll allow for the analyst test to break down that Fracture.
I still just can't believe that Karmine Corp, with a terrible start to the year, have found the form against these level of teams. Fnatic in the qualifier, Paper Rex, Vitality, and now coming up with the map victory against NRG, and one win away from playing in front of the blue wall here at EWC Paris 2026. Welcome back to the desk. Digon alongside Kakuka and Big Time. And Fracture, yet again, was a trump card for KC.
Loved it. I love their Fracture. I think they're so good on it. They're really smart, especially that defender side. That's where a lot of teams get tripped up, because you have to be aggressive. You have to shut down the map. You have to deny information with your body. They did that so brilliantly. They understood where to fight. Kakuka, you said you were feeling great about NRG. You doubted.
I don't want to jinx it. And now I'm in a listen.
Classic jinx excuse.
Don't try to play the reverse.
This is not like in log. It's not like the last thing I say is the one that goes. Okay, I've been for the entirety from day one saying, wouldn't it be great to have all 5 teams, especially coming into today having all 5 EMEA teams? But I need to be realistic. At the end of the day, it's NRG that they're going up against, and this is a wounded KC, and why wouldn't they be? It's been a terrible year for them. So I know that the caliber of the players is good, but listening also to Avis and the interviews that he's been given, it is a mental problem.
Yeah.
Now I'm kind of sad that Fracture's leaving the map, man, because we're gonna go to EMEA.
Where's this speed all the time?
Yo, you were insane on Fracture. And
Which
it's just
isn't
going to
there
be Casey
anymore.
again.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, and focusing just on this map, there is something that I think is the most promising coming out of this Fracture, and it's the fact that, as you were saying, not only how you interpret this map from the defense is the amount of refracts that we saw during this game. So many of those duels were traded. So many of those half mistakes, half gambles go in the way of KC just because there's someone to battle next.
Yeah.
And if you add that onto a narrate that decided not to lose them against Americas today.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly
great
it.
formula, isn't it?
You complained after map 1 about how Americas had stolen away Keiko. That he'd been poached away to the other region. But
they did.
We all, you guys poached Narrate. Narrate was over in Sentinels.
No.
He comes back across for KC. He's ready to go.
No, that is a myth. Nobody wanted Narrate on Americas, and we gave him a chance. And then when he was good, Sentinels came knocking on his door. Rob is here. Rob, I literally say Sentinels, and he appears. You haven't been gone the entire day. Anyway, and then when they didn't want him anymore, we took him back. And this is Narrate.
Well, it's been a great welcome home for Narrate here in Paris. I think, they're trying to do everything they can to get across, play in front of the crowd that will give them so much energy, so much passion. One map away now from deciding that final spot here in this group and eliminating NRG. Could this be the second international in a row where they crash out in the group stage?
Yeah, 7-1 on opening duels for Narrate, and that was the big difference here. It just felt like, as we said earlier, the first 2 maps of this series, if you have strategies prepared, it is very difficult to try and gunfight your way out of it. And this being KC's pick showed exactly why they felt comfortable on it, and it just never felt like NRG got in positions where they felt comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think we spoke about how great NRG were on Breeze, and we also said Fracture's a very different map. You have to approach it very differently, and I feel like I'm always a little bit worried about NRG whenever they're not being able to play their signature roles. When Brock is having to play the Brimstone, things like that, it always just has me doubt a little bit that this team is running at 100% efficiency, and I think that's true. I think they couldn't go toe-to-toe with KC in this one.
Also, to me, there was a little bit of a disappointment in this map. I kind of expected more from Mata, especially when we were talking about the attack. He had an incredibly quiet half. We were saying how when Breeze kind of like waste having here on Harbor just because of what he can do. But yeah, at the end of the day, did KC actually fund this? Like, did they pick the Fracture, not the Haven, to secure it, and then
been playing the long game? Maybe.
I'm on my knees. I'm on my knees. I'm on my knees, please. I'm okay. I'm okay.
You look okay.
We'll have time to go ahead and figure out was this the KC long play. Give them map 1. We'll leave the map pool open, get Fracture, leave Haven there for the decisive map. Well, that is where we're going. Map number 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Getting us back here for a mystery 1v1 skirmish. This time we have Karmine's DOS9 in the seat, and he's going to have to try to guess who he is playing against on the other side. He has no clue. It is just one player who is one of the other teams. Could even be his own team. That you're saying.
Yeah, what if I just list all players?
I mean, if you got the memory to list off every single player that's here, then big on you. I think that would be quite impressive, but already sticking a rifle so far. So one more. We'll start getting the hints out. Okay. This player has lifted a global trophy before.
Okay, Brock?
No.
Mada?
No. Your next hit is that in the global tournament that they won, this player won MVP.
Dandy?
No. They're from the CN region.
From China? Rarga. Oh, not that. Kang.
Kang. They got one back. And Kang needs 2 to take it. Woo. Oh. That is a GG.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. Love that little piece of content that we had there with DOS9 going up against Kang. It was like 8-0 before DOS9 got his first pick. And then he got the answer correct as well. Digon alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And right now, DOS9 and the rest of KC on the cusp of making it to the in-person portion of the playoffs here at EWC 2026. But standing in their way is a different VCT champions team in NRG.
Yeah.
And he and the rest of the squad need to continue the pressure on. Otherwise, NA representation will go from 1 team to 2 teams.
Yeah, but look, for me, I think NRG struggled in that map. We know that Haven is a map KC routinely will like to go to back in EMEA. It's where they feel very, very comfortable. So I think you have to ask bigger questions over onto the NA squad there of NRG.
Yeah, absolutely. For the side of KC, as you're saying, is somewhere where they're comfortable, is somewhere where they know what they're doing, and is somewhere where actually the change in putting Aves back into an initiator, moving him away from the duelist, has worked wonders for them, especially if Narrate is able to keep the same performance. For the side of NRG, we did see, the last time that we saw them play in this map was in London against Foot. Overtime did not go their way. But I think that the composition is something that they might stick with. Maybe with all the Whaley that we're seeing in Mata, that might be a change to consider.
But if he does want to roll with it, we have to see him step up. He was slow in that fracture. He couldn't land those shots with the operator. He's not in the right positions, and he's not being able to make that space. I really do have to ask what they have in store here. Over on the side of KC, Narrate, we have to give him his flowers. In that second map, he was absolutely spectacular. Look for him to be able to try and continue that form, because if he does, things start to get really scary over there for the squad in white.
I think for me, it's Kiko's performance has been fantastic on these duelists, and in that map 1, he was dominant on the Jet, and needs to have a performance like that here on Haven to close things out.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure, they need a hero right now. They need somebody who's going to electrify this team, who's not going to let them go down without a fight. That goes for both sides of the ball here, because we don't know how this Haven will begin to shake out. Both teams looked very confident on their own map pick. Now we're on the neutral ground. It's all to play for. Playoffs on the line. Win and you're in. Lose and you're on that flight back home.
I was highlighting how KC was not given untraded duels control, something that, of course, on the side of NRG was happening, something to work on. And Kiko is actually going to be going on to the chamber. Mara on the Phoenix, and now Ethan back on the Neon. We saw it the other day. Not bad.
Ethan on the Neon is one that, you know, we scratch our heads a little bit. He's not normally the type of guy you would expect to see on the Neon, but let's see what he's got in store cooking up here over on the side of KC. Double duelist that they seem to love so much. Narrate once again on that Phoenix. Fantastic map 2. Can he do it again here?
It was third at America's kickoff, third at Santiago, third at Stage 1, and third in the EWC America's qualifiers. Will it be a map number 3, the magical number here for NRG to get in the playoffs? Or will the blue wall be unstopped into the playoffs in front of the crowd here in Paris? It is final map number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Haven, the last hurdle for both of these teams. They try to work their way forward into the playoffs. The barrier's about to drop. First on the attack, RKC, and of course, Narrate still on that Phoenix. Saw how impactful it was on the previous map. We've seen it this whole event through. Can that continue when it now matters the most? A best of 1 to see who moves forward. And it's a quick exec onto an otherwise empty A site.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those big moments for NRG. Looking towards Ethan on that Neon again. Kind of a surprise to see him on a duelist role, but here we go.
Curveball to the corner. A little bit of damage going to be suffered there in response. As Ethan, the first to fall, just trying to put his body on the line for his teammates to go ahead and succeed. The drop down from Scuba going to be able to find it now as he goes into the 1v1. And Kiko will have the headshot. NRG continuing to be perfect in pistols. But can they expound from here?
Yeah, it just comes down to that gunfight at the choke and who's going to be able to get over the line. And it's, frankly, Ethan here who does create that little bit of extra space. A really nice flash behind him. Ethan's like, just throw it behind me. I'll tank it. Nice job by Mata. Picking up 2. Scuba as well getting involved. And then Kiko good for it with the headhunter. The buy up for KC. Just going to be a Sheriff and a Bandit. Oh, nope. No Sheriff. Never mind. Levin changed his mind. Aves, just the Bandit. A little bit of noise being made. Over towards mid. Ethan, a little unsure about taking that fight right at the front of garage.
Ethan with the spray and pray. Prayers are heard. Plenty of damage going to be dealt as well as that kill found. All right, just going to go get healed up by the hot hands.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out. Thank you, observers. It's the trip there, set up by Kiko, being observed by Sugetsu.
Meanwhile, Kiko observing the whole rest of the team, and yeah, heals be damned. Kiko looking to tear them limb from limb. He heard something over here at long. Now with the clear of the recon, knows that there's going to be that prize in. So you hear the orb being taken. Trying to go for the headhunter shots. I mean, not enough shells remaining in the judge. Either way, it's a flawless for NRG to start things off 2-0.
Okay. Pretty good start for them. I mean, traditionally, Haven a map, I always really liked the way NRG, especially when the Waylay was in the mix, but now feeling like this map just isn't going to be it. With the changes to Waylay, they try it on Fracture. But here on Haven, having to go in a very different direction. Sturdy stuff from Ethan. Good decision making. Got the little bit of a spot out there before the smoke bloomed. He's able to spray down one. Kiko, reliable as always.
Halfway to that tour de force. Now with the change up, shifts over to garage. Just wanting to continue to play angles where this judge is going to be able to find a good amount of value.
And this should be pretty readable from KC. Almost always that judge ends up right in this spot here in garage behind those doors. It's just how quickly is like Mata going to be able to pivot in there if there is contact or if they try to clear him. Instead, Mata now going in a bit of a different direction. Have to assume Aves has a pretty decent idea. It's just how do they want to clear it? They're going to use the drone.
Smoke falling, not sure if anything was spotted on the side there by Ethan. Sprint across, now knows that Narrate has scaled forward. Still that trip around the corner, Mata. Consideration will just be the hot hands first. Most of that smoke to get layered in can still hold the curveballs. Meanwhile, Sugetsu has just been taken down over at A lobby. The late linger from Brock being rewarded with that Guardian at range. Now they're all going to go pushing in towards that Sova. Another shot out. Finds connection. Aves tagged to 70. Shock darts down towards Sewer. Narrate, curveball over the top, trying to breach this position. Meanwhile, Kiko will be found at Garage, and that's going to be a repivot now over towards B. That trip no longer in action. Mata near enough by to try to offset them here. Paranoia now going to be sent through as well, and Scuba collecting one. The run and gun from Mata, able to find DOS9. And now it's just Aves and Narrate to try to clutch this one out. Narrate will be able to strike. Aves still very low. They're holding on to this one, trying to buy the time. Late drop on the smoke, the TP up and over the top. Scuba now going to be taken down as we go into the 1v1. Narrate still relatively healthy as the curveball goes out. Second and final. A tap it at Fuse. Brock knowing that he needs to start sticking this one sooner rather than later. Narrate going to be forced away, and that should be the round done and dusted. Brock knows it. Narrate knows it. KC able to play anti-bonus, but NRG still able to get an immense amount of damage dealt.
Yeah, this is really good work from both teams. NRG doing such a nice job with their rotations, throwing up a ton of resistance at where they try to get through at Sewers. There's two walls used there, the Phoenix wall and the fast lane, both thrown in. And then they're trying to contest that B plant, but it just was there fast enough from KC. They just made that pivot. Narrate sold it as the Phoenix, and he's able to close out the round. And a little bit of relief on his face, but it's going to be tough now for KC. Still going to be able to get the rifles to go in this one, but on the back foot economically if they can't find a win here in this round. Similar scenes, except now got Kiko, or excuse me, Mata up at the front door. It's just holding a little bit of an off angle there. Spam catches a lot, 11.
Down to 56. NRG not wanting to give KC anything easily, anything for free. Molly to be sent, Blazewall as well. And that's Aves down to 59. Still, the neutral damage being found in the fights here. It's looking damn good for NRG. DOS9 turned back over to the side, able to find the one outside of Garage, but Kiko quickly to scale. Chasing forward, prevents him from escaping. KC now gets an Aves clustered here on the site. That would give him a Hunter's Fury, but in a 2v3, Sugetsu would need to find an elimination, trying to make it a little bit more comfortable for them to try to make a play off the ult. He's going to be holding out into the open. Finds that first elimination. Brock dead. Fake under from Scuba. The spam, the check, it forward into the smoke. Another gets layered in. Face forward, Kiko. Quick rendezvous over to the side.
Nice!
Finds them both!
Nice!
Damn near the collat. Gets them in quick succession, and NRG persevere to move 3-1, denying the tied scoreline.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for KC. They played this really nicely at the end. They do such a good job in that 2v3, holding the line, get it down to the 1v2. A scrape that doesn't go their way. Some really nice util used here. Good relay bolt to get the kill on the Narrate. Good paranoia there on the DOS9. But then it's Kiko heroics on the chamber. That is unreal.
And tosses the weapon over to a teammate, grabs the outlaw. Knows that he's going to have free reign here. Meanwhile, Narrate spammed down by Mata, just taking a couple taps out into the open. Walk down to Sewers. Aves dead. The spike going to be spotted right down at 8 HP. Should be a clean cleanup, but no. It's a fadeaway shot on Mata. Backpedals his way out of there, but Sugetsu's still going to be caught at the same time.
Dude, Narrate is just incredible. He is a beast.
But how are you meant to pilot this from here? Spike can be planted. It's a free C site. Scuba nearby. I think he's hearing this noise quite just yet as Narrate's the one slowly creeping forward. As he gets ready to swing this corner, he will be dead. Tuck back, Paranoia ready to fly. Swing out though, and Brock greets him with the Odin, Old Faithful back in hand. Levin feels the pain, and now it's down to DOS9 to try to see what damage he can get. All of them spilling forward, but it's
Very
check
nice.
back from Kiko, still constantly thinking about these angles of approach, constantly reading his opponents on these flanks. Stops them from suffering any more damage, as now it's 4-1.
Looking into this next round, it's going to be a lot of ults on both sides. Is there going to be a timeout called here by KC?
This
Talk
feels like the
about
right
this.
moment.
Yeah, I think you have to. You have to ensure that this half starts turning. I mean, unbelievable work with the Bandit there by Narrate. Ethan looking pretty okay. He's in the right places at the right times. You would expect that out of the IGL. He's finding his kills where he can, 3 and 3. Doesn't have his overdrive just yet, but every other ult available gets you one away from his, and then there you go. Tour de force. Immediately invested. It has a judge behind it.
TP4, just the default on B. Plan to come in, but Hunter's Fury is going to be far too late. Not able to be committed fast enough. Meanwhile, Mata, he's able to shut down Narrate's ult as well as find Levin. Now pops his own, sprinting over into back sight. Spots the enemy Omen, cleans up DOS9. Effective 3 kills for him. Meanwhile, Ethan making that contact.
Oh, nice.
Pushes Alves out into the open for Kiko to collect that kill. Molly out from Narrate, the window being watched. Sugetsu, however, just too many angles to try to clear, to try to protect. As Kiko can just keep this Cypher contained. Sugetsu, nothing more to be done. The defuse will be stuck. He has to hold on to the weapon. He's going to try to. And Scuba will find him, and he is surrounded. And finds the one, but Mata will find a fourth as NRG find themselves up by 4.
What a pincer setup here for NRG. I mean, they're happy to give up this B space because they have so many layers behind it. They're pushing out from long A, from long C, immediately off the rip. I love the way Ethan just baiting a little bit there for Kiko.
Timeout आ गया
On-site
KC का.
Mata goes absolutely crazy with that run it back.
KC के
Finds
पास
so
3
much
ult
value
है.
out of that ultimate. Multiple kills. Shuts down Narrate's ultimate.
Spike plant
Now the
करके
timeout.
100 वाल्ट पे खेल सकते हैं.
Seemingly going to be here.
It's still a couple ults to use, but you committed 2 into that.
Yep.
From the shadows as well as they run it back. They're trying to make a go of this, and now you're going to be on a weaker buy. There's a lot to discuss, a lot to try to figure out here because, I mean, if you're KC coming into this, starting on that attacker side, this is where you should be finding an immense amount of value with that Phoenix Neon.
For sure. And you're going up against a Phoenix Neon too. That's the
भाई
concern here.
सब के
Is
सब
that,
एनर्जी को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं.
you know, in theory, the attacker side power should be there for NRG as well when we flip. Just KC has been thwarted, and it's really good stuff from NRG. I mean, they're taking control of long A pretty consistently, and when they do give it up, they're quick to rotate back to it to set up for the flood retakes. Let's see. Are they going to go for any kind of early Hunter's Fury? Maybe that's what that early drone was for. Try to clear some space.
Even then, still fairly risky. Is Ethan is killed 2? Just go sliding in the long. Cleans up that kill. Levin will be able to peel one back. Knows that that enemy Neon's still going to be in position and has to try to take him down, but Ethan holds his own for at least one more. Is eventually able to get that elimination. Gets a ton of damage on the Brock, but just cannot confirm the kill.
चलो 3v1 है. Easy है.
Raid again. Wrapping up that Phantom, has the spike. NRG is giving up the space for now. Playing together, not wanting to give him any potential individual picks. Any isolation on these kills.
Make a little bit of noise, and that sends Narrate packing.
Half of this, and he's got
to go all the way to
fully
C.
re-clear, but all the way to C. Starting to run out of time, especially when you have to clear so many angles. Trademark still available as well in Garage. That's exactly where he's going to be going. Clears that out, and now, I mean, if he pivots back into B, these players are going to be in transit. They made, I think, a bit of noise. Perhaps he was just in the outskirts. Being able to hear that either way. This way in the corner of the spot. Brock has seen him. Tries to clear the recon. The ping comes in and
Nice.
Brock, despite being a 10
Nice
health
round,
still,
nice
he'll
round,
be
nice
able to win
round.
it out with that Odin in hand. There's no one else like him.
That is very true. He is a maestro of the Odin. 11, almost. If he gets Ethan there, I think there's a real good hope, but once Ethan's able to hold the line, I mean, a big 3K for the duelist IGL of NRG. Who would have thought we'd ever be saying that? 2026. Still, Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft. Now Ethan has his ult. Oh, that just missed Levin.
Quick peek. Mata able to find Levin.
Nahi.
Solid shot, though, from Sugetsu. Gets rid of him. Denies that run it back from being able to be effective in this round. Meanwhile, the Neural Theft getting the reveal. Brock on the peak, trying to escape. Paranoia will connect. He frantically does manage to backpedal away. Now there's going to be further presence at Sewer. The Odin in hand, and the right can't keep it.
Ooh, they were trying to sell a bit of a fake over at A. But NRG has been really aggressive on this defender side at times. They picked their moment to push out B and profit. Now look at this. They're pretty convinced that A is no longer going to be the destination. They're going to group up, and oh man, DOS9.
Just around the corner. I mean, he could absolutely ruin their day here. Gun barrel, I think you have just about spotted. Two of them, in fact. And Scuba will be the one paying the iron price. Back into a 3v3 we go. So now hearing the plant. Sugetsu works his way up into window. Ethan on the approach. Trying to draw this attention, but Sugetsu for now trained in towards that defender's side. Goes for the peek, and Ethan will fall. Brock just not at any kind of angle to try to counter swing this. Meanwhile, an attempt at the no scope through the wall. Kika will still be able to find it with a headhunter. Back into a 2v2, but the Hunter's Fury is available. Have to get the tap to try to draw this one out, and there it is. Kiko is going to be... Oh, no, he's... Okay, now he's hit him. He's just going to stick it. He's going to try to stick it. Doesn't have quite enough time. For a moment, KC. They almost squandered that completely.
No, sorry,
The initial person, the Hunter's Fury, had not gotten the tag.
This is a wild round. And it felt like, again, NRG was just going to be a step ahead. But DOS9 tucks in there right outside of grass. That was the difference maker. This right here completely set NRG off balance. They were grouping up. They were expecting to have some free reign. Try to maybe spread into long and into garage. That got shut right down. And they had to scramble a little bit. Brock, not sure if he connected. Yeah, he
Yes,
did.
he did.
Narrate is very unhappy.
Quite a big way.
Yeah. Is not ideal.
Meanwhile.
Oh, goodness.
Scuba just found Sugetsu trying to tuck away that C-long cubby.
Oh, goodness.
Molly, Blazewall, chucked into the garage.
Abed.
Will end up getting taken down. Levin with a nice shot. As really both get sent over towards Platt, but it's a tuck away. Scuba staying flush against the wall. Spots him out. Levin just not quite looking in the right direction. Scuba now TPing down to the sewer, trying to see what this approach is going to be. But Kiko, he's the one, Johnny on the spot.
Oh, what a paranoia.
Saw the hand, the curveball will connect. The overwhelm will come in. Narrate able to run him down. But look at this around. Scuba in around the back. Here's the tap, the check. DOS9 now watching the window. Will be able to find that kill, and suddenly, round win back on the menu for Karmine Corp. Ethan tries to play this one quietly, knows that they're going to go re-pushing back into this.
Oh, nice.
Has the
Ethan ne nikala
has
round.
the
Ethan ne nikala.
bulkhead, and has NRG up 7-2.
Wow. It looked like maybe it was going to be another round where KC was going to be able to salvage those early disadvantages. Narrate tagged up, but he can heal himself. Sugetsu down. You're losing players. You're able to clear out garage window. What a nice little play there by Scuba. It hedges his bets. He can go back to C, or he can stay in sewers if there's confirmation on this B hit. He throws a paranoia, but Kiko not able to take advantage of it, and that opens the door for Narrate. Then Ethan just clean with it.
KC from here, I mean, even if you can get up to 5, still gonna feel pretty damn rough. And NRG, I think they want it all. Not satisfied after that previous map. They're only really being able to get a smattering of success outside of the pistols and anti-ecos. They are running away with this Haven. And the onus is absolutely on KC to do something about it. From the shadows or run it back available. Nada similarly has his on the other side. Currently positioned at garage. Recon cleared, blaze wall set up, cuts off that trademark for now. Relay bolt going to be dodged. Now the answering, run it back, going to be sent, and that's going to be hit.
Oh, nice cover, nice cover, nice.
Revenge for a fallen teammate as DOS9. Noted, and the spike is still on the floor. Brock is feeling it as he's just jumping the corner with the Odin.
Here.
They knew where Narrate was at. Just Sugetsu that they really have to try to assess. As swing in, Ethan. He'll get the goods.
Oh my God, nikala
8-2. NRG so firmly in control, and for KC,
Ethan
I
बढ़िया
think
खेल
it
रहा
already
है.
might be too late to try to call that second timeout, but it feels like they so very much need it.
Yeah, maybe they will, maybe they won't. I mean, even though Brock shows up to the party just a split second late, he still does that jumping out into the open moon maneuver. I mean, the maestro in full swing there. Beautiful. That is so hard to do, and he makes it look easy.
All this to try to set up Kiko.
Oh, nice, be.
Narrate goes back for a little bit more. A second glimpse, a second peek. And he hits the floor dead. Or 10-2. Not sure if it's just the map or maybe the experience of playing against the Phoenix on the previous, but it feels like NRG figured out how to deny Narrate value at every twist and turn.
That was a huge pain in the butt for them on Fracture. Narrate has got to be so frustrated. Try to scale up into B. It has been left sort of open. I mean, Ethan is kind of watching it. About this garage presence. Nobody home.
Volley out, and Scuba just disrespects that. Eats the damage from his teammate. Casey, think, well, no one's going to go pushing that angle. Incorrect. Scuba is right there, ready and waiting. DOS9 able to find another with that stinger, but now 11. Pressure building on his shoulders. Trying to get this jump, trying to get this catch.
Oh,
so
nice.
Scuba going to be taken down, but Modern's
Nice.
there to cover it, preventing him from scaling over to grab that weapon. Avis with an opportunity. With this Sheriff, it has to be 2 crisp and clean shots to make a go of it. The first player going to be spotted out. Overdrive going to be pop shocked. Try to soften him up.
Oh, bhai.
Sprinting
Ult
out
लेके
and
आया
running
वो.
him down.
क्या हो सकता था ult में? कुछ भी नहीं.
Steamrolls him, much like NRG have been steamrolling KC on Haven thus far. They are looking to make this 10-2.
I mean, some of these mid-round ideas from KC are quite nice in the scramble, but it's just not enough. You're just hemorrhaging too many players early, giving over so much to NRG. It's the pick, it's the setup here, disrespecting your own util to go for the kill. DOS9 finds 2 nice ones, and then that's opened up the map. It's given a bunch of question marks for NRG to have to deal with, but superior weaponry, superior numbers, they're able to get the job done.
Well, Narrate going to try to utilize an Odin against them as Hunter's Fury is going to be going through. The relay bolt committed in. Ethan's going to be good for 1, but Levin has the trade. Spot out onto the enemy Sova at the walk forward, but Kiko just a little bit too trigger happy. Will not be able to find it. So NRG, the trap play, not really going the way that they would have liked, but they do critically get the smokes player out of the hands of KC. That's going to make for very difficult scaling.
For sure. And it can be a little bit more aggressive as NRG, especially with that spot. Easy.
Nice.
Easy for Brock.
Here's ping reveal, just no idea. They couldn't get pushed from behind like that. Jump in the corner of the op in hand. The curveball going to be sent out. Kiko does get blinded up, and the spike can be planted. 3v4. Mata and Scuba going to be taking their time. They know that Sugetsu's going to be somewhere a little bit more unorthodox, a little bit more unexpected.
Oh, nice.
He is fully ready for Aves, and now they know the Odin is here as well. The paranoid connection just cannot slink away. Sugetsu now. He's got to make his presence known. He's got to find something, and he's got to do it right now. The defuse is just going to be stuck, and that's it. 10-2. This half is over. A couple clean shots from Sugetsu, but no avail. NRG up by 8 at the half.
Yeah, really impressed with how they're able to handle this, and look who it is at the top of the leaderboard. It's none other than Ethan, the IGL, the new duelist for NRG.
His second time. He's playing it on Ascent. He's playing it here now on Haven. Both this very tournament.
I love it, man. How fun is that?
See how the first outing went.
Not great.
He's 15 and 22.
Like, it wasn't great.
Yeah.
But he's looking really comfy here. I mean, again, he's done a lot of the selfless plays where you're going to run in there, try to set up for your teammates. He's kind of been that player who's holding down mid for this squad on this defender side and doing a really nice job of it. Has really good protocols for when he wants to use his relay bolt. It's a very smart player, and you know, may not be the flashiest, but because of his brains, he's able to make it look like Braun.
Of course, the other layer to this is because you widely do have these mirrored compositions, it's just the difference in that Sentinel.
Right.
And how many times have we seen it? How many times have we talked about it? The Chamber being able to very much help contain the double duelist. It's got a ton of firepower in its own right. And NRG, they've widely been winning a lot of these rounds from the outset.
And to be honest, he's incredible with every gun. That's something that I think is underappreciated about Brock because he's so good with the Odin that it overshadows how good he is at everything else. Saw even in that last round, teed himself up for a kill. Used his util, catch a player as they're trying to escape long A.
If memory does serve, it's 5 for 5 on pistols. NRG looking to make this 6 now. As KC, they do want to get proactive. Quick exploration out of garage. Meanwhile, drone to try to keep that interest on this side of the map.
Oh, I love this.
Aves on the peak, able to spot him out, and now KC getting the bad news, having to go for a quick pivot. Fast lane going to be set by Ethan. Aves tucking back, takes a couple shots. Now they know he's on that sewer side. Spike in the hands of Ethan, but it's going to be Scuba able to find one, but Aves quickly trades it back as Kiko will fall. The headhunter now out of the equation. It's
nice.
A bloody back and forth between these teams.
3v2.
Brock, however, this late linger, he's going to be spotted. Levin, he's just going to leave him there. Fake the exit.
Oh, उसने पागल बनाया.
Smart play, gets it back into a 2v2. Ooh,
oh,
I'm not sure where he's going. Ethan now trying to clutch this out all alone. Spots them both. Fakes the one side. The frenzy can't get drawn fast enough. Aves will be able to find the 3K. KC get a pistol under their belts.
इतना ऑफ गार्ड नहीं जाना चाहिए था यार. Plant हो गया था side.
Yeah, again, the individual play from some of these players on KC today has been really, really good, even on the maps where they're getting beat by NRG. This time it's Aves. Plays that so nicely. Tucks himself into sewers. Does a great job just being patient. Nice little outplay from Levin onto Brock. And Ethan not ready with the frenzy in the right position of that. He had a chance to maybe get one and then dash back behind the dice, but didn't have his crosshair in the right spot. Wasn't able to convert. No buy up at all here for NRG. They know that KC's going to be pressing, so no reason not to save a little bit extra money. DOS9, hello. Oh, goodness. That was close.
Yeah, not much damage going to be suffered after all. They're right now sprinting in. So far, this has been unread, so he will be able to go ahead and take down 2. Ethan as well, trying
अरे क्या हो गया ये?
frantically to find anything else. If nothing else, it's not a flawless, but KC still do keep 4 players alive. They carry over a ton of key weaponry into the bonus.
For sure. DOS9, a big sigh of relief there. Can feel the pressure mounting. Their tournament lives on the line, and they are very far behind right now, our Karmine Corp. Air 8, nice timing. And just nothing really for Ethan left to do at that point. Rifles in the hands of NRG now. Bonus, very strong. or KC. They're going to really, you almost feel like they need to convert this. Get back into this map. Put them 5 down if they can.
They might just be hitting B again, though. Give it a second go. Narrate, the only player nearby enough.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Curveball through. It's going to be a shallow molly, just trying to prevent that potential scale over towards that A connector side. But
Nice.
able to counter spray him from backside. Narrate going to be taken down. Shotgun's going to be lobbed in, but on that
Oh,
jump,
bhai, kya
will end
mara
up
hai.
losing his life.
They were so ready.
Now firm control.
They were so ready for that double shock.
They avoid it all. I mean, KC, not the money to try to make the play of it. Just don't really have the numbers on your side. Ethan's at 4 HP, still able to find another. Suketsu on the arrival. One-way smoke. Cage to try to prevent, but still no one onto the spike. They know that they have to abandon this, go their separate ways. NRG just suffering the one casualty. Will keep 4 alive as they deny the bonus conversion. They move up 11-4.
Starting to feel like the end is near.
Nice round, nice round.
Just a little bit of a pause
Two
here
rounds
taken by
here,
NRG
NRG
to talk about how they want their util to land on that execute. It felt like once it ripped, Ethan gets into the back and he does the heavy lifting again. He has been stellar. I mean, again, it's more about using that speed to get into an optimal position, and he's able to win that spam fight. What a turn on 11. Sure, he ends up dying in the long run, but he'll take that round every day of the week. 16-9 now, has his overdrive already. KC going to be able to get rifles. A little bit of money on one player behind all that.
That's got to be the round. It's got to go their way. Skets are the only one really with a bunch of cash still remaining. As we'll just clear out that trip. Fastly going to be set up, and Kiko, okay, not ready for the scale forward. Aves with a very nice start. Meanwhile, Ethan will be overwhelmed here outside of B. Mata just a slot forward, keeps it quiet as the curveball does connect. Pushing forward, Brock now trying to scale on this angle. Levin missing him. But if he continues to scale, if he just checks back over towards long, he'll have him dead to rights, and he does. So far, so flawless for KC, exactly what they need. Gotta jumpstart that engine and roar their way back into this.
I mean, honestly, you might just save at this point.
I think you are.
It's NRG. You don't really necessarily need to, but you might as well because...
The rate's one away. Aves is one away.
Yep, that's just it. No reason to give over any more orbs.
Okay, 11-5.
Yeah, I think here just NRG, it is a different look than the previous round. Of course, they're not going for the fast B hit, but this time around, KC kind of goes back to something that works so well for them on Fracture, which is being aggressive on the defender side, and they're going to need to be. Just like we saw with NRG on their defender side of Haven, when you're running double duelist like this, it requires you to be a step ahead. This time they were. They're going to find a bunch of big kills because of that. Then we go. Another round. Should be okay in the money department, I would think, for KC. Yeah, huge.
वो बहुत अग्रेस कर गए भाई, वो बहुत आगे आ गए डिफेंस में भी.
Backstabs to come through, something to be assessed. As they look to try to close this one out, but Havas now the Hunter's Fury going to be online. That overdrive still in the back pocket, can save that in case this round doesn't go their way. For now, just some early fishing and a very slow approach overall for NRG. Just grab that orb outside of C long. For Scuba to get that from the shadows online.
Yeah, and this time NRG makes the adjustment, realizing that KC had found a potential weakness. And that was just to be a little bit more aggressive off the rip, but instead, they fortify B early. And then they're going to fan out 2-1-2. NRG begins to explore the map somewhat themselves. You've got Kiko tucked into a corner.
TP this side, the spot of the Paranoia going to be sent through as well as now the Hunter's Fury does get committed, but Kiko trying to scale up into C, trying to break things open. Ends up falling to the wayside. And this pivot could be absolutely devastating as Narrate is
अरे
completely unknown.
यार
Scuba
क्या
now
चल रही है?
dead, and NRG scattered to the winds. Spike needing to be rerouted. Called back into the B site, Levin. Waiting at A connector. Can they clear him out? Yes.
Nice.
Been able to find the kill, but do they go for the pivot? No. We'll pump the brakes and maybe look to just try to get this plan on the A connector side of B. But defending from here, the 3v4 going to be damn difficult.
You cleared DOS 9. A lot easier.
Run it back, going to be committed. DOS 9 for now, going to be contained, and Ethan gets a shutdown. Narrate's ult going to be denied away. His Ahmed's going to be spammed
Ooh,
out.
nice.
Ethan finding the other, now the overdrive's going to be popped. Cleans up Narrate. Looking for a little bit more. Mana will take Sugetsu and DOS 9.
ओ भाई क्या राउंड निकाल लिया इन्होंने तो.
Known. The re-wrap through garage out into mid. Even for DOS 9, a player of his caliber.
वाह क्या एंगल है. ये बढ़िया एंगल है देखने का.
He knows it. Just try to back away, maybe get a final elimination there on to Brock, but they will go their separate ways. Ethan will be heard. DOS 9 wants to try to get that kill, but Ethan's cleared the corner. And NRG will move up 12-5. Match point is theirs. KC needs 7 in a row to try to take it to overtime. Otherwise, their run here at EWC, their dream of playing in front of this Parisian crowd will absolutely collapse.
It's just got to be heartbreaking when you have your strength kicked out underneath you. You have your three-man side
3v5 से उन्होंने निकाल लिया राउंड. 3v5 से निकाल लिया.
You know, they saw DOS 9 on his own. They knew that the other three had to be over the other way. So NRG has to make a decision in that moment. Do we try to spread? Do we try to play someone one-on-one against DOS 9?
Phoenix try to get that
1v1. DOS 9's really good in those scenarios. Or do we just group up as 3? Ethan as his overdrive says, guys, when they come at us, we're ready. And we can just hit the nitrous and go right at them.
I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but it again feels like this is a timeout that needed to be seen in that first half when NRG was just running away with it. Just not enough wiggle room. Your back is up against the wall, and granted, yes, it is possible. 7 rounds in a row. It's been done before. It'll be done many more times across future tournaments, and I'm sure even at this one. But for KC, the way that they've been looking compared to the previous map, the way that NRG's been looking compared to the previous map, it just feels like it's a bridge too far.
I mean, the funny thing is it wouldn't even be the most ridiculous comeback we've seen at this event so far if it happens. So we'll wait. We'll buckle in. We'll have to see. Ult cycles a little bit away. 11.
Dodges that stun and does manage to plant his feet. Finds Mata.
Wow.
DOS 9 gets Kiko, and okay. Whatever was in that timeout seems to be working. Ethan eventually able to clear that one out, but curveball fully connects. Narrate will strike him down. Scuba has to backpedal away from the blaze wall. KC.
यार ये क्या ऐसी बात होती है? क्या ऐसी बात हो जाती है?
Flawless round win, exactly what they need to try to snowball from here.
Back to a save.
Should be. Some of the more critical ultimates not quite getting ready to be cycled up aside from Sugetsu with an neural theft. Seems like Ethan is spurring them on though.
Well, gotta check this angle. They beat Aves, maybe. Just maybe.
We've been watching for it. The face in.
Oh, nice
shot. Doesn't suffer any damage. And they're off. Sprint forward, going to be coming through. Paranoia going to be chucked in. The drone blinded up for the moment. Molly does land. One player going to be spotted out. The TP up into heaven for Scuba. Plan to come into play, and they're going to look to double re-clear this. Smoke going to be cycled in, but now it's just Scuba all alone. Sugetsu able to find it, the jump out of the smoke.
Oh, nice.
The spray and pray rewarded with 2. Up to a third now in this round. Make the TP. The tap it of the fuse, and what a way to close this out if Scuba could get it done. Just so very unfavored. Spots him out, the counter spray looking good.
Oh, bhai. Nice try, nice try, nice try.
But Scuba makes it costly. 3 players lost, but the round goes to KC.
Bhai.
All right. Again, KC matches some of this early B main pressure. They want to take the fight at grass. and they're going to be successful in this one. I think I'd like to see a change of ideas again from NRG. Feels like to me they're trying to close this map out by just brute forcing their way onto B one way or another. Scuba able to come up with some crazy in the kills up in heaven there, but you know, okay, timeout NRG. Yeah, I mean, I think this at this point, like, just say, hey,
match khatam.
Let's go back to maybe playing a little bit slow off the rip. Let's spread out a little bit. Let's give Kiko the opportunity to maybe win some 1v1s at long C or long A. He's had a rough go of it, to be fair. KC has done a really nice job of shutting Kiko down in the early parts of the round, which is complete opposite of what we were seeing on the first half of this map. So credit where credit is due. KC's been able to keep the chamber in check. But beyond that, it's actually been the Neon that's been a huge problem in some of these rounds. So I think as NRG, I'd like to just see a little, frankly, a little more defaulting, a little bit more just kind of respect being shown at the early parts of these rounds. KC, when they're finding value, it's when they're getting aggressive early and catching players out. Stop that, and I think you're probably okay. Or maybe just rush A. Who cares?
Run it down. Well, maybe just a roll of the dice at the end of this. We'll see, but ping reveal out. No damage to be suffered. Playing back on safe side.
बहुत हल्का सा damage
A
मिला है.
neat little
कोई
setup with
दिक्कत
their
नहीं है.
relay bolt. Makes it hard to clear that dart.
They still are able to get slotted decently far forward here with Mata. One charge. Gets him a run it back. Look around mid. Brock making sure that they haven't gone for this deep forward scaling. They now know that there's a camera somewhere out in the mid. Haven't quite cleared it, and there you go.
It is. Well, got a lot of map control now as NRG. It's just you don't have long C, so KC can lean a little bit more BA. But you might, I mean, the funny thing is they've left Sugetsu over here. A lot of times teams will just leave that player in the cubby by themselves. But with Sugetsu there, this makes this actually really tricky to clear. You smoke the front of the choke here, you can maybe isolate this, but you know Narrate potentially good for a lot, and Sugetsu's going to be able to give him the early warning.
It's all a bit of a bait for Narrate, and there you go. Swings out, finds a kill. Kiko going to be taken down. Sugetsu with Plat is able to find Mata as well to boot. The turn to the side, and Narrate holding his own. Eventually will be flushed out back into a 2v3 as it's Brock and Scuba yet again. Try to make a miracle happen. The plant having to be committed to the paranoid fly. Scuba not going to be caught by that. Finds the first. Looks for the second. Doesn't manage to connect it. Swing in. And has the follow-up again. Two players surviving. NRG continue to make these
Aggress करना पड़ेगा इनको. Aggress करना पड़ेगा.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just maybe overthinking things a little bit for NRG. Even though Kiko's been kind of in the vicinity of that cubby, and they know they're like somewhat aware of it. It's just the execution here from Narrate and Sugetsu is just way better. And they're ready for that extra layer, that pinch in through the double doors of just the garage itself. Okay. Now what's the answer behind this? I mean, Mata's got his ult. Brock has the Hunter's Fury, but Narrate has his ult. Sugetsu, Levin with an operator too, with the overdrive.
Casey, you got to keep this going. Do not let the thrifty find the value. Do not let that be the way that you drop this series. You know that NRG are more than capable of it. Backpedal going to be coming in.
Oh, nice.
Finds a headshot. Levin dead. Reveal on the one with the space already taken here on the side. Is the run it back. Going to be committed. Mata's now expiring. Shock darts out. Aves will fall. Narrate going to be snapped back as Scuba finds him with a stinger. A 4v3. The Hunter's Fury going to be called in. Looking for that contact, but Kiko's collected the operator.
Nice. Ho gaya GG.
And KC, I begged of you.
GG ho gaya.
It feels like that has fallen on deaf ears. There's Narrate now. Has to pull off a 1v4. NRG looking to make this a 13-7, and on the swing,
nice.
Kiko has him pinned. NRG
nice
will
NRG,
take it
nice.
2-1.
Nice one, nice
as
one.
they will advance and eliminate
Well
KC from EWC 2026.
And for the second year in a row, NRG will find themselves in the playoffs of EWC. Really nicely handled. A great game by KC. Really, really impressed with this team at times. Their individual play, very high level. Their fracture, some of the best you're going to see, period, end of story. But NRG just a step ahead on Breeze and Haven. But Karmine Corp fans, I think you should start to have a little bit of hope. They look really, really strong.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, this should be an inspiration for the fans of this team, of this organization, as they get ready to go back over into Stage 2 at EMEA. Unfortunate that they won't be making it onto the big stage in front of all of the fans here in Paris, but it is NRG. At the end of the day, you have to know who you're playing against. There's no real issue here. I don't think you should ever feel too bad about dropping a series to a squad of this caliber. They are the reigning world champions for a reason. They managed to punch their way through. They showed their perseverance. Yes, some things to certainly work on when it comes down to that fracture, but they're trying new things as well, and it's looking clean. Ethan on that Neon, something that needs to be discussed more, so we'll let the analyst desk do that as we pass things back over.
Thank you very much, Achilleos and Paperthin. Great cast on the day as it went the distance here between KC and NRG, and it is the reigning world champs moving on to the playoffs. America's now 2 teams in with EMEA 4, but the final one just a bit short with KC falling here. Welcome back to the desk, Kakuka and Big Time joining us here to give some context on that last series.
Yeah, I mean, look, heading into this, I was excited about KC. I felt like Haven could be their map. You know, we've seen them do so well here in the past, but then we see the agents that are coming. Ethan is there on the Neon, and I'm thinking, my goodness, what are NRG cooking up? But cook, they did. My goodness, it was delicious.
Funniest thing is that if you're KC, you know exactly what it is when your IGL is playing on the duelist. And Ethan was an absolute menace from the defense. We saw in so many occasions how mid-round it was just him and a couple more players, and he was like, guys, all together with me. There's so many rounds that they turned around. Kiko with the clutches. Mara also, I think that it was just a great map for them. On the second half, we see a KC that is starting to come alive. We see Narrate going back to the performance that he had been given us for the rest of the tournament, but it was just too late. NRG was already punching their ticket to playoffs.
Yeah, just a little bit too much there on that that Haven, and it just feels bad. I think if you're KC fan, if you're NRG fan, that's the expectation now. When you win world championships, when you're constantly in the mix for America's titles, this is expected of you, despite the fact that you're kind of pinned as the villain here in France. You're stopping KC from making it on into the playoffs, but they get the job done, and it felt like there were multiple heroes on NRG that they can rest their hat on.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for NRG, I love to see the bounce back from London. London was so disappointing for this squad. They got grouped. I remember that last match against Foot. They almost have that comeback. 12-5 down, like they were 12-5 up here. They couldn't make it happen. They deny it away from KC. They get themselves out of the groups here, and I can't wait to see them on the big stage.
All right, well, standing by right now with De Niro is Kiko. Let's send it on over there for the interview.
That's right, Kiko, EMEA player knocking out the last EMEA team, the only EMEA team, actually. How does that feel?
A little bit bittersweet, but, you know, it was have to make it our group, so had to win.
I want to talk about your group specifically because you had the likes of Vitality, PRX, and then also KC in there, and you two, a lot of people dubbing it the group of death. You did also lose that match against Vitality to drop into that lower bracket. How difficult was it to actually make your way out of here?
We had some pretty strong teams we played against, definitely. PaperX and Vitality gave us some really hard games. And also KC, like, they were really good as well. So, I mean, it's not really an easy game. So, it was just a struggle, and we made it out, not grouped again, so it was fun.
Surprised to see PRX knocked out?
Yeah, very surprised. Normally, I think they're a really strong team, and I think just this time, they got a little bit unlucky, so.
You guys also maybe got a little unlucky on that fracture. I want to talk about that one, too. Do you want to talk about it?
I mean, they're a really good fracture team, and yeah, they just out-macroed us, I think. I think they were really ready to flood onto us, and they were just destroying us every time we were hitting site. We just didn't have any time to breathe against their comp, so yeah.
Well, lessons to be learned, I assume, heading into playoffs, which is also very exciting. You get to play here in front of the audience, in front of a stage. Is there any team in particular from the ones that have qualified so far that you'd like to go up against? Maybe Vitality for that rematch, little revenge?
Definitely Vitality. I'm coming back for Sire. He's not going to win against me again. That's for sure.
All right, I like the confidence. Well, thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading back over to the desk. So, Digon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jenny. As you could hear the fighting words there from Kiko, calling out Sayonara, who's been playing really well, but knows that. Yeah, I mean, that's the level of competition that NRG is expecting themselves to be up against. So we'll see if that happens. The draw show will happen tomorrow after those matches for Group C and Group D, but NRG get the job done here.
But I don't think they can play Vitality, right? Because they're just in the same group. So let's hope that they end up in the same side of the bracket.
We want it down the line.
Yeah, exactly. So, or maybe for a final could potential.
That would be good.
I think it's normal. Sayonara is what every player would have liked to be. Before you turn 18, everybody's already knocking on your door. They want you on their team. They're willing to sacrifice the first part of their year just to secure that the moment that you turn 18, you are part of their team. And man, oh man, is he delivering. And so was Kiko. Okay, yes, NRG is a team from Americas, but Bonkar and Kiko are from EMEA.
You always find a way.
There's so much code.
All I'm saying is that you think you're better than us, but you wouldn't be you without us.
You always find a way to make it about EMEA. But
because, you know why? Because it is.
No, I think you have to give credit to this NRG team, man. The way they bounced back from that rough map 2 was excellent. Nothing to shake a stick at. I think the composition was well thought out. I mean, I think we really have to talk more about Ethan on this Neon. Like, this is not normal. You don't put your IGL on Duelist and him top frag and him find multi-kills consistently and him find entry kills.
Question is this going to have any effect on KC going back into the region? Is this something that they want to explore, giving Aves back into that Duelist? Maybe literally using him as same as Ethan. You have the 2 Duelists. You can put Narrate maybe on the Chamber as he was playing just here. And then you, well, he was made the finish, but you know, you can copy literally what NRG is doing.
I mean, the question for me is, how will this affect Danby's legacy? We really sort of have those discussions if he keeps putting up these kind of numbers.
I mean, Ethan up there in age, 7th oldest player in the tournament, joining Baby Bay, getting his hand on the Duelist, still showing, hey,
2-time world champion.
Scott Hands, the only 2-time world champion. That's right, that's right. But showing off why NRG belong here and will make it to the playoffs yet again.
Makes me sad though that the map that KC won is the map that is going out of the map pool, because also they got the kudos from NRG saying you out-macroed us every single time that we went onto the side. You flooded us and it was impossible for us to bounce back. I like to see this face of KC. I think that they fought into tooth and nail until the last moment. We all knew that their group was not easy, and they were easily the least favored to make it out of it. And even with that, they managed to send Paper X home and take the world champions to a 3rd map. So I think it's not playoffs, but it's not global esports.
You're also forgetting the Vitality match here, where they also pushed them pretty deep into the game. So, again, KC, a lot to build upon here for their future.
I mean, for me, I think you can't help but wonder, what if they were in a different group? Could this have been different?
Absolutely.
Could they have been in the playoffs? I think very much so. I think this is a tournament where even if they go out like this, they can hold their heads high. They showed a lot of improvement from stage 1. They'll be feeling good moving forward for the rest of VCT, but they can't get it done here at the EWC.
Morgan, like your mouth is moving and it's like making sounds, but all that I'm hearing is next year, EMEA 6 spots. It's what you're saying, right? It's what you're saying. It's what I'm getting out of this tournament.
Yeah, with this series done, that also means our bracket here is complete with Paper X and Karmine Corp losing that first one and then eventually being knocked out, which means our spots going to Team Vitality and NRG from this group of death.
Ultimately, we defined the group of death, I think, accurately, because look at all of these games. They were, most of them pushed up to the end of the line. We had some surprises, and it's not that one team was as less favorite as the others.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. I think I very much enjoyed watching this group unfold, and it became impossible to predict. But that's why you got to hold now Vitality and NRG in very high esteem as we move forward. When you get out of the group of death, you now have a target on your back for the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's the cool part about these two squads that made it out. NRG, a team full of potential that achieved it just last year with Vitality, then slotting this team together, and you're getting to see them learn and grow at the same time live with Sayonara joining that roster. It's going to be really, really fun to see how this draw is going to shake up, and whoever picks one of these two teams will have a very, very tough out, which then ends our day of action. But the story did not finish as we bring up our Crunchyroll story of the day, where we recap the big thing here. And we closed out Group A, we closed out Group B. So I'm gonna ask one of you, what is the story of the day, Big Time?
I've got two, but I mean, one of them is Ethan on the Neon, but we discussed that other.
Man, that was going to be mine. Okay, you can go. You go.
No, but the other one I really want to touch on here is the dominance that BBL showed. They were literally his crosshair was on him. They're one well-timed left click away from 13-0ing EDG, former world champions, the bounce back, the resilience from the young Turkish roster. That's my story of the day.
I was going to say Neon may have not been nerfed enough. I think that Valorant is always looking for the meta to change so drastically when they do these changes.
Yeah.
And I will say, I sometimes I'm a bit disappointed when everybody like overreacts massively and just goes from, oh, this was so good to you cannot play it anywhere. It is good to see that we see new mixes with the Phoenix, with the Neon, with the Chamber, and teams adapting onto that. So that is what I like to see going on to playoffs, because both of these two squads look very scary.
Yeah, agent diversity showing up, maybe not as starkly as we thought, but getting Ethan on it, going to be a lot of fun in terms of the Neon. Going to be a lot of fun to watch how things unfold in the future. That means Group A and Group B are done, but we're not done yet. We have two more groups tomorrow to qualify in, two more teams, and say goodbye to two more teams when we take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. It's going to be some fantastic Valorant action as we have G2 back in action, trying to qualify on in against the team that knocked them out in Nongshim Red Forces, our second match. But our first match, it's MIBR Los and AGAL. This one is a tough one to call.
That has to be the highlight for me. The first one, MIBR, with the firepower that they have, with the names, with the performances that they had. The surprise was Heretics against them. And on the other side, we have an All Gamers that is firing on all cylinders as well. So definitely you cannot, if you're choosing between one of these two, I'll tell you, do not miss the first one.
You got me rooting for China tomorrow with that story. I've been loving how all gamers are playing. I think, if anything, they looked weaker in that map against Global, but they got it done in 2-0 fashion, which bodes very well. That's going to be high-powered. Then the rematch of G2 against Nongshim. Nongshim got the better of them last time. G2 looking to get that upset.
Yeah, it is the last chance in terms of regionality for a Chinese team to make it on through, for a Pacific team to make it on through, and an opportunity for Americas to make it 4 for 4. Currently, remember, 2 Americas team in, 4 EMEA teams in. Let's see how it all shakes up. That's what tomorrow's stakes will be. But that does it here from us at the desk at EWC on day number 5. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day of group stages.